Futian stepped forward into the void, and Helian Yu, who followed close behind him, trembled inwardly, quite shocked. The cultivation of those interceptors was not any inferior to him, yet they were annihilated with a single sword strike. That sword will was conceived from the great path, suspended above Futian's head. It was as if anyone else who dared to stop him again would certainly be killed. This display deterred any rash act from those Renhuang who were hiding in the distant crowd. They retracted their aura, staring at Futian in total shock. With no survivor under the sword, who dared to stop him now? Behind him, the people above the tavern also watched with a stunned look. Lu Donga looked at Futian, and his heart was greatly disturbed. He had wanted to control Futian, but how could that be possible under such a condition? Who could make Futian do anything? At this moment, Futian looked back at Lu Donga and said, "Aren't we going? Why are you still sitting there?" Lu Donga's eyes sharpened slightly, and the currents of swordsmanship flowed between the heaven and the earth, as some sword will fell on him. At this moment, Lu Donga didn't look too good. Just who was controlling whom? Very well. Lu Donga stood up with a gloomy face, then followed Futian and went in the direction of Dongyuan Pavilion. He wanted to see just what was up Futian and Emperor Helian's sleeves. The other cultivators stood up and followed Futian moving forward. There was a lot of discussion in the city, and following their footsteps, a large and frantic crowd rushed toward Dongyuan Pavilion as well. This tavern was not far from Dongyuan Pavilion, so the cultivators arrived very quickly. In the sky above Dongyuan Pavilion, cultivators from all sides had appeared there, discussing in the void in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. They were the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, Helian Emperor, and the others. All the cultivators from all 6 top forces were present. They turned their attention to Futian, who was coming at them. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion was standing straight in the void. His gaze swept toward Futian and Lu Donga. He wasn't under their control yet. "Our little friend is here," the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion said, seemed to be quite familiar with Futian. Futian raised his head and glanced at him nonchalantly, saying, "I came to ask the pavilion master to vacate." The pupils of the pavilion master contracted slightly, but Futian continued, "I don't assume that pavilion master Lu will refuse the request?" Before he could speak, he heard Yang Dongqing talking next to him. Our friend was appointed by the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion as someone who could take charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. Since he had spoken, the pavilion master Lu will naturally not refuse or violate the will of the founder. Emperor Helian nodded and said, "Pavilion master Lu has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for some years. Now that its real master has been found, pavilion master Lu ought to vacate the position to facilitate the transition. The Helian clan supports Futian as the new pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion." Pavilion master Lu has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and he has worked hard to cultivate countless excellent figures and made great contributions. Although Dongyuan Pavilion had been founded centuries ago, it has established its own rules over the years, and the changing of guards shouldn't be done with just a few words. Furthermore, our friend's cultivation is still a bit weaker and may not be able to take on such an important task. Why not just wait a few more years? Before the pavilion master Lu had a chance to speak, the leader of Donglin clan piped up. He and pavilion master Lu were allies and would clearly be on his side. "Brother Donglin," said the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, "I am not a greedy person who can't let go of the position of the pavilion master. Since it was appointed by the founder of the pavilion, and our friend desires the position at Dongyuan Pavilion, I am willing to vacate and let our little friend Futian to be the new pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion." "Pavilion master Lu is much too indulgent," the leader of Donglin clan complimented him. Below, all the mighty cultivators were looking over that way with a curious expression. Could it be that the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion was really willing to give up his position this time? "Pavilion master Lu's attitude is admirable," Emperor Helian said with a smile. "If this is the case, then Futian will be in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion in the future. Please withdraw the forces from Dongyuan Pavilion." Upon hearing the words of Emperor Helian, the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion raised his brows and said, "Helian, although I am willing to vacate, I have been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and no one knows more about Dongyuan Pavilion better than me. The forces at Dongyuan Pavilion has always centered on the pavilion itself and regarding it as a holy land. They are all part of this place. What do you mean by withdrawing? Don't you think the forces should withdraw? Emperor Helion asked. Our friend's cultivation is not yet enough and would require assistance. The rest of the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion and I have been here much longer, and we know how everything operates here and could assist the transition for some years until Yi Futian can completely take over Dongyuan Pavilion, said Pavilion Master Lu. There was no reason for him to continue to resist the demand for him to vacate, so he would acquiesce strategically and allow Yi Futian to prevail for the moment. However, even if Yi Futian assumed the control as Pavilion Master, the real control of Dongyuan Pavilion would still be firmly in his hands. As such, what excuse did these people have to expel them? What do you think? Emperor Helion looked at Yi Futian and asked, all the while sneering inside secretly. No way could this guy let this go so easily. Dongyuan Pavilion is a library and a place for preaching. What need do you have for forces? Yi Futian said, creating forces and principalities is the beginning of selfishness. I don't need it. Outside of Dongyuan Pavilion, many looked at those voices that could be heard from the void. Everyone was expectant when they heard Yi Futian's words. Indeed, as soon as one established one's own principality, inevitably, there would be selfishness. Such was the case with the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Anyone who wanted to cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion would need to pass his assessment, and those with outstanding talents would need to become his disciples first. That's right, Emperor Helion said with a smile. Dongyuan Pavilion is a holy land and shouldn't attract too much trouble. If protection is required, I will do whatever I can. So, Pavilion Master Lu no longer need to worry about Dongyuan Pavilion, Emperor Helion said with a smile. The Pavilion Master of the Dongyuan Pavilion looked at Emperor Helion and then at Yi Futian. His expression gradually grew grim. Next to him, the leader of Donglin clan snorted and said sarcastically, is this Emperor Helion and Master Yang's attempt to seize Pavilion Master Lu's position by someone else's hand? All this is no more than an excuse. Donglin, the master of Dongyuan Pavilion, called out and continued, over the years, I have done all that I can to protect Dongyuan Pavilion. All the cultivators at Dongyuan Pavilion and myself have a special feeling toward Dongyuan Pavilion, and it is a place of great significance to me. Now, I am willing to vacate the position as the Pavilion Master, but isn't it kind of inappropriate for you to team up with Helion and the others to chase me off Dongyuan Pavilion? Perhaps you have been deceived or tempted? The leader of Donglin clan said sarcastically, I heard that the eldest princess is quite close to him these days. The eldest princess is outstanding in appearance with an outstanding spiritual talent to boot. I'm afraid few men could have resisted her. The eldest princess has beauty and wisdom. She is much better than anyone coming out of your Donglin clan. Yi Futian looked at the other and said, previously, below Dongyuan Pavilion, there was some woman who barked about not allowing me to set foot on Dongyuan Pavilion. She was from your Donglin clan, right? Behind Yi Futian, that woman was standing not far from Lu Dongge. Seeing that Yi Futian had mentioned her, her expression suddenly turned to one of embarrassment. She was Donglin Xiui, a daughter from Donglin clan. The leader of Donglin clan stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, although you have peerless talent, you are way too arrogant and have no respect for anyone. You dared to kill the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion, and though you made the spirit to appear upon the statue, the elders saw only your talent and not your characters. If you are in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion with such conduct, it will be a true disaster. I don't think it is necessary for Pavilion Master Lu to vacate his position. This time, the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion was silent and did not say anything, as if quietly acknowledged those words. According to you, he should just stand there and let the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion assault him? If he were not strong enough, with the young Pavilion Master there, he would never be able to cultivate in the Dongyuan Pavilion. Emperor Helion continued, in the past few years, there were probably many such geniuses who have been missed because of this and cannot enter Dongyuan Pavilion. What do both of you think? At this moment, Emperor Helion looked at the leaders of the two forces, who had not yet spoken. They were the cultivators from Hanging Sword Peak and the Beigong family. They had previously persuaded one of the two major forces to stand on their side. The summit lord of Hanging Sword Peak was carrying a sword on his back, clad in a long flowy robe, appeared rather otherworldly, with an ethereal temperament. He looked to be about 50, with a long beard and an extraordinary aura. The position of Pavilion Master at Dongyuan Pavilion is no trifling matter. If Pavilion Master Liu is willing to vacate, I feel that the transition will still take some time, the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak said, standing on the side of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Emperor Helion narrowed his eyes as he watched what had transpired. Previously, the Hanging Sword Peak had maintained its neutral stance and determined not to intervene. Now, it seemed that he had been persuaded by the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Perhaps he had been promised a great reward. So now it seemed that the forces on the two sides were evenly matched. "Where is Master of Beigong?" Emperor Helion asked. The Master of Beigong had promised them. The Master of Beigong was a middle-aged man. He was unusually handsome and extraordinary with a somewhat refined temperament, which was soothing to look at. He looked at Emperor Helion and said with a smile, "I can't make heads and tails about anything regarding this matter, so I am not going to interfere. I will support whoever serves as the Pavilion Master." When Emperor Helion heard his words, his eyes sharpened slightly and stared at the other. The Master of Beigong did not look at Emperor Helion. It was as if he were intentionally avoiding his gaze. Neutral. This was different from what they had said to him before. As such, the other party had three major forces, and they only had two. It would be frightfully difficult to shake the other party in any meaningful ways. The Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion was sure of himself and looked on all that happened casually as if he had already known. The leader of the Donglin clan looked at Emperor Helion with a sneer, along with some contempt in his eyes. Did they think that only they know how to set things up? This time, in order to win over the two major forces, they had paid a considerable price. He wanted to see just how, with Helion Emperor and Yang Dongqing alone, could they support Yi Futian's claim to become the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian watched all this quietly and looking at the crowd. He said, "Why do I need to transition as the Pavilion Master?" Previously, when all the cultivators had talked about Yi Futian becoming the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, they had all said that he would need a transition period. Using this as an excuse, the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion had continued to assist him. In reality, they were taking control. Even Yi Futian understood that Chang Dongqing would have this idea. Right now, the various forces controlled Dongyuan Pavilion, and so the power of his words was limited. This would particularly be true if the forces of the pavilion allied with the Donglin clan. In that case, they would have even more influence. If Yi Futian became Pavilion Master, any of the various forces would have an easy time controlling him. At least, that's what they thought. Yi Futian did not know whether or not Emperor Helion and Chang Dongqing would think like this, but it didn't matter. The Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak looked at Yi Futian. He was the one who had just said that there would need to be a transition period. Although you are outstandingly talented, your cultivation base is still a little bit lacking. If you immediately take control of Dongyuan Pavilion, without any other forces aiding you in the transition, anyone could come and attack us. How will you stop them? Said the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak. His words were sharp. As he spoke, his long beard danced back and forth and his robes rustled in the wind. You do not need to worry about that. As long as you all do not cause trouble, I will be able to control Dongyuan Pavilion, said Yi Futian. Those are bold words, said the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak coldly. Sword will float out from him, filling the area with murderous intent. Yi Futian swept his gaze over him, saying, "There is no point in discussing this further. I will only ask one more thing. Dongyuan Pavilion was created by the master of the statue. Does the master of the statue then control the pavilion, or do you all have the final say?" Yi Futian's words made the cultivators of the six forces stare at him. They were silent for a while. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion looked at Yi Futian. Sword Will was wrapping around the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Mountain. The helmsman of the Donglin clan had a cold expression on his face. Yi Futian was truly arrogant. However, his words had hit the nail on the head. I said that since you were willing to be the pavilion master, I would abdicate to you. But, said Lu Han of Dongyuan Pavilion, since you did so, that is enough, Yi Futian said immediately. Previously, I resonated with the statue and inspired it to show its sacredness. This made you all declare that I was fit to be the pavilion master. Now, I accept your invitation to take control of the pavilion. From now on, I am the new pavilion master. He said this loud and clear, his deep voice sweeping out for a vast distance. Outside the pavilion, all the watchers could hear what he said. They trembled in their hearts. Was this his momentous declaration? From now on, he would be the new pavilion master. He did not need anyone else to agree to it, nor for them to even nod their heads. The founder of Dongyuan Pavilion had appointed him, so who could object? Moreover, Dongyuan Pavilion had been founded on the order of Donghuang the Great, who among them could gainsay him? Even Lu Han would admit that the control of Dongyuan Pavilion depended on the founder's words and not them. No one could deny this. Although this was only a small part of the mainland of the Divine Prefecture, it was still part of the Divine Prefecture. Thus, they would not dare be too wanton. Who could dare say that Dongyuan Pavilion was theirs? It had been created by the great emperor. The cultivators of the 6 great forces all looked at Yi Futian. He had directly announced that he would take the position as pavilion lord. There would be no ceremony, no handover. He had been handpicked. He stepped forward into the area where the 6 great figures were. This made them all narrow their eyes. This man was really that bold? Was he really not worried that they would all gang up and kill him? Helian Yu watched Yi Futian. She obviously knew that he was powerful, and now she had witnessed that for herself. Lu Dongga wanted to control Yi Futian. They all thought that the game was between the 6 top cultivators and Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had directly shoved them away and taken his place. Lu Han and the others all stared at Yi Futian. Now that he had so forcefully announced that he would take up the position of Pavilion Lord of Dongyuan Pavilion, they could not kill him for the time being. Now that I am the new Pavilion Lord of Dongyuan Pavilion, we have no more need of Pavilion Lord Lu. Please take all the cultivators you have here and leave the pavilion, said Yi Futian to Lu Han. Lu Han stared at him, his eyes sharp. He was laying all his cards out on the table. Very decisive, said the helmsman of the Donglin clan. Looking at Yi Futian, power bloomed from him, and he said, Pavilion Lord Lu has controlled the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years and put all of his heart into it. Now, although you were handpicked for the role, you only just took it. And yet you still got rid of Pavilion Lord Lu. Very decisive. If you take this post, I'm afraid it won't be long before Dongyuan Pavilion comes to great trouble. Because of this, the Donglin clan, as one of the powerful forces here on the mainland, and one of the managing forces of Dongyuan Pavilion, refuses to allow you to take over the pavilion. I believe that in the hasty light from the statue, the elder only saw your appearance and not who you truly were. If he meets you again in the future, he will know who you really are. He did not do anything to Yi Futian directly, but overwhelmed him with his righteousness, refusing to allow him to take over Dongyuan Pavilion. The Donglin clan controlled the pavilion, along with Lu Han and Hanging Sword Peak. Even though Yi Futian had been handpicked, what did it matter? If they refused him, how could he control them? Just with his words. Now they would see how Yi Futian intended to take control of the pavilion. Yi Futian looked at the other man as he spoke, then turned his gaze to Lu Han and said, What do you think, Elder Lu Han? He did not reveal Ingqing's identity and did not bring up anything about Mr. South Mountain. Those were in the past. Now, this would be the best way to get rid of Lu Han. This again. I can let you take over as Pavilion Lord, but I must stay in Dongyuan Pavilion to assist you in taking control in order to prevent it from going astray. Everyone else must think this as well, said Lu Han indifferently. There were some things that it was not appropriate for him to say, so the Donglin clan had said it for him. But he would do what he must. If he wanted to force him out, it would take several decades. Maybe he couldn't fight Yi Futian, but right now, Yi Futian did not have any authority. I understand, said Yi Futian with a nod. He looked at the helmsman of the Donglin clan and said, Your force is one of the top forces on the mainland. It is one of the controllers of Dongyuan Pavilion. But you are only doing it for your own benefit, going against the purpose for which Dongyuan Pavilion was founded. In this case, as Pavilion Lord from here on out, I revoke your right to speak on behalf of the pavilion. From now on, the people of the Donglin clan are not permitted to set foot within the pavilion. Leave. Madness, shouted the cultivators of the Donglin clan at Yi Futian's words. Down below, Donglin Shui cried out in fury as well. The people of the Donglin clan were not permitted to set foot within Dongyuan Pavilion. He had even told the helmsman of the Donglin clan to leave. Such arrogance. Such madness. The helmsman of the Donglin clan stared at Yi Futian in shock. He had never seen such an arrogant youth. And yet Yi Futian really was that arrogant. A Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel had told him to get out of Dongyuan Pavilion and forbidden the cultivators of his clan from ever returning. How arrogant was that? He stared at Yi Futian for a while, then suddenly smiled in a mocking and disdainful way. I am already sitting here. What are you going to do about it? Dongyuan Pavilion was founded by the great emperor as a holy land for teaching the way. Now there are people perverting the great emperor's will. This is obviously very disrespectful. Elder Hellion, you are one of the guardians of Dongyuan Pavilion. Please act now and kill them, said Yi Futian to Emperor Hellion. I will do as the palace lord commands, said Emperor Hellion with a nod. His feelings were very much in line with Yi Futian's. As he said this, his will surged into the sky. In an instant, the whole area was filled with his invisible will. The image of a face appeared up in the sky. Many people could see the face, even off in the distance. When they looked into its strange eyes, they felt dizzy and fatigued, like they wanted to go to sleep. A thought came into everyone's minds. The Great Path of Dreams. This was the technique that the Hellion clan cultivated. Emperor Hellion had taken this cultivation style to a very powerful level. He could plunge people into a world of dreams and slay them there. The other great cultivators in front of Dongyuan Pavilion were affected by this, including Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak, and the helmsman of the Donglin clan even more so. He felt sleepy as invisible will seeped into him. Burning will surged out of him. Emperor Hulian's eyes became incredibly magical-looking as he stared at his opponent. It was like he wanted to bore his way inside of him. He looked at the helmsman of the Donglin clan and said, "Sleep now?" As he said this, Emperor Hulian's eyes closed. In a flash, the helmsman of Donglin seemed to have fallen into the dream space as well. Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak felt like they were about to fall asleep as well. Their hearts went cold. Emperor Halian had sent his will against them as well, but for the time being, they did not intervene. The helmsman of Donglin could handle it. Be careful. Madness. At that moment, cries of surprise rang out, and powerful sword will exploded into the sky, filling a vast area and forming a field of swordsmanship. The terrible sword field gave birth to even more sword will with the power of Een merged into it. The sword will swept through the air towards the helmsman of Donglin. That was why the cultivators of the Donglin clan were crying out. The sword will was absolutely terrifying. Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak seemed to sense this as well. They looked at the sword will streaking through the air faster than lightning. They could not react in time to stop it. Although the helmsman of Donglin was trapped in the land of dreams, he could still feel the danger. He thrust out his hand, forming a palm print, aiming it at the oncoming sword will. Within the sword field, endless currents of sword chi flowed above the sword will, resonating with it. In a flash, the helmsman of Donglin's body seemed to freeze. His soul stilled as he was attacked fiercely within the dream. Crack! The sword will cut through his palm print and pierced into his head. Lines of blood flowed out. The helmsman of Donglin shattered into pieces, and his soul was destroyed as well. There was an illusory image of him left behind that had still not dispersed, a look of shock on his face, as if he could not believe that this was really happening. In the next moment, his body and soul shattered, leaving nothing behind. Powerful sword will drew a beautiful curve in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion as it flew back in front of Yi Futian. In an instant, multiple gazes shifted towards Yi Futian. Their hearts were still trembling intensely. The cultivators of the Donglin clan were astonished, as was Donglin Xiui after she witnessed her father, the head of the Donglin clan, killed by a sword. In one instance, the entire place became eerily quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the scene that had just unfolded before them. The hair of the figure still standing within the void was still as white as ever, his silvery hair drifting in the winds. That was one of the 6 peak figures of this land. He was someone who could effect command of Dongyuan Pavilion. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting over command over Dongyuan Pavilion, scolding Futian and not recognizing him as the pavilion's new patron. However, no one would have been able to guess that in one instant, the head of the Donglin clan would be killed. Even though he was fighting against Emperor Helion and had fallen into the will of the Great Dreams, but his plane level should be sufficiently high enough not to be affected. This only proved just how strong Futian really was. At the very least, he was a lot stronger than his plane level indicated. In that earlier instant, Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Mountain Sword Peak could not react in time as well. By the time they wanted to move, the sword had already hit its target, and they were powerless. As such, the earlier situation where 3 powerful cultivators fought against 2 powerful cultivators had turned into a fight between the team of Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Mountain Sword Peak, and Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing. They no longer held any advantages. Moreover, there was still Futian. The complacency on Lu Han's face from earlier had disappeared, while the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord no longer seemed confident like before. The both of them stared at Futian. They had lost their earlier control of the situation. Meanwhile, the Beigong family clan leader, who had been maintaining a neutral position all the while, also began to look at this scene with great interest, some ideas starting to form on his mind. In the quiet space, Futian looked indifferent. He had just taken a life in an instant. Now, there was a lot less pressure, so there was no need for him to expose too much of his strength. This time, he killed the Dongyuan Pavilion head. He had no intention of showing all his cards. Humans were unpredictable, and he could not fully trust Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing. Kill him. Donglin Xiui's eyes were filled with rage and a murderous aura. Donglin clan's cultivators started to move as they released extremely powerful might from their bodies. Vong. The sword will in front of Futian sliced across the void. Moving faster than lightning, it looked like a flash of light that pierced directly through the void, leaving only a beautiful trail of sword gashes. Careful. A middle-level Renhuang stood in front of Donglin Xiui. However, the sword will punctured him directly, and with a plopping sound, blood gushed out of his head before his body fell onto the ground. Donglin Xiui's expression changed drastically. She wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Her divine wheel was only at the 4th order. How was she supposed to withstand Futian's sword will? The sword will flashed across space, and Donglin Xiui's body trembled intensely. Fear and panic filled her eyes as she gazed toward Futian, seemingly remembering the time when she blocked Futian from going there back at Dongyuan Pavilion. Was this Futian's way of seeking revenge? The Donglin Xiui from back then would have never imagined that this day would come. Fresh blood splattered into the air as Donglin Xiui's body fell to the ground, her spiritual soul shattered. Seeing that beautiful figure fall, the people from Dongyuan Pavilion looked toward Futian's proud figure standing within the void, a sense of self-confidence emanating from the white-haired figure. The Renhuang who released their will might earlier stopped in their tracks. No one moved forward. None dared to raise a hand against Futian. Whenever and wherever the sword will flew past, a person would die. Who would dare move against that? It was but an instant, but the head of the Donglin clan, as well as the princess of the Donglin clan, were both cut down and killed by the sword will. People of the Donglin clan, you will leave Dongyuan Pavilion immediately. As long as I command the Dongyuan Pavilion, you will not step 1 foot in the pavilion. Violators will be killed instantly. Futian spoke with an indifferent and calm tone. Hidden within the calm tone was an undeniable murderous aura. The faces of the Donglin clan cultivators were as gray as ash. Their strongest Donglin clan head was killed while the remainder were not a match against Futian. In this situation, the Donglin clan would be removed as one of the factions having control over Dongyuan Pavilion. They no longer had any influence on the pavilion, and they were no longer qualified to take part in it. They could not even step into Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate. In just a day, the Donglin clan's status fell straight down to a devastating effect. The source of it all was that they had obstructed Futian. Powerful. That's insane. Everyone's heart trembled. They would never have imagined that the genius Ren Huang who made statues manifest would be so overwhelmingly powerful and decisive in killing. It was as if he was also a high-order character who was extremely comfortable and used to giving commands. Qing, who was standing not far behind Yi Futian, was already used to it. However, her curiosity over Yi Futian only grew stronger and stronger. Just who was this person? Why would a person like this suffer such serious injuries and be picked up by Sanluo Manor's Han Lin? And even more ridiculous, he was almost turned into a corpse puppet. The other cultivators from the Donglin clan struggled internally. They wanted to cut Yi Futian down to avenge their head and his daughter. However, did they still have a chance to do so? Lu Han and the Summit Lord of the Mountain Sword Peak were still there. If they were to work together, would they have an opportunity to kill Yi Futian? Then, an elder spoke. People of the Donglin clan, retreat. His position within the Donglin clan was quite high. As he finished speaking, he led the way by leaving first. The remaining cultivators looked ashen and were reluctant. However, they still followed him and left. Hold on. Lu Han shouted to stop them. He then asked, "You're going to leave? Just like that?" "Master Lu, please forgive our uselessness and powerlessness." The elder turned around to salute Lu Han. He saw that some were still struggling, so he glanced across at them and, with a certain degree of forcefulness, transmitted his voice to them. After that, the cultivators of the Donglin clan left. The elder was well aware that the Donglin clan was no longer what it was before. They had lost their clan leader. They were no longer qualified to play the game. Even if they stayed behind to take part in the battle, to ally themselves with Lu Han, they would gain nothing, regardless if they win or lose. If they won, they would become the vassal of Lu Han and slowly be devoured by him. And if they lost, they would die even faster. Since they were no longer qualified to play the game, what was the point of staying? A lot of people lamented as they gazed at the backs of the leaving Donglin clan cultivators. Who would have imagined that this was possible just moments ago? One sword by Yi Futian ruined a top-tier clan. From now on, the Donglin clan would fall into ruin. Lu Han's eyes were cold. It seemed as if he no longer intended to hide his killing intent. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "Even though you are handpicked by the elders who founded the pavilion, you are extremely cruel. To kill in front of Dongyuan Pavilion, removing people who disagree with you. How can I leave Dongyuan Pavilion to someone like you? This is blasphemy to Dongyuan Pavilion." The death of the Donglin clan's head seemed to have given Lu Han an excuse to make a move. He went back on his earlier words and no longer wanted to step down. Yi Futian looked at him. He was waiting for Lu Han to say exactly this. Otherwise, how could he kill him with justification? "So?" Yi Futian asked calmly. "You are addicted to killing. Even if I will be blamed and reprimanded by the elders who founded the pavilion, for the future of the pavilion, I have no choice but to kill you." Lu Han's voice was utterly cold. His murderous intent was at its peak, shrouding Yi Futian. Yi Futian was very calm after hearing Lu Han's statement. He then said, "Unfortunately, I do not think that you ever intended to hand over Dongyuan Pavilion. You only intended to step down and leave the position to me so that I could become your puppet while you guys remain at the helm of the pavilion. Lu Han, I have seen just how prideful and arrogant the factions commanding the pavilion were the day when I went. Since that is the case, today can just be considered a cleanup day. Forceful and overwhelmingly powerful will burst forth from their bodies." Lu Han's hands suddenly moved. His palm grabbed at the air. The void trembled intensely. Then, a gigantic palm flew and grabbed directly at Yi Futian. The divine wheel released a radiant and bright divine light of the great path. The sword will released an even brighter and beautiful light that broke through the sky in an instant. A loud bang. The sword will did not pierce through the large palm this time. However, it did cause cracks to appear on it. Regardless, that sword will was crushed and destroyed. Nonetheless, at that moment, Emperor Helion appeared in front of Yi Futian and threw a punch that shattered the giant palm. "Lu Han, no matter what, you are an elder. Show some decency," said Emperor Helion coldly. Then, at that moment, in the sky above the pavilion, cultivator Renhuang started to emerge one after another. Lu Han had been at the helm of the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years. and he had trained and developed many cultivators. The Danyuan Pavilion was rather strong, and this could be considered Lu Han's home arena. Perfect grade divine wheel. No wonder. An overwhelming aura emanated from Futian's body. Bright lights shone from his divine will as his sword will radiated all across the void. A genius Renhuang. The Mountain Sword Peak and the Beigong family are both top factions of this land who can collectively make decisions over affairs concerning Dongyuan Pavilion. Now, I have been designated as the new leader of Dongyuan Pavilion. Will the Mountain Sword Peak continue to help the enemy and attempt to kill me, the rightful leader of Dongyuan Pavilion, or correct your actions right now and help me clean up the factions of Dongyuan Pavilion? Asked Futian. Futian continued in a loud voice. The same goes for the Beigong family. I will not pursue and fuss over past issues. I will still need to rely on all of you when I lead the Dongyuan Pavilion in the future. However, if you do not do anything today, I will recognize it as you surrendering your influence over Dongyuan Pavilion. In the future, you will not be involved with anything associated with Dongyuan Pavilion. The Sword Peak Mountain Summit Lord initially sided with Lu Han. The Beigong family was also bribed to remain neutral. However, at the moment, with the situation developing and shifting so quickly, everything seemed to have changed. They could not help but reevaluate the pros and cons. While Futian was young and his cultivation level was not all that high, he had exceptional potential, and he was also incredibly strong, even when fighting against top-class opponents like themselves. For example, the head of the Dongling clan was killed by a single sword hit. Even if they maintained their earlier attitudes, Lu Han's chances of victory were still very slim. Vong. A burst of sword might came from the summit lord of the Mountain Sword Peak. He released a monstrous amount of sword might. Then, like a river, his sword will descended straight from the sky and converged to become a giant divine sword that could seemingly cut the entire land in half. The sword moved. The void under the gigantic sword seemed to be split in half. The sword was slashing towards Futian. It seemed like the Summit Lord had made his decision. The conditions given by Lu Han were some things that were impossible for Futian. Moreover, he would be behind Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing in the pecking order. As such, he did not hesitate and swung his sword against Futian. Yang Dongqing suddenly appeared in front of the sword. Anyone who saw the scene would know that an internal conflict had begun in the Dongyuan Pavilion. The clan leader of the Beigong family looked toward the battlefield. Emperor Helion and Lu Han had already engaged in battle. Futian's sword was already swung. The Renhuangs belonging to the factions that originally controlled Dongyuan Pavilion were consecutively cut down within the void. No one could shake Futian. At that moment, he made a decision. The clan leader of the Beigong family also made his move. He extended a palm, and thunder descended from above. Frightening thunder and lightning filled the sky and pierced through the void before reaching the body of the Beigong family clan leader. Then, he extended his palm, and a pair of frightening, giant hands covered in purple thunderbolts suddenly appeared. The hands contained a terrifying destructive aura. In addition to that, his body was also covered in the bright and beautiful purple thunder. Meanwhile, a towering illusion of the thunder god also appeared behind his back. It was a divine wheel of the great path cast by life spirits. Rumble disasters came from above as a rumbling thunderstorm filled the skies and shrouded the boundless space. The rumbling thunder in the sky transformed into multiple lightning strikes as if they were chains. Every cultivator had focused their attention on him. Who would the Beigong family clan leader, Beigong Ao, choose to target? Before this, Beigong Ao wanted to remain neutral. Now, he needed to make a move. Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing were naturally very vigilant. After all, Beigong Ao was a person who had previously come to an agreement of some sort with Lu Han. Of course, Lu Han and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord did not dare to be careless. After all, Beigong Ao made his move after Futian made the threat. Futian remained calm and looked at the enemy. In the next moment, divine thunder struck from above directly at the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. At the same time, Beigong Ao's body disappeared instantly. His body turned into a ray of lightning, and in the next moment, reappeared right in front of the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. Clearly, he had made his decision. He decided to help Futian's side. The mountain sword peak summit lord reacted quickly. He raised his hand, and the giant sword sliced through the void. However, the terrifying giant purple palm containing an extremely violent aura directly blocked the sword in its path. As the sharp sword pierced into the thunderstorm, it began to chip away into pieces. The terrifying palm directly slammed into the opponent's sword. A loud bang ensued, and the mountain sword peak summit lord was sent flying. At the same time, he roared in anger, "Bagong Ao." The bastard was really adept at sailing with the wind. Earlier, when they invited him, they had said that their three sides had made an alliance and that he only needed to remain neutral. Now, with the Donglin clan head killed, the situation changed. Bagong Ao actually betrayed them in an instant. He went back on his promise to them and attacked him. Futian was not surprised. After all, these alliances were only for their own gains and benefits. These high-order Renhuang were only divine will 7th order after all, while they dominated this piece of land. If one were to take a broader view of the entire divine prefecture, they were far from being the best. They needed more survival instincts. From what was happening, it was probably clear that Bagong Ao was siding with them. In addition, Futian had a perfect divine wheel, which was handpicked by the statue master. As such, it was justifiable that Bagong Ao would choose them. Now, it was 3 versus 2. Perhaps he did not even need to do anything. Yang Dongqing would naturally not let a great chance like this slip by. The instant after Bagong Ao's attack on the mountain sword peak summit lord was released, he stepped into the void and arrived instantly to also initiate a melee attack. A major battle ensued as a rays of frightening power raged all around Dongyuan Pavilion. Buildings crumbled one by one. Only Dongyuan Pavilion, which towered high into the sky, emanating a formless divine light of the Great Path, remained standing. It was immovable. Apart from the battles between the few top figures, with Dongyuan Pavilion as the center, the cultivators from each of the factions appeared. Among them were several Renhuangs from the mountain sword peak. Their eyes shifted to glance at Futian. Their cultivation levels were quite frightening. They were all middle-level Renhuangs. The mountain sword peak summit lord was being surrounded and attacked by 2 top fighters. The only for him to get out of that predicament was to kill Futian. Powerful sword wills burst forth in an instant, and over 10 giant swords appeared in the sky, easily enveloping the void. Those figures strode within the void and appeared at different locations in the sky above Futian. Their sword will locked onto Futian's body. Then, in the next moment, all the swords in their hands were released. Kill. Frightening blades of light tore through the void. At the same time, all the giant swords arrived and attacked Futian at the same time. Within the space of swordsmanship, Futian's body was buried and was about to be destroyed by the swords. However, at that moment, a bone-chilling aura appeared all around Futian's body. The cold was extreme, and even if one was located far away, the cold that seemingly permeated into and chilled one's soul could still be felt clearly. The entire space seemed to have frozen in place. With Futian's body at the center, the great path of freezing stopped the arrival of the frightening divine swords which were about to attack him. The swords seemed to have stopped, and the light emanating from the cold moon covered the void. Beams of frightening divine light of the moon burst forth, and the sharp divine swords suddenly became unbelievably fragile. Under the moonlight, these swords directly shattered into nothingness. They could not last even a hit. Above Futian's body, accompanied by the frightening powers of the divine light of the moon, a ray of sword will shot straight into the sky and then towards a location. The cultivator felt very cold and swung his sword in an attempt to block Futian's sword will. However, the sword will was unaffected and struck him. His sword shattered, his divine will crumbled, and his body directly punctured. Before he was completely killed, the sword will disappeared again, leaving a beautiful curve in the void. Under the chilly moonlight, crisp and clear sounds rang in the air, and in just a few moments, the sword will had returned to floating above Futian. When the people returned to look at the swordsmen in training of the mountain sword peak within the void, they could and here see their bodies explode into pieces one after another. Dead. Futian only used one sword again. Seeing his figure standing there calmly, many people could no longer understand Futian. It was as if he only needed one sword, no matter how strong his opponent was. Those who had just attacked him earlier were all powerful swordsmen in training at Sword Peak Mountain. They also trained in the arts of swordsmanship, yet they could not withstand the attack of one sword. The utterly chilling power that permeated into and froze one's soul. Just what kind of power was it? It seemed as if it was the most extreme cold. Was it the power of Een? Our possessors of a perfect divine will actually so scary, someone said in a low voice. He was unbelievably confident from beginning till end. It was as if, to him, this battle of the Dongyuan Pavilion had no suspense, thought Helian Yu as she looked at Futian's back from behind. She had been in contact with Futian over the past few days. He seemed too quiet. Whether it was before or today, whether he was facing Lu Donga or Lu Han, his heart was still. In his eyes, did he really care about this battle of Dongyuan Pavilion? Perhaps he did not. Helian Yu looked at the people standing beside Futian. They were just as quiet. Futian was confident, but why were Xiaqing Yuan and Qing so confident as well? Even the demonic beast that kept its head high proudly all the time, insufferably arrogant, seemingly in disdain of everything that ever existed. Why was the demonic beast like that? Lu Donga did not allow Futian to step into the Dongyuan Pavilion because Futian went to South Mountain and has a history with Mr. South Mountain. Helian Yu guessed in her mind. She looked toward the mask-wearing Qing. Perhaps Futian really did know Mr. South Mountain, or his parents or elders knew each other. As for Qing's mask, it may be because some from Dongyuan Pavilion would recognize her. He is here for revenge. Helian Yu remembered that Futian had asked about Mr. South Mountain's death before. After her father gave Futian an answer, Futian agreed to become the new head of the Dongyuan Pavilion. He came looking for Lu Han to avenge Mr. South Mountain's death. This meant that, from the very beginning, Futian's objective was to kill Lu Han. That meant that, what was Futian's real strength? Helian Yu's heart trembled. Could it be that he was able to defeat Lu Han by himself? Otherwise, why would he go to the South Mountain, to head to Dongyuan Pavilion alone? After all, before all that, Futian did not know if her father would ally with him. That was unless he did not care about Lu Han. Looking at the person dressed in white, Helian thought, even if Futian is already releasing this crazy scary light, he might still be hiding his strength. The Futian that everyone saw at the moment was not the strongest Futian. Just as Helian Yu was in the midst of thinking, a voice interrupted her thought process. I will give up this battle. She raised her head and saw the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord falling into a major crisis as two powerful cultivators engaged him in a pincer attack. Beigong Ao and Yang Dongqing were both adept at killing. They attacked him at close range, completely overwhelming him and not affording him space to even breathe. Just how powerful were close-range attacks of people who had reached the high-order Renhuang level? With a loud and terrifying plop, the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord roared. They had already reached this point. There was no way that they would just let him go like that. Boom! Another loud bang. The thunder palm containing extremely violent and destructive force slammed into his body, puncturing his body directly. A gaping hole was left in his torso as the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord's face turned pale. Plop! Yang Dongqing's spear descended and pierced straight into his skull. Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was dead. Among the 6 top figures of the land, To had died. The Donglin clan head and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. Lu Han was obstructed by Emperor Helian. When he saw the Sword Peak Summit Lord fall, his body retreated quickly as he shouted, Retreat? Dongyuan Pavilion factions began to retreat. They knew that they had lost the battle. Take them all down, commanded Beigong Ao coldly. He exchanged glances with Yang Dongqing. Then, both of them went in Lu Han's direction. By this time, it was natural that they would not let Lu Han go. 3 powerful cultivators surrounded him, and in an instant, Lu Han was forced into despair. Father! Lu Donga's face was ashen. He moved back to retreat. He would never have imagined that the situation would escalate and become this terrible. Not that long ago, they were still controlling Dongyuan Pavilion. Did I say you could leave? A cold and indifferent voice came. Lu Donga looked at the person who uttered those words and found out that it was Futian. Moreover, Futian spoke with his back facing Lu Donga. Lu Donga's face was ashen and dark. Everything that happened was because of Yi Futian. Who are you really? Lu Donga asked. The person who will kill you. As Yi Futian finished his sentence, the sword will flew across the void, and a chilling light flashed. It was never in doubt. Lu Donga was pierced by the flash. Despair filled his eyes. At that moment, he actually remembered the day when he prohibited Yi Futian from getting into the Dongyuan Pavilion just because he said so. Now, the person was facing him with his back and had cut him down with one single sword strike. How surreal. No! A loud roar rang in the air. Despair. Lu Donga could recognize that it was his father's voice. Everything seemed to have ended. Under the Dongyuan Pavilion, the cultivators watched the scene unfold quietly. They looked on as Lu Donga turned into dust, as Lu Han received deadly attacks from the other three powerful cultivators one after another, before being killed by them together. Not that long ago, they were still drinking tea and chatting away within Dongyuan Pavilion. How cruel it was. Everything had ended. After Emperor Helion and the other two killed Lu Han, they turned around to look at Yi Futian. Then, they said, "Pavilion head, please enter Dongyuan Pavilion." Yi Futian, who was standing there, strode forward. The people who were gazing at his back understood one thing: Dongyuan Pavilion had entered a new era. Yi Futian walked in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. The statue was beside him. He turned around to face the crowd. The huge crowd gathered all around Dongyuan Pavilion area looked toward Yi Futian. The new Dongyuan Pavilion head had assumed his post. They did not know if it would be easier or harder to cultivate and train inside the pavilion. Yi Futian scanned the crowd and said, "In the past, the great emperor ordered our predecessors to create Dongyuan Pavilion so that the laws of the Great Path may be spread here. Now, I have been chosen by the elder to lead the Dongyuan Pavilion. Naturally, I will inherit the will of the great emperor and our predecessors to use Dongyuan Pavilion to help our fellow practitioners cultivate better." Lu Han has led the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and he forgot that he was placed in charge by others. He had imposed stringent access control over those allowed to enter the pavilion. Dongyuan Pavilion incident involving me. I am sure you all know it very well. Since I have received orders from our predecessors, I will not forget what should be done. In the future, Dongyuan Pavilion will set up examinations for practitioners at different plane levels. Every day, practitioners will be allowed to take this exam in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. All those who pass the exam will be allowed to cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion. There will be no other limitations. Yi Futian's words made the crowd a little bit excited. Different planes, huh? Moreover, it was a daily exam. It was completely different from before. In the past, apart from those recognized by the statue being granted unlimited access to cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion, the remainder needed to undergo a specialized examination set up by the Dongyuan Pavilion head Lu Han. The effectiveness of the examination was low, and the gap between each exam was very long. That way, Lu Han's control over Dongyuan Pavilion grew stronger. He could easily choose the people who were allowed to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. Dongyuan Pavilion faction had the final say on who was allowed to enter or not. Naturally, this was accompanied by all kinds of negative side effects. For example, conditional exchanges or becoming a practitioner of Dongyuan Pavilion. Now, Yi Futian said that he would perfect the examination system so that practitioners could take part in it daily. This meant that, as long as the system worked, it would be able to run itself. Yi Futian would not even need to manage it personally. For the practitioners, this was undoubtedly good news. However, for the major factions with the ability to provide conditions to gain favor, it was not as good. In the past, they were able to gain access to Dongyuan Pavilion through their networks and relationships. However, at that moment, it seemed like everything was about to change. However, nothing in the world can be absolutely fair and just. Dongyuan Pavilion has limited space. As such, through the examination, only the people with the best talent will have priority to access and cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion. I hope you can understand, said Yi Futian. Everyone naturally understood this logic. Absolute justice was, in and of itself, a type of injustice. Apart from that, you have all witnessed the event that transpired today. The Helion royal family, Yang clan, and Beigong family. These three factions are the top factions of this land, and they work together with me to clean up the corrupted factions within Dongyuan Pavilion. The future management and examination matters of Dongyuan Pavilion will also require their assistance. As such, the people from the three factions will be able to access Dongyuan Pavilion freely, said Futian. Then, he continued, of course, the thing that Lu Donga did to me will not happen ever again. Members of the three factions have no authority to decide who gets to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. That decision is left to the examination. I, as Dongyuan Pavilion head, will also not interfere in this. Everyone nodded. The gazes focusing on Futian were tinged with a certain degree of respect. They were surprised that this exceptionally talented person whose combat skills were just as remarkable would actually do this. It looked like he really only treated himself as a head who had inherited the will of the great emperor and was representing them in order to spread the word of the great path. This made many wonder if his overwhelming strength came from his generosity and magnanimity. Some of the women from the clans of Dongyuan City gazed at Futian, a white-haired Runhuang with unparalleled elegance and style, with admiration. "Thank you, Sword Emperor Liuyan," said someone while bowing to Futian. It was admirable for the new head to do something like this. Futian's alias was Yi Liuyan. He displayed extraordinary swordsmanship skills before, and no matter who he killed, he only used one sword. As such, it was not a problem for this person to call Futian Sword Emperor Liuyan. Many people bowed slightly to Futian and, with a smile, said, "Our Dongyuan City is lucky to have Sword Emperor Liuyan lead Dongyuan Pavilion." They were sincerely impressed. Whether it was his strength, style, or his decisiveness in killing his enemy during battles, he had impressed the people. "Sword Emperor Liuyan," Futian mumbled. Then, he smiled and said, "That's the first time anyone ever addressed me like this, but it doesn't sound so bad." Everyone else suddenly started laughing after hearing Futian joking about it. Then, a person said, "Based on this old man's observations, Sword Emperor Liuyan's brilliance is unparalleled. White hair and white robe, transcending worldly affairs. Perhaps the white-haired Sword Emperor is a more imposing and fitting name." White-haired Sword Emperor, many people mumbled amongst themselves and said, "Indeed, it is quite imposing. One look at him, and you'll know that he fits this name. Why not we combine the two names?" The atmosphere around the pavilion began to relax as more people started to chat and joke amongst themselves. Futian did not have any opinions on it. While the Divine Prefecture was large, many of the most powerful factions that arrived in the Divine Prefecture earlier were very influential. If he were to do something extraordinary or shocking using his name, and news attaching his name was to spread, those top factions would likely hear about it. In that case, the battle from a few years ago would be rendered completely useless. Now, he needed some time to raise his playing level to a level where he could fight against those top factions. By then, he would no longer have anything to fear. As such, the nicknames such as Sword Emperor Liuyan and the white-haired Sword Emperor attached to his alias Yi Liuyan did not really bother him that much. Xia Qingyuan was behind Futian. She sat quietly behind him as she watched Futian's back. In the past, within the original realm, the people that Futian interacted with were typically a lot stronger than he was. After all, he had exceptional talent and was able to directly reach the people at the very top, which sort of overshadowed some of his elegance and talent. Now that he was in the Divine Prefecture, the current situation was exactly what his talents deserved. Yingqing was also very grateful. While it was not Futian who dealt the blow, it did not really matter. She only really wanted revenge, Lu Han's death. Now, everything was over. Futian had kept his promise to her. Moreover, he also bloomed and showed his talents and elegance. She was glad that she did not report to Han Lin and made him do anything to the severely injured Futian back then. Otherwise, she would not have been able to witness the presence of a person as elegant and talented as Futian. Emperor Helian, Yang Dongqing, and Beigong Ao also watched this scene quietly. Each of them had their own ideas. Beigong Ao carried a smile on his face with grace. Futian really did not go after him. After experiencing Futian's way of dealing with things, he believed that Futian would not pursue the matter even in the future. Yang Dongqing, on the other hand, raised his brow slightly. This was not the ending that he wanted to see. After spending so much effort, even to the point where he risked his life to kill Lu Han and his allies, what was he after? Power. He wanted to become like Lu Han and firmly control Dongyuan Pavilion. However, Yi Futian's current plan was completely the opposite of what he wanted. Moreover, Yi Futian granted the Beigong family the same status as his and the Hellion royal family, only allowing them free access to cultivate at Dongyuan Pavilion. It was inconsistent with his expectation. Yi Futian did not seem like an easy person to manipulate, at least not as easy as he had initially thought. Moreover, he was very strong. Of course, if he were easy to manipulate and were not that strong, they would not have won so easily in that battle. They might even lose. Yi Futian turned around to look at Emperor Hellion and the others. Among the factions of Dongyuan Pavilion, many of them are just people who want to cultivate. We can just let them out of the pavilion. All right. Emperor Hellion nodded and did not pursue or investigate these people. Pavilion leader Yi. Yang Dongqing looked at Yi Futian and transmitted his voice to Yi Futian and the rest. I'm afraid many of these people are directly related to Lu Han. If we let them go, they may cause problems in the future. Even though we are not afraid of them, the people from our families may be targeted as an act of revenge. Since we are already at this stage, why do we not cut out the root and ensure that we get rid of the problem? Yi Futian glanced at Yang Dongqing and said, Elder, you can investigate them first. If they are close acquaintances of Lu Han, we can deal with them on a case-by-case basis. However, if they are only people who entered Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate, then we don't have to make their lives hard. He also understood Yang Dongqing's position. With regard to those potentially connected to the Mountain Sword Peak or Dongling clan, Yi Futian did not give any specific instructions. He would let them deal with it themselves. The world of the cultivators was never a merciful or kind world, particularly when it came to life or death battles like this. The winner would become the kings while the losers perished. He understood this clearly. The three nodded slightly. Yi Futian then continued and said, with regard to the examination, I will have to trouble the three elders. No problem. This should not be too difficult. Emperor Hellion nodded. Beigong Ao also said, I can get some people from my family over. Yang Dongqing did not express his opinion. On this, he held a different opinion. However, the issue was already settled, and it was not yet time to make his case. He needed to find some time to, perhaps, have a chat about it with Emperor Hellion. They were the first two factions that came together to form the alliance. Yi Futian was only selected after he was handpicked by the manifestation of the statue. The issue had been settled. So, Yi Futian left the place and headed to Dongyuan Pavilion. The crowd outside Dongyuan Pavilion also began to disperse. However, everyone knew that the debacle was not yet over, and that some residual events or incidents were to follow. Many would still, unfortunately, lose their lives. Emperor Hellion and the first Princess Hellion, you were still in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. Emperor Hellion transmitted his voice to Hellion Yu and said, You have been in contact with him for some time. What do you think of this boy? An exceptional talent of an era. No one in this land can even compare to him. We also have no idea where he came from. Nor do we know what his objectives are, answered Hellion Yu. That's all? Emperor Hellion asked. Father, I have a feeling that his true strength may have been severely underestimated, answered Hellion Yu as she looked at Emperor Hellion. Emperor Hellion followed up to ask, Why do you say this? He is an acquaintance of Mr. South Mountain. He might have targeted Lu Han when he came. He tried to force his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion before us. Back then, he had no idea that this would happen. So, where did his confidence come from? Hellion Yu asked. She continued, I suspect that he was never afraid of Lu Han. From the beginning until the end, he was always calm and indifferent. I can feel a ridiculously strong sense of self-confidence from him. It was as if everything was within his control. Right. Emperor Hellion nodded profoundly. As the lord of our royal family, I have seen many talents and amazing presence in my time, and his aura was not weak. Whenever a normal lower Renhuang faces me, their aura would naturally be a few degrees lower. However, when this boy faced me, even though he did call me elder, the feeling that I got was that he was very calm and relaxed. In his eyes, I, the lord of our royal family, was not regarded as much. Even when the statue manifested back then, I specifically observed him and saw that he was as calm and relaxed as ever. This person is definitely a genius-level character who has been through something remarkable. The debacle over the Dongyuan Pavilion is probably not all that important to him. Helian Yu nodded slightly and said, I agree with you on this. She and her father had the same feeling. Her plane level was most certainly higher than Futian. However, the aura emanating from Futian when he stood in front of her made her feel like he was the actual elder. It was the aura and confidence brought about by true strength. Sunluo Manor was destroyed a while ago. Sword will wreathed all over the mountain where Sunluo Manor was located, Emperor Helian continued to say by transmitting his voiceover. Helian Yu was stunned. Her heart trembled as she looked at her father. After Futian took control of Dongyuan Pavilion, he arranged the matter regarding the examination with Emperor Helian and the others. After they concluded their discussions and things were finalized, he simply left the matter to Emperor Helian and the other two. Instead, he immersed himself in his cultivation. He spent his entire days inside Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate and read scriptures and classics of the way. The last time he was at Dongyuan Pavilion, he was able to converge and generate an incredibly powerful sword will of the Great Path after achieving realization. The sword will was extremely powerful, and he wanted to continue tempering it and making it even more powerful. The outside of the pavilion was bustling with activity. The examination of Dongyuan Pavilion had just begun in recent days, and it had caused a huge commotion throughout the entire Dongyuan city. Many cultivators came to watch it, which caused the outside of Dongyuan Pavilion to be packed with people every day. All of them came to take part in the examination as they wanted to enter Dongyuan Pavilion, so that they may have a chance to read classic tomes and scriptures. To most people of the world, Dongyuan Pavilion was the true holy land of cultivation. Not to mention other practitioners, but even people as powerful as Futian would benefit a lot from Dongyuan Pavilion. Several days had passed. Futian did not really know the changes outside in the world. Within Dongyuan Pavilion, at that moment, Helian Yu arrived at the side of Futian. It seemed like she had something to tell him. What's wrong? Futian asked after seeing Helian Yu. She seemed uncomfortable. It was as if she had something to say, but did not know how to say it. Over the past few days, Futian's communication with Emperor Helian had been through Helian Yu. They had since already been familiar with each other. As such, if it were a normal matter, Helian Yu would have said it directly. She would not be as hesitant as she was now. Something happened, said Helian Yu. Aren't Emperor Helian and the other elders around? They can deal with it directly, answered Futian. Although he was the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion, he was still used to being the hands-off type of leader, just like he was when he was at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He did not need to personally handle most matters. He only needed to set the rules. After seeing that Helian Yu was still somewhat uncomfortable and hesitant, Futian knew that it was not a minor issue since even Emperor Helian could not settle it. If that were the case, there may only be one possibility, and it was that differences had emerged between the three factions that supported him in managing Dongyuan Pavilion. What happened? Futian asked. Someone messed around with the examination to secretly allow access to the pavilion, answered Helian Yu. Futian looked at Helian Yu and asked, if that is the case, we can issue a stern warning internally and make sure that it does not happen again. Publicly, we will state that we will give them one chance to make a mistake. Such things were impossible to prevent. That was unless he did everything personally and went to the front lines to handle things. If he left the management of the exam to the three factions, how could he ensure that those handling the issue would never have any selfish thoughts? As such, he decided to have Helian Yu issue a stern warning but, at the same time, give the offender a chance. Otherwise, if he were to handle things very sternly the very first time, cracks would probably start to appear within their ranks. He also knew that while he was the head of Dongyuan Pavilion, his relationship with the three major factions was not all that close. One could even say that they did not know each other at all. In such situations, cracks could easily appear. It was impossible for him to cause a huge scene immediately whenever an incident occurred. If he did that, he would be the only one left behind to handle things. Things got big, Helian Yu said. Futian looked at her. Then, Helian Yu transmitted her voice and said, The person who messed with the exam to grant access is from the Beigong family. He received bribes. However, it should not have been detected so easily, but regardless of that, he was still exposed. It seemed rather peculiar. My father is guessing that it is intentional. Intentional? Yi Futian's brows raised slightly. Yes. Helian Yu nodded. Someone intentionally made a person from the Beigong family commit a crime so that they could use it as an excuse to cause trouble. Did you find out who's the one doing this? Yi Futian asked. If that were the case, the situation might be worse than he thought. Helian Yu shook her head. However, Yi Futian saw that her expression was a little unusual. He asked, "Do you have a guess?" Helian Yu remained silent for a while before nodding and answering, "My father asked me earlier, and now I am still hesitating whether to tell you or not." Yi Futian looked at her. Since Helian Yu had come, she must have already made a decision. Based on my father's initial investigation and deduction, this issue may be related to the Yang clan. Helian Yu did not say this through normal means. Instead, she transmitted her voice to inform Yi Futian. We have not told the Beigong family yet. Initially, we did not want to tell you about the incident either. However, right now, we have found that someone is trying to cause trouble, casting doubts over Dongyuan Pavilion. If this is not handled soon, I'm afraid it might not calm down anytime soon. Yi Futian understood after hearing Helian Yu's words. The incident involved the Beigong family and the Yang clan. Moreover, it seemed like there were other hidden facts and issues that needed to be considered. From the Helian family's standpoint, it was indeed a difficult task to handle. No wonder they were hesitant to inform him about it. Moreover, since the Helian family was the side who brought it up, they were also at risk of being suspected of being instigators themselves. However, from Yi Futian's interaction with Helian Yu over the past few days, he could see that Helian Yu was very sincere. At the very least, Yi Futian did not feel that she was a cunning or scheming person. "Let me handle it," said Yi Futian. After that, he took a step forward to head outside Dongyuan Pavilion. Helian Yu followed him from behind. The two of them exited Dongyuan Pavilion. Using his divine consciousness, Yi Futian scanned the area and found that, as expected, someone was causing a disturbance in the exam venue under Dongyuan Pavilion. Many people gathered around the area, and someone was intentionally instigating the issue. "Let's go." Yi Futian's body vanished in a flash and appeared instantly at another location. This place was filled with many people. Among them included the cultivators of the three Dongyuan Pavilion factions. Some of the clan leaders were also present. A bowing person stood underneath. It was the person accused of playing favorites. Pavilion leader. Emperor Helian nodded at Yi Futian after he saw him arrive. Yi Futian walked straight forward and stopped beside Emperor Helian and Yang Dongqing. Then, he said, "The first princess has briefed me about what has transpired earlier. Any objections with regard to this person breaking the rules and playing favorites?" "He has also admitted it," said Yang Dongqing on the side. Yi Futian nodded. "How are you prepared to deal with him? This isn't a major issue. Moreover, the person whom he allowed to pass the exam possesses exceptional talent. He isn't that far behind the other person. The problem is the outsider making a debacle out of this. He has exterior motives. Pavilion leader, why don't we send someone to get rid of the person causing a commotion? And as for him," Yang Dongqing looked at the person who committed the crime and said, "This incident should be enough to serve as a warning to him. He will probably not dare to do it again in the future." "Elder Beigong, what do you think?" Yi Futian looked at Beigong Ao and asked. "I will leave it to the pavilion leader." Beigong Ao looked at Yi Futian. "The rules have only been recently established, and yet, here, as you all have witnessed, they have been broken in mere days. While the Beigong family is not under Dongyuan Pavilion, and I have no authority to intervene in their affairs, this happened at Dongyuan Pavilion. The examination is also a Dongyuan Pavilion matter. Playing favorites and breaking the examination rules, that is most certainly related to me." Yi Futian continued, "Let's go with a heavy punishment. To use Dongyuan Pavilion for your personal gain. Destroy his power core and exile him from Dongyuan Pavilion. What does Elder Beigong think?" "Pavilion Master." The person's expression changed drastically after hearing Yi Futian's words. He raised his head to look at Yi Futian. His eyes were filled with shock. While his cultivation level was not exactly high, he had still reached the Runhuang level, and he was definitely not a nobody. Yi Futian actually said that he was going to destroy his power core. Because of this minor issue? All right, I will personally see to it, Beigong Ao nodded. With a flash, he moved towards that person. Clan leader. That Renhuang looked at Beigong Ao. Beigong Ao directly raised his hands to grab at him. He tried to struggle but was only met by a frightening thunder chain that wrapped around his body, bringing him down. After that, a palm made its mark on his body. In an instant, the destructive thunder gods might destroyed everything with the person's body. The person's face was ashen. Some of the practitioners of the Beigong family could not bear to watch that scene. Most of them felt a sense of resentment in their hearts. Was there a need to do something so severe for such a minor infraction? Beigong Ao brought the person away directly. They headed towards the exit of Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian stood there quietly, waiting. Not long after, Beigong Ao returned. The disturbance outside calmed down. Nobody continued to cause a scene. Everyone was stunned by the hard-handed measure imposed. The punishment was actually so severe. Find out the one who bribed the offender and deal with it strictly. I will leave this to Elder Beigong, Yi Futian said to Beigong Ao. All right, Beigong Ao nodded. Yang Dongqing's brows twitched slightly but returned to normal in an instant. The matter is settled. You may all leave. This incident should serve as a lesson. I hope that no one repeats this mistake, said Yi Futian. Then, everyone promptly left the area. Beigong Ao and Yang Dongqing also left. Then, Yang Dongqing walked to the side of Beigong Ao and said, Beigong, the pavilion head's punishment is too severe, isn't it? But I guess it can't be helped for the newly appointed head to apply hard-handed measures, so that he may shock and instill a sense of authority. There is no problem for the pavilion head to do this. The rules have just been established and, naturally, should be followed strictly. It is my fault for not being strict enough in disciplining them. Beigong Ao replied. Yang Dongqing nodded slightly and said, That's also true. After that, they each went their separate ways. After they were separated, Yang Dongqing's eyes became cold. In the end, nothing came from this incident. Helian Yu's guess could not be proven. Yi Futian did not enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. Instead, he went to a cultivation court above Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate. On this day, the entire cultivation court was shrouded in a super terrifying sword will aura. Yi Futian sat cross-legged inside the court, and in front of him, 3 sword will manifestations converged. The sky and the land changed colors. Even though there were only 3 sword wills, it was as if all the land and the power of the great path were concentrated within them. Swoosh, swoosh! The sword wills flew all over, turning the entire area into a harsh and deadly environment. Yi Futian finally suppressed his aura after some time, and the sword wills also dissipated. Outside the cultivation court, a figure stood quietly watching. It was Helian Yu. If one sword will is already so frightening, just how terrifying are 3? Helian Yu mumbled quietly. What brings you here? Yi Futian asked, smiling. Someone is looking for you, pavilion head. Helian Yu answered Yi Futian with a smile. Who is it? Yi Futian asked curiously. Someone was looking for him? The number 1 beauty of the Beigong family, Beigong Shuang. Moreover, she is very talented. She reached the Runhuang Plain not that long ago, replied Helian Yu to Yi Futian, smiling. Surprise filled Yi Futian's face as he asked, Why is she looking for me? She's here to learn from you, Helian Yu answered with a chuckle. Yi Futian was rather surprised. While the incident from last time had concluded, the 3 major factions should still remember it. So, what was the intention of the Beigong family for sending their family's number 1 beauty to him? Could it be that the Beigong family no longer held a grudge against him over the last incident? This time, Beigong Ao's actions really confused him. Yi Futian received Beigong Shuang. The belle of the Beigong family indeed had striking features that set her apart from the rest. Born to a noble family, she naturally had a refined air about her, yet she still possessed an aura of feminine gentleness, as though she were a royal princess. Upon seeing Yi Futian, Beigong Shuang bowed lightly and greeted, Beigong Shuang pays her respects to the pavilion master. As she finished speaking, she raised her head and gazed at Yi Futian with her gorgeous eyes. She was intrigued by this distinguished figure before her, who had recently risen to fame and had become the center of attention of the continent in an instant. Now that she had seen him, her first impression was, rather surprisingly, that he was dashing. Yi Futian had an air of refined masculinity, and with a head of long silver hair, the first impression that he gave Beigong Shuang was that he was a handsome man. Furthermore, he seemed to have an exceptionally unique temperament. "What has brought Ms. Beigong here today?" asked Yi Futian. After father returned, he would often mention Pavilion Master Yi, and he would have nothing but praises for you. Moreover, Beigong Shuang has always admired Pavilion Master Yi, and so I wanted to see you. Getting to see Pavilion Master today has made this trip worthwhile. Previously, father also hoped for me to come to Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate and ask for guidance from Pavilion Master. Hence, I have come to pay a visit to Pavilion Master with the hope that I can follow Pavilion Master in the path of cultivation. Beigong Shuang's voice was crisp, her tone calm and warm, soothing for anyone who listened. Of course, this could be because she had an exceptionally beautiful face that made it difficult for anyone to be uncomfortable with her. The people around them let out an expression of slight intrigue, while Black-Winged Condor blankly glanced at her. What's the use of having a pretty face? How narrow did she think his master's horizons were? The royal princess is still queuing, and Princess Donghuang is still waiting for master to conquer her in the future. It thought. The rich daughters of renowned families may be unusually attractive, but they will not catch the eye of Condor. After all, my present self has a more exquisite taste than most. Xiaqing Yuan also looked at Beigong Shuang. A woman with such beauty says she wants to follow Yi Futian in cultivation. What does she mean? She wondered. Yi Futian also felt a little perplexed. From what he heard from Helian Yu, Beigong Shuang was Beigong Ao's daughter, the belle of the Beigong family, and had exceptional talent. Hypothetically, even if the Beigong family bore grudges against him and wanted to sacrifice someone to win him over, they wouldn't have sent her. By doing this, it seems like they approve of him greatly. Could it be that the Beigong family really did not have any tinge of resentment over what happened the last time? In fact, because of the distance that had formed between them the last time, even though neither party said anything, but certainly both of them know that if the Beigong family initiates diplomacy, by right, Yi Futian should accept the Beigong family's goodwill, and with that, let that event be history. However, Yi Futian was not interested in doing so. Since you have come, you can cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion, Yi Futian spoke as he regarded Beigong Shuang. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together. Coincidentally, the elder princess is also present. Both of you can learn from each other. As for guidance, I'm afraid that I won't be of much help since my cultivation level is nowhere near as high as yours. Helian Yu glanced at Yi Futian with astonishment. What a beautiful princess, yet he rejected her so decisively. Then again, it seems like Yi Futian already has a top beauty by his side. I wonder what their relationship is. Perhaps they are cultivation partners. Xiaqing Yuan had been extremely low-key all along, staying behind Yi Futian silently without showing anything. Hence, it was difficult to determine her relationship with Yi Futian. As for Yingqing, she has already taken off her mask. Indeed, she used to cultivate under the guidance of Mr. South Mountain. Of course, no one had publicly discussed this matter, but the Helian royal family knew it in their hearts, which further confirmed what they discussed the last time. Yingqing had also been cultivating quietly in Dongyuan Pavilion all along. Father says that the Pavilion Master's future achievements will be far beyond his. He also said that currently, you are already more enlightened than him in certain aspects of cultivation, Beigong Shuang said. Please forgive me if I should ever disturb you while I am cultivating in Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian nodded. Beigong Shuang had already been courteous to such a great extent, and she had already behaved in the most diplomatic manner possible. She had only hinted at the possibility that she would ask for his guidance sometime in the future, so there was no reason for him to reject her. All right, if there is anything you need help with, you can look for me, Yi Futian said. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Beigong Shuang bowed slightly and said, then I'll go take a look around Dongyuan Pavilion. Please, Yi Futian replied. With that, Beigong Shuang left for the Dongyuan Pavilion. After she left, Helian Yu looked at Yi Futian and said, "Seems like I overthought things. Senior Beigong's horizons are far wider than mine." Yi Futian understood the underlying meaning of her words. Previously, they thought that the Beigong family might have borne grudges against them because of what happened. Evidently, the Beigong family wishes to have Beigong Shuang to resolve the bitterness between them. Of course, Helian Yu was thinking a bit more than Yi Futian. She was thinking, some of what she and her father guessed might have been the conclusions that Beigong Ao also arrived at, which was why he thought extremely highly of Yi Futian. In addition, Yi Futian's exceptional talent was indeed tempting. Even though they might not have any pursuits in this Dongyuan Pavilion, but having put in so much effort into cultivation, who wouldn't want to continue making progress? In the next year, there would be an opportunity. With Yi Futian leading them towards it as the Dongyuan Pavilion master, they could certainly be stronger than Lu Han. Even though Lu Han's cultivation level might be higher, he had far less potential than Yi Futian. Furthermore, Yi Futian's abilities were unfathomable, and until the present day, they could not see through him. If their hypothesis that Fumie from Sanluo Manor was somehow related to Yi Futian, then his strength would be even more terrifying than what they imagined. Yi Futian didn't think too much about it and continued to cultivate in isolation. He didn't want to waste even a moment. To him, raising his strength was more important than anything. A few days ago, Yang Dongqing from the Yang family heard about this and was extremely unhappy. "Helian, that brat keeps avoiding me. Even Beigong Ao is also so spineless. Have these years of cultivation ground his temper?" Yang Dongqing had a sharp glint to his eyes, yet he was afraid of a third-tier divine will practitioner. Beigong Ao showed such courtesy to Yi Lianyan. "Is this because he fears him?" asked someone around him. Even if he is exceptionally talented and can slay many middle-level Renhuangs, there is still a huge difference between a middle-level Renhuang and a high-level Renhuang. If you are talking about fearing him, that will at most be a thing of the far future. Without our support, he could not possibly have ascended to the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Yet, after he has gotten what he wanted, he threw all the tedious work to us to do and just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of our labor. Worse still, he set all those new rules. From where I am standing, it looks exactly like he thinks he owns Dongyuan Pavilion, Yang Dongqing thought. He had always had strong opinions about this matter. He planned to support a puppet to the throne, but in the end, things were spiraling out of his control. Frustratingly, Emperor Helian seemed to really take pains to aid him, even let the elder Princess Helian Yu follow him around and help him, and dispatched manpower to help him manage Dongyuan Pavilion. Helian Emperor had taken Yi Futian under his wing, so Yang Dongqing wanted to provoke the Beigong family into confronting Fei Futian. Beigong Ao was unexpectedly spineless. He swallowed his pride and let go of his grudges. He even sent Beigong Shuang to Dongyuan Pavilion. In this state of things, it would be extremely difficult to undermine Yi Futian's position as the pavilion master. Even though he could enter Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate, there was no way for him to obtain any form of authority there. It's not that he is afraid, but rather, it is likely that he is the same as Helian and is being drawn by Yi Lianyan's potential. Yang Dongqing continued, "Don't forget that we still have to go pay a visit next year." Upon hearing Yang Dongqing's words, the people around him instantly understood. Time flew by really quickly. In the next year, the gathering of prominent figures would be happening again. Yi Futian, on the other hand, wasn't thinking too much about it. The investigations into what happened the last time bore no fruit at all, and so, he couldn't care less. It didn't matter whether or not it was Yang Dongqing's doing, or what motives the Yang family had. If he were forced to fight, he wouldn't think much about it either. After that battle, he could roughly gauge the strength of a few people to be at about the level of Sanluo Manor Chief. The Dongyuan Pavilion Cultivation Temple is at the highest point of Dongyuan Pavilion. After successfully laying out the Great Way Matrix, Yi Futian levitated among the clouds. The will of the Great Way shrouded him, turning the atmosphere around him quite terrifying. Yi Futian's clothes fluttered about him, his long hair dancing behind him. The entire sky seemed to turn into a Great Way forge. As he cultivated his path on the Great Way, Yi Futian forged all fragments of his will in his body. A massive storm appeared in the sky, and in the eye of this storm, one could vaguely see a wisp of a silhouette. It was the same silhouette as Futian, yet it looked like a celestial shadow. Boom! A terrifying aura hammered down from the heavens that got stronger by the second. With the deity-induced seal formation, a limitless amount of the will of the Great Way instantly condensed into a single body. It was as though the infinite wisps of will were intertwined at one point. 3 swords hovered at that point, or rather, 3 rays of sword will, nourished by Futian's Great Way. The 3 rays of sword will became more terrifying by the second. The surrounding Great Way suddenly evolved into a violent vortex, and the celestial shadow shot up to 100 feet, and fusing into the surrounding heavens and earth. Within the 3 rays of sword will, violent vortices appeared that swallowed everything. Accompanying the blades of light that emanated, a massive sword aura appeared in the region, and intense ripples appeared even across the Great Way matrix. Cheep, cheep. A sharp screech sounded throughout the entire region as billions of currents of sword will cascaded from the heavens. It was as though each strand of sword will contained a strong intent to assault. However, that only lasted for an instant. Everything merged into Futian's body, and countless strands of sword will wound around his body. The storm around gradually died down. Futian opened his eyes. His body that levitated in the sky was as straight as a sword. Although it was a human body, it gave off the impression that it was sharper than any sword. The way of the sword nourishes the sword will. I wonder how strong my attack power is now, Futian thought silently. Previously, during the Battle of Dongyuan Pavilion, just one streak of sword will that wasn't even this strong could slay multiple middle-level Renwangs. Now that he was emanating sword will, he was surely a lot stronger and could kill a common middle-level Renwang with a single strike. Below beside the Dongyuan Pavilion, Helian Yu raised her head and looked up at the sky. Ripples were coursing through the Great Way matrix. She knew that Futian was cultivating above. Having followed Futian for quite some time already, Helian Yu even knew the cultivation method he was using. Can he successfully cultivate using the method recorded in that scripture? A figure in white gradually descended from above Dongyuan Pavilion. Helian Yu looked at the silhouette and could sense Futian's aura. Beneath his handsome features was a radiance that was akin to a polished sword. At that moment, Lianyo understood that after those few days of cultivation, Futian's swordsmanship has gotten stronger. Futian slowly descended beside Helian Yu. He smiled and asked, "What is the matter? How strong are you now, really?" Helian Yu couldn't help but ask Futian as she looked at him. She had been curious for too long. Of course, it was only because they were already familiar with each other that she would ask this question in such a straightforward manner. Level 3 Divine Wheel, but only my Divine Wheel of the Great Path has been cultivated to perfection. Didn't you already see it all? Futian grinned as he asked. I am asking about your fighting strength. Helian Yu looked at Futian. I've always had a hypothesis. Last year, among the top factions on this continent, there was an evil faction, Senluo Manor, that was annihilated overnight. After that, a swordsman started cultivating in Senluo Manor. As she finished speaking, she stared at Futian. Even though she had made some conjectures a long time ago, she still wanted to hear Futian acknowledge it himself. Futian saw the curiosity in Helian Yu's eyes. Likely, Emperor Holian's attitude toward him might have something to do with this. However, the fact that Helian Yu could ask him this question was a sign of mutual trust. I am going to cultivate at Dongyuan Pavilion now. Futian did not answer her directly. He smirked as he strolled to the entrance of Dongyuan Pavilion. Helian Yu gazed at the silhouette of Futian's back. Even though Futian did not answer her directly, she already knew the answer. Helian Yu sighed deeply, slightly shaken. While she had guessed it initially, she was still shocked when she really obtained acknowledgement from Futian. After all, he was only at level 3 Divine Wheel. How was he able to slay a high-level Renhuang? The Senluo Manor chief's level of cultivation was definitely on the same level as those of her father and Lu Han. He had always wanted to become one of the powers in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. Still, because a few major factions joined together to prevent Senluo Manor from entering, Senluo Manor had always been excluded from Dongyuan Pavilion. No one would have expected him to be slain by Futian alone. In that case, If Yang Dongqing really wished Yi Futian any harm, he would find it difficult to execute whatever plan he had in mind. However, she would also not remind Yang Dongqing or the Yang family about it. Using her father's words, even though they were allies once, they had joined forces because they shared the same goal then. However, since their stance and viewpoints were different, there was no need to be concerned with them. Previously, Yang Dongqing was unscrupulous when he targeted the Beigong family. They would not start a conflict with Yang Dongqing nor the Yang family, but there is still no need to remind him. Her father said that the sly old fox Beigong Ao of the Beigong family might also have foreseen some things. If Yang Dongqing made a blunder in the future, then he could only blame himself for his foolishness. Compared to Yang Dongqing, Beigong Ao was quite astute. He changed his stand at the crucial moment to support them in the past and stood on the side of the winners. Furthermore, he sent Beigong Shuang to Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate. This head of the Beigong family was indeed an astute person. As Yi Futian walked into Dongyuan Pavilion, many people bowed as they saw him. Pavilion Master. Lionian Sword Emperor. The numerous people who bowed were all practitioners who passed the trial and entered Dongyuan Pavilion. They revered Yi Futian, and there were even some who called him the white-haired Sword Emperor, endearingly. Yi Futian would always nod his head as a form of reply. The Pavilion Master is really handsome and is without parallel. He is the most extraordinary and exceptional being that I have ever seen. No one can compare to him, someone said in a low whisper. Even when it comes to talent, he is also unrivaled. If only I could become the Pavilion Master's cultivation partner, a young woman said with a dreamy smile on her face. A few people shot her contemptuous looks. This boy-crazy woman, the belle of the Beigong family, is currently cultivating in Dongyuan Pavilion, and then there is still the elder princess of the Helian royal family. How can you even compare? Someone jokingly said. His unrestrained comment roused some laughter among the crowd. Ahem. A cold voice sounded out. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw an elder flipping through an ancient scripture. The fact that he was a Ren Huang practitioner instantly silenced everyone, especially when they knew that they were disturbing his cultivation. However, he had already attained the Ren Huang grade, so why was he still on the lowest floor of Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian walked toward the stairway leading to the upper floors of Dongyuan Pavilion. Given his current cultivation level, the cultivation methods in the lower levels no longer had any value to him. Recently, numerous people have joined Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate, so Dongyuan Pavilion was quite crowded. Even though there was a limit to the number of people allowed in Dongyuan Pavilion, each floor still had quite a few people. With each floor that Yi Futian climbed, there would always be practitioners who would greet him as Pavilion Master. When Yi Futian arrived at one of the higher floors, someone shouted, Pavilion Master. Somewhere in the distance, Yi Futian saw a feminine silhouette lowering her arms while in the midst of performing some action, turned her head toward him, and called out, Pavilion Master Yi. Ah, Miss Shuang, you are here too, Yi Futian replied. Beigong Shuang nodded. I have just entered the Ren Huang stage and still have many questions regarding cultivation, so I have been staying in Dongyuan Pavilion, referring to ancient scriptures. Dongyuan Pavilion was indeed constructed by the great emperor. It's really all-encompassing. Indeed, one can learn a lot within Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian nodded his head. Please continue reading then. With that, he continued to proceed to the higher floors. Unexpectedly, Yi Futian saw Beigong Shuang also stepping forward, following behind him. Is there anything else I can help you with, Miss Shuang? Yi Futian asked. I would like to see what the Pavilion Master is reading in Dongyuan Pavilion and learn from you, Beigong Shuang said softly. However, if doing so would disturb Pavilion Master, then I shall not. Her voice was soft, gentle, and warm and made people feel really comfortable. Yi Futian thought to himself, the Beigong family really knows how to choose their people. Do as you please, Yi Futian said as he smiled and walked up the stairs. Even though Yi Futian said to do as she pleased, Beigong Shuang did not hesitate but rather closely followed Yi Futian up the stairs. Yi Futian felt a little perplexed. At any rate, Beigong Shuang was a practitioner who had already attained the Ren Huang level nonetheless. He did not concern himself with her. He started reading the cultivation techniques that could be found in records in Dongyuan Pavilion. Bei Shuang also quietly followed without troubling him. When Yi Futian finished reading a scripture, she would read it after. Whatever Yi Futian read, she would also read. This state of things continued for a few days. Even though Yi Futian wasn't too bothered by it, as time passed, he still felt baffled by her behavior. One day, he paused his cultivation for a while, looked toward Bei Shuang, and said, "Ms. Shuang, the cultivation techniques that I am learning are suited for my own great path, but they may not necessarily be compatible with you." Bei Shuang nodded. "I know." Yi Futian looked at her. While he was a bit annoyed, the beautiful face of hers made it impossible for him to really get angry at her. Was she really that dumb, or was she playing dumb? It is just that fundamentally, cultivation should never be limited to our own great paths since all great paths are alike. In the few days that I have been following Pavilion Master Yi and reading these ancient scriptures, I have learned a lot, and my own cultivation has benefited greatly. Given this case, what is the issue? Bei Shuang stated as she looked at Yi Futian. While that may be the case, would you not benefit more if you selected some volumes that were more appropriate for you? Yi Futian asked. I have ascended to the Renhuang stage not too long ago, so I really don't know what would suit me more or what I should read. Furthermore, Dongyuan Pavilion is so huge. Bei Shuang looked at Yi Futian and said, since Father gives Pavilion Master Yi high praise, I too naturally believe that Pavilion Master Ye's insights can be trusted, so I decided to follow you to cultivate together. If Pavilion Master Yi minds me, then I can stay a little further. I will only go ahead when you have finished reading the scriptures. As she finished her sentence, she really started moving toward the side without any sign of displeasure, maintaining a rather nonchalant expression. Yi Futian could not find the words to reply to this nor rebut her. He smiled and shook his head and then left her side. He let Bei Shuang be and did not concern himself with her again. Indeed, Bei Shuang kept a distance from Yi Futian, but like what she did previously, she looked through the volumes of scriptures that he read. After cultivating for a few more days, Yi Futian left. Afterward, when he returned to Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate again, he brought Xia Qingyuan along and had her accompany him around. Yet, completely out of his expectations, Bei Shuang did not leave him and still followed him around. Yi Futian really wanted to know exactly what she was thinking in that mind of hers. Bei Shuang's behavior even attracted attention from other people in Dongyuan Pavilion, and this even spread outside of the pavilion and became an exciting topic of conversation for many people in Dongyuan City. Stories of the beauty and the prodigy naturally spread the fastest. Furthermore, these rumors weren't constrained by the level of cultivation at all. The higher the level of cultivation of the practitioners involved, the greater the curiosity they sparked. In this case, it was especially so because the relationships were rather complex. The main characters seemed to be involved in a love triangle. This did provide some fuel for post-meal and post-tea conversation for the common folk. Although Yi Futian was a little bothered by it, it did enrich his boring days of cultivation to a certain extent. After all, cultivation was extremely dry. Time flew by quickly, and unconsciously a year had passed without Yi Futian ever leaving Dongyuan Pavilion. When the year 10046 of the Divine Prefecture calendar arrived, Emperor Helian, Yang Dongqing, and Bei Ao visited Dongyuan Pavilion again. Yi Futian walked toward them in Dongyuan Pavilion, and the three people greeted him. Pavilion Master Yi. There is no need for formalities, my seniors, Yi Futian said, laughing. It's the first day of the year. What matters have drawn busy men such as yourselves to Dongyuan Pavilion? We actually made this trip for a specific reason. I'm sure Pavilion Master will know of it soon enough. Emperor Helian grinned. Yi Futian let out an expression of bafflement and surprise. The three major factions arrived at the same time for some reason. It seemed that this cause was something extraordinary, or else they would not have placed such importance on it. Yi Futian looked towards Emperor Helian, smiled, and said, Senior Helian, please don't keep me on pins. I'm dying of curiosity. Emperor Helian smirked and said, All right then. Say, has Pavilion Master heard of the Eastern Deity Island? Yi Futian shook his head. Naturally, he had not heard of such a place before. Among the numerous continents in the Donghua domain, there are some continents that are the pinnacle of power, and there are others that are filled with wonders. The Eastern Deity Island is located on the Penglai continent, which is a rather unique continent in the region that we are in, Emperor Helion explained to Yi Futian. They all discovered that this Yi Futian seemed to know extremely little about the outside world. He was unaware of even the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. Where in the heavens did this freak of nature come from? Penglai continent, Yi Futian muttered softly to himself. The continent on which Dongyuan Pavilion is located had no name. Since there were too many continents to count in the divine prefectures of the East, typically, continents would be unnamed. To the entire divine prefectures of the East, a place like a continent would be a tiny region. Hence, there was no reason to give it a name. Emperor Helion nodded and said, Penglai continent is at the geographical center of the surrounding thousands of continents and is hence extremely prosperous. Many exceedingly strong factions reside on that continent, and I don't mean factions like the Helion royal family, but rather massive factions that really have level 9 Renwangs leading them. However, the most important reason why Penglai continent is so famous isn't the existence of these top-tier factions, but rather the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. The owner of this island used to be an exceedingly powerful figure. It has been said that his cultivation level had reached the Emperor plane. So many people referred to him as Donglai Supreme Deity. He was also an apothecary grandmaster. Apothecary grandmasters are extremely rare in the world of cultivation. They are even much less common than blacksmith grandmasters. This has something to do with the elemental attributes of practitioners. Thus, this Donglai Supreme Deity was an extremely renowned figure in the past, with countless virtuosos often commissioning him to concoct elixirs for them. Alas, it was also because of this. He made some powerful enemies and was eventually killed. Emperor Helion continued to elaborate. Thereafter, the Eastern Deity Island was hidden from sight for many years. It was only until Donghuang the Great unified the divine prefectures that the Eastern Deity Island resurfaced. Every decade, practitioners from the Eastern Deity Island would proceed to the capitals of the surrounding continents to invite people to travel to the Eastern Deity Island to pursue their great paths. Coincidentally, it has been 10 years since they last extended an invitation, and so we have come early to wait for their arrival. Yi Futian nodded. So that was what it was. The divine prefecture was vast and endless, with countless varieties of life. Certainly, there would be numerous peculiar practitioners as well. Further, considering the innumerable years of history of the divine prefecture and the multitude of influential figures, the fact that such a place existed should be highly possible and not at all unexpected. So what opportunities are there on the Eastern Deity Island? Yi Futian asked. Since they could invite people from thousands of continents over, there should be opportunities for cultivating the Great Path. There are many opportunities. The Eastern Deity Island has had years of inheritance. There was also Supreme Deity Penglai the Apothecary, so, of course, there are countless treasures and various opportunities for one to be enlightened about cultivating one's great path on the island. Hence, when the Eastern Deity Island is opened every 10 years, the Penglai continent would host a massive pageant for practitioners of the Great Way, and there would also be a grand trading convention, Emperor Helion continued. Yi Futian nodded his head in agreement. Although the strength of this continent did not seem great to him, at the very least, there were a few factions led by high-level Renwangs and thus was certainly stronger than many realms among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the original realm. It was just that he had already caused such a large upheaval in the 9 realms, had set his sight on greater things, and had a high level of cultivation himself, so he didn't notice the existence of such an event. Nonetheless, he wondered how grand an event must be if people from thousands of continents attended at the same time. The divine prefecture was way vaster and more prosperous than the original realm. They could not even be compared. Furthermore, he had not even made contact with any faction at the pinnacle of power. The Eastern Deity Island should belong to that level. Still, he wondered about the strength of the most powerful figure on the Eastern Deity Island after the death of Supreme Deity Donglai. Will anyone from the Eastern Deity Island come today? Yi Futian queried. They should have arrived earlier. The people from the Eastern Deity Island have always been very punctual all these years, Emperor Helion replied. Well then, it seems like the Eastern Deity Island of today is still very rich in resources, eh? Yi Futian spoke softly. How much manpower did the island need to simultaneously send representatives to thousands of continents? Even considering that they made use of teleportation matrices, one could still tell that the Eastern Deity Island had numerous virtuosos. In the past century, the Eastern Deity Island had absorbed several practitioners with unusually high potential to cultivate on the island. In over 300 years, the Eastern Deity Island had opened its shores 30 times and attracted several influential people. So, of course, they would have an abundance of resources. Furthermore, the Eastern Deity Island now very rarely communicates outside of its territory, so very few people know how strong they really are now. Some people guess that apart from the supreme deity Donglai, the Eastern Deity Island may already have fully recovered its full vitality, Emperor Helion said. Yi Futian nodded. He had become a little bit more excited. In the past few years, apart from settling matters in Dongyuan Pavilion, the only thing he did was cultivate. It was time for him to experience the world outside. Anyway, it was also a form of raising his cultivation level. At this point, Beigong Ao turned his head and looked outwards from Dongyuan Pavilion. Right after him, Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing also turned their heads. They've come, Beigong Ao announced. Yi Futian also stared outwards into the distance. He sensed a strong aura moving towards him. Indeed, like what Emperor Helion said, they were very punctual. A column of women draped in white robes were walking on air, mist surrounding them. They had an aura that bore some semblance to those of deities. They were certainly extraordinary. The people around Dongyuan Pavilion all raised their heads and looked up towards them. Different from Yi Futian, they all guessed who had arrived. The goddesses of Eastern Deity Island arrived. The Eastern Deity Island has come to pay a visit. Yi Futian looked towards the source of the voice and spoke loudly, "Welcome, goddesses." As he finished speaking, he saw the row of goddesses float straight into the airspace above Dongyuan Pavilion and swiftly landed beside Yi Futian. Yi Futian regarded the people from the Eastern Deity Island. They were all gorgeous women, in particular the leader of the group. It was as though she were an angel with otherworldly qualities who had descended from the 9 heavens into the moral realm. Apart from having a distinctive disposition, she also had exceedingly stunning features that could rival the top beauty of the Beigong family, Beigong Shuang. However, the two had completely different auras. It seems like the Eastern Deity Island did not only have opportunities for cultivating one's great path, it also had bewitching women. Yi Futian could sense the ethereal aura of the lead goddess that seemed to both exist and not at the same time. This woman had a similar level of cultivation to his, but her divine will might be unique. The lead goddess, similarly, was regarding Yi Futian. Yi Futian was at the front of the group gathered here, so of course, he would attract her attention. "Could I ask, which among you is the Dongyuan Pavilion master?" the goddess asked. Everyone looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian replied, "That would be me." The host of goddesses looked at Yi Futian and let out an astonished expression. The eyes of the lead goddess also flickered. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion was only at the level of a lower Renhuang. The Eastern Deity Island will be opened after 15 days. We came today to invite the Dongyuan Pavilion master to come. This is the entrance pass. One of this allows you to bring 10 people along to the island. The lead goddess spoke to Yi Futian. Right after, an ancient pass flew towards Yi Futian and levitated beside him. Yi Futian accepted the pass and said to the lead goddess, "All right, I will definitely go." The lead goddess nodded. "Apologies for the disturbance. We will be leaving now." "Goodbye, goddesses." Yi Futian nodded. The goddesses then turned and left, leaving no trace of their presence behind. After they left, many practitioners standing around Dongyuan Pavilion were riled up in anticipation. Even if they could not step onto the island, they still hoped that they could at least go to Penglai continent to widen their horizons and witness the grand gathering of highly talented practitioners from various continents. Yi Futian watched as the goddesses left. With the entrance pass in his hand, he muttered softly, "Only 10 people?" In this case, he had no choice but to only pick 2 or 3 people from the 3 main factions to accompany him. This is the rule set by the Eastern Deity Island. Otherwise, there would be too many people swarming towards the island at once, Beigong Ao said. In addition, Once you have arrived at the Penglai Deity Island, you really have to keep that entrance pass safely, and you should not easily let other people know that you possess such a pass. Yi Futian looked at Beigong Ao and said, "Robbery?" "Mm." Beigong Ao nodded his head. The Eastern Deity Island allows admission only to those who possess the pass. Those who do not aren't allowed entry, regardless of who they are. Hence, it is not uncommon to see fights break out over the possession of the entry pass. Every time this event occurs on Penglai Deity Island, there will always be a lot of contention happening. Setting aside the fact that you can bring people along and gain admission to the island with this pass, the pass also has a pretty high trading value. Yi Futian understood. That was to say, even if one did not need to use it, they could also seize it to trade for other items. The Eastern Deity Island, naturally, would not interfere with these scuffles because it was also a form of elimination. Although the passes are equally distributed among the various continents, ultimately, only the most qualified people will gain admission to the island. Am I considered among the 10 places? Yi Futian asked. Nope. You can bring up to 10 people, Beigong Ao replied. Yi Futian nodded. In this case, I only need 2 slots. As for the other 8 slots, Senior Helian and Senior Beigong can each bring 2 people. I'm sorry, Senior Yang, but you can only bring 1 person. I will surely compensate you for this unfairness next time. Of course, my seniors, you can bring more people if they aren't entering the Eastern Deity Island, but want to look around the Penglai continent. All right. Naturally, Emperor Helian and Beigong Ao did not have any issues with this distribution. While they had some thoughts, they kept them to themselves and did not express them at all. When Yang Dongqing heard Yi Futian's words, he was stunned for a moment but instantly recovered. Nonetheless, he felt unhappy. Only his Yang family had to bring 1 less person? Were they even lesser than the Beigong family? Very well, Pavilion Master. Please allocate spots as you wish. Yang Dongqing also nodded, his voice revealing none of the anger he was feeling. Since everyone is agreeable, please start making preparations. We will head there directly, Yi Futian announced. His sight briefly landed on Yang Dongqing for a moment before moving on. Yi Futian did this on purpose to test him. If Yang Dongqing had any ill designs on him, then this trip to the Penglai continent will be Yang Dongqing's opportunity to act. Having traveled to Dongyuan Pavilion, the 3 major factions have naturally already made sufficient preparations. After some matters in Dongyuan Pavilion were settled, the contingent of people departed in a grand fashion. For this trip, the 3 major factions each brought along people numbering in the teens. These practitioners had all achieved the Renhuang stage. Although technically practitioners in the Saint stage could also seek opportunities in Penglai continent, there weren't enough people to spare from Dongyuan Pavilion. Furthermore, opportunities for furthering one's cultivation was not even guaranteed for Renhuang level practitioners, let alone their juniors in the Saint and Sage levels. Under these conditions, naturally, only those with the highest chance of success would be departing, and so these people were all Renhuang level practitioners. In the empty space, the party of practitioners traveled majestically. They stood on a gigantic speed implement, whizzing through the air at an incredible speed. Yi Futian stood in the middle of the crowd with Xia Qingyuan at his side and Little Condor behind him. On the left and right were Emperor Helian and Beigong Ao, respectively. Meanwhile, Yang Dongqing stood with the Yang family members at the side. Pavilion Master Yi, this lass has caused you some trouble during this period, eh? Beigong Ao spoke to the Yi Futian who was beside him. The woman standing next to Beigong Ao was Beigong Shuang. Yi Futian glanced at Beigong Shuang and saw that she, too, was looking straight at him. He wondered if Beigong Ao was truly unaware, or if he was just pretending. How can it be? Ms. Shuang is very dedicated to cultivation, and her efforts in cultivating have taught me a few things, too, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Indeed, she has been captivated by cultivating since she was a kid. Beigong Ao smiled and nodded. Since that is the case, then I shall have her contact Pavilion Master more often in the future. Surely this will also benefit her cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Beigong Ao. He could not find the words to reply. Emperor Helian slightly narrowed his eyes. Beigong Ao, you old fox, he thought to himself. Beigong Ao had always been very shrewd. Beigong Shuang was not only extremely beautiful, but she was also not underhanded at all. Furthermore, he had that she was also a cultivation prodigy and had been nurtured very carefully by Beigong Ao. Oh yes, I have never asked Pavilion Master Yi before, but with your exceptional talent, you must have a pretty solid background. How and why are you now in Dongyuan City? Beigong Ao asked curiously. At this moment, Emperor Helian, as well as Yang Dongqing, listened very intently. They were also baffled by this. Furthermore, Yi Futian did not even know about the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. I come from a land far, far away, Yi Futian casually replied. He did not continue to elaborate. Noticing that Yi Futian was not interested in continuing the conversation, Beigong Ao was clever on it and did not press any further. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking the enigma that is Yi Futian. The party casually talked about other topics, and Yi Futian took the opportunity to further understand the Penglai continent, as well as Eastern Deity Island. Unwittingly, they have traveled outside the continent's territory. Yi Futian turned his sight forwards. Clouds and mist swirled around him, and the spiritual qi was as dense as deity mist, wafting about their feet. In his line of sight, he could spot another continent in the distance. Indeed, like what Yingqing said previously, continents were near each other. Furthermore, they were nothing like the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, where there was spatial turbulence between continents. In the Divine Prefecture, all the continents were like an entire body, hovering about in the endless universe as though they were in the realm of deities. Yi Futian and the rest of the party did not land on that other continent, but rather proceeded on in the space above. As they traveled, they would often see continents that appeared as tiles floating about in space. Some levitated above them while others hovered below. It was quite the extraordinary sight. In the region around Penglai continent, there were already thousands of continents, and Penglai continent was only one continent in the Donghua domain. How many of these continents were there in the entire Donghua domain? Then, how many continents were there in the divine prefectures of the East? This number was way too big to be imagined, and the number of practitioners was also extremely huge. Among these many practitioners, he wondered how many influential and powerful figures would emerge. However, in the entire divine prefecture, there was only one great emperor. How powerful exactly was this great emperor? In a couple of days, while Yi Futian and the rest were still traveling in space, the number of virtuosos around them increased. Occasionally, they would see a cluster of practitioners traveling through space like them towards the same direction. Seeing these, everyone understood that they were about to arrive at their destination. The Penglai continent had garnered the attention of thousands of continents. There was no way to count the number of virtuosos who had rushed to the continent. Apart from the invited factions, many practitioners from the outer realms would also come on their own accord to seek their own cultivation opportunity. This grand event only occurred every decade and is thus a chance not to be missed. Ahead, deity mist swirled around a large landmass. That would be the Penglai continent, Emperor Helian said to Yi Futian as he looked ahead. Yi Futian nodded. As the center of over 1,000 continents, Penglai continent was naturally extremely huge, its vast territory extending into the distance. Where is the Eastern Deity Island located on this continent? Yi Futian asked. There is an independent region on the Penglai continent that is known as the Penglai Deity region. There lies the entrance to the Eastern Deity Island. It is also the gathering location for this decennial grand event. In the Penglai Deity region, there is no top-tier faction governing the area. This is not because they are unable to do so, but rather because they intentionally created this power vacuum to make this area completely independent from the other regions in the Penglai continent. Every decade there will be a grand trading fair, Emperor Helian explained. Yi Futian nodded. The party gradually closed in on the continent. Finally, after spending 7 days traversing through empty space on their speed implement, they have arrived at Penglai continent. It was not the first time that Emperor Helian or the other two heads of the family had come to this continent, so they were familiar with the area and thus continued to make their way to the gathering point. Around them, there were quite a few people who, like them, were heading towards the Penglai deity region. The people below would occasionally raise their heads and look upwards. As they looked upon the virtuosos flying by above them, ripples coursed through their hearts. Regardless of the continent, the world of cultivation will forever be shaped like a pyramid. The higher the level of cultivation, the fewer the number of people. There were many Renhuang-level practitioners in the Divine Prefecture because the base number of practitioners is enormous, and numerous people have cultivated for many years. Relative to the Renhuangs, there are even more people in the lower cultivation levels. Naturally, Penglai Continent is no exception to this rule. Due to the occurrence of this grand event, many virtuosos from various places have come to gather on this continent. Seeing the gathering of so many virtuosos motivated the hearts of many lower-level practitioners, who all silently swore in their hearts that they would put in even more effort into cultivation, so that they might one day also be eligible to participate in this grand event. In the empty space above, a traveler heading in the same direction looked at Futian's party and asked, "Are you all heading to the Penglai Deity Region Convention?" Futian and the rest looked over and saw an elderly practitioner seated on a gourd, letting off an aura like that of a deity. Beigong Ao nodded his head and replied, "Did you all come at the invitation of the Eastern Deity Island? Where do you come from? Coincidentally, I am also heading there. Why don't we travel together?" The elders said with a smile, "We come from an unnamed continent and are here to train. How could we have been invited?" Beigong Ao replied with a faint smile, "Pavilion Master, I'm sure you still remember what we talked about the last time. The Eastern Deity Entrance Pass is extremely valuable. Many practitioners are not sent an invitation even though they are strong, and will look for opportunities to seize a pass from other people. This elder should be a casual cultivator, but his level of cultivation should be really high." Emperor Helion spoke telepathically to Futian on the other side of the speed implement. Futian naturally understood. He was the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, and only factions like the one that he was leading would be sent an invitation and given an Eastern Deity Pass. When Beigong Ao intentionally hid the truth, he was guarding against the elder. The elder squinted his eyes, with a small gourd in his hands. He tilted his head backward and took a sip of rice wine from his gourd, sighed deeply, and continued, No, it doesn't seem like that. I am not that old that my eyes are blurred. 3 high-level Renhuangs, tens of Renhuang-level virtuosos. You must be from some powerful cultivating faction from some continent. You did not tell this old man the truth." "Oh no, we wouldn't dare deceive our elders," Beigong Ao said, his smile still plastered to his face. However, it was obvious that the smiles from these two people were very fake. The elder turned his sight to Futian and asked, "Well then, what identity do you hold? This is strange, very strange indeed." Given his experience, the elder naturally could, with just one look, tell that Futian is the core figure in this group of people. He stood right in the middle of the group, and the 3 most powerful practitioners in the group stood around him. Furthermore, the few most beautiful women were also standing next to him. His status in the group was unquestionable. "I am Yi Lionian, a practitioner from an unnamed continent." "I don't have any status," Futian laughed. "Since Old Senior is also going to Penglai Deity Island, and that we were brought together by fate, let's travel together. Just as well, I'm feeling a little peckish now. Perhaps I might have a cup of wine from you." When the elder heard Futian's very casual and unguarded reply, some curiosity sparked in his eyes. As he regarded Futian, he muttered softly, "Interesting." Futian actually agreed to travel with him, invited him to travel together, and even wanted to ask for wine? Very interesting indeed. "Be wary of this man," a voice sounded out from afar. A group of people rushed over from behind. The leader of the group is a middle-aged woman who was giving off a bone-chilling intent to kill. She glared at the elder and said, "Return my Eastern Deity Pass." The elder glanced at that woman behind him and said, "Since when did I take your Eastern Deity Pass?" "You." Everyone stared at the elder. This old man obviously stole the Eastern Deity Pass, yet he refused to admit it. "What about me? At the very least, I am a lot older than you. Do you not know how to address me with a little more respect?" Indeed, once a woman becomes older, her temper grows with her age. The elder spoke flatly. The middle-aged woman's face was as white as frost, and she let out a wisp of a cold aura. Looking at Futian and his group, she said, "Everyone, this old geezer stole my Eastern Deity Pass, and that is his motive for getting close to you. How about let's join hands and take him down?" "It is not wise to interfere in the business of others," Emperor Helion telepathically spoke, worried that Yi Futian may try to be a good Samaritan and help the woman. Of course, Yi Futian understood this. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that the elder didn't seem to have harmed anyone. If these were the hidden rules of the Eastern Deity Island, then they should settle it with their own strength, and there was thus no need for him to interfere. "We are still hurrying, goodbye," Yi Futian replied indifferently. He continued moving forward. The Penglai deity region was in the middle of the continent. It was shrouded by an incomparably dense spiritual qi. It felt as though one were in the deity realm. Legends had it that the Penglai deity region contained a natural matrix that drew in spiritual qi from the heavens and earth, a matrix laid out by the Donglai supreme deity in the past. This was originally the outer regions around the Eastern Deity Island, and it was part of the Eastern Deity Island territory. In present times, the Penglai deity region was unbelievably flourishing. With people from over 1,000 continents gathered here, the number of practitioners was unimaginably large. In the empty space, Yi Futian and his party were traversing the airspace above the Penglai deity region. In their surroundings, people were bustling about like a crowd of deities walking about in the air, making this Penglai deity region really seem like the realms of deities. Yi Futian surveyed the entire region and observed the practitioners that came and went. Some were elders who gave off deity-like auras, and some were beautiful women that could bewitch anyone with a look. There were also powerful figures whose auras intimidated everyone, and cheeky youngsters who paid no attention to rules of courtesy. There were even monks and nuns. Every time the Eastern Deity Island opens, there will always be many people in the Penglai deity region. You can find all types of people here, practitioners from the good faction, those from the evil faction. Basically, there will be a large number of practitioners of all types, Emperor Helion said softly. He instructed his people behind him, "While you are here, be careful and avoid getting yourself into trouble." Emperor Helion's subordinates nodded their heads. Among those from the Helion royal family who came, apart from Elder Princess Helion, there were other royal descendants and virtuosos from the royal family. There were still a few days before the Eastern Deity Island opened, so Emperor Helion decided to remind them. This was not their home continent. On that continent, they were the most powerful people. On the other hand, on this continent, they would not even know the background of any person should they get into a fight with them. Furthermore, they might not even know who to take revenge on if anything happened. The divine prefecture was so vast. If their opponent left, where would they even start searching? Yi Futian shifted his gaze below and saw many intricately built towers and houses, courtyards, and pavilions. It was a scene of luxury and prosperity. Furthermore, he also noticed that many people had laid out their wares for trade in the pavilions. These traders could not be underestimated too. Yi Futian took just a casual glance around and realized that those traders were actually Renhuang-level practitioners. In fact, it was extremely difficult to spot someone who was below the Renhuang stage. The reason for this was simple. Any weak practitioner would not dare take out any treasure to sell or trade. If they did and were targeted, they would have no means to protect themselves or their property. "Is this how trading is done here?" Yi Futian asked aloud. "Nope. This is just one of the forms. There are many other very famous trading areas in the Penglai deity region," Emperor Helion explained. If anyone had a very valuable item to sell or trade, they would trade in those areas. However, they would release the information beforehand to give interested buyers and traders enough time to travel to the trading location. The most renowned trading location in the Penglai deity region is the Penglai deity lake, and it appears only every 10 years when the Eastern Deity Island opens up to the rest of the world. Common treasures are not even eligible to be traded in that location. Anyone who wanted to trade there had to first have their treasures appraised, then assessed if their treasure was of a high enough grade before being allowed to trade it in the area. Yi Futian nodded his head. Upon hearing this, he was indeed intrigued and wanted to take a look around. After all, he did possess quite a few treasures himself. "Well, let's go down then," Yi Futian said. While people were hurrying about in the skies above the Penglai deity region, it was even more bustling on the ground. The party landed on the ground and walked on this deity realm-like land. There were no goose houses around, although there were a few inns that could only accommodate a few people. The fragrance of alcohol wafted from the sides of the pavement, and pervaded the street. Apart from this, in this deity realm, the typical person had aesthetic features. When one cultivated to a high enough level, their bodies and auras would undergo a profound change. A woman would develop striking features, especially women who were born beautiful. They could be said to be very pleasing to the eyes. However, once they have cultivated to such a high level, the temptation of physical attractiveness would no longer be that great. Are you selling spirit herbs? Futian looked towards the pavilion at the side. There was an old man in ragged clothes standing behind his stall. There was only one stalk of spirit herb. It was completely crimson, and it caused the air around it to be quite hot. Futian could vaguely sense the will of fire contained within the herb. It was formed after being nourished by the will of a great path. Bagong Ao nodded and said, "This spirit herb isn't of a high grade, so it should not be very valuable. However, to a practitioner at the Saint Plane, it would be extremely useful." Futian nodded his head. In the past, when he was still in the original realm, he once traveled to the ocean path in the secret zone in the Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate further, and so he understood. The party continued moving forward. While they did see quite a number of valuable items, none of them interested Futian. After all, he had seen much greater things and thus was not easily impressed. "Why don't we go take a look at the Penglai deity lake?" Futian said. The party continued on their way and came upon an ethereal mountain. Around the mountain, there were matrices laid out and even highly skilled practitioners standing guard. "Do you all want to go in with me, or?" Futian asked as he looked at Emperor Helion and the rest. "I will also go in and take a look," Emperor Helion smiled and said. After giving out instructions to his people behind him, he just brought along 2 people. Bagong Ao and Yang Dongqing did the same. 11 people continued proceeding forward, and these 11 people were the same people who were going to enter the Eastern Deity Island, while the others waited outside. At the stairway to Deity Lake, someone lightly bowed to them, smiled, and said, "Distinguished guests." Futian and the rest naturally understood what the person meant. Everyone who came here understood the rules. Futian took out an entrance pass and asked, "Will this be fine?" "Yes, of course." The person smiled. "Please proceed." The entrance pass that Futian retrieved was the Eastern Deity Entrance Pass. This item could be used to trade for things, and it could fetch quite a high price too. The pass also proved that Futian and his party had been extended the invitation and were thus allowed to enter. As they walked upwards, they could feel that the region gathered the essence of the heavens and earth, and spiritual chi was concentrated to an unbelievable extent. In a luxurious pavilion, there was a deity lake, in which the aura of deities pervaded. Around Deity Lake, there were many extraordinary figures trading items. While there weren't many people here, those who were here had cultivation levels and auras that far surpassed those who were outside this area. The Penglai Deity Lake was 5 kilometers long. This pavilion inside was unbelievably extravagant. It was 100 meters tall and was like a completely different world. On the 2 sides of Deity Lake were a couple of stalls. There were quite a few people who were seated cross-legged on the ground, and arranged in front of them were some treasures, most of which were pretty valuable. "What is this?" Futian stopped at a certain stall. Laid out on the ground were 2 mirrors, from which Futian unexpectedly sensed a slight ripple in the Great Path, and even a few wisps of spatial will of the Great Path. These are the mother-son Yuanyang mirrors, mirrors that are bound to each other. When 2 people simultaneously refine the mirrors, they will be able to see each other and communicate through the mirrors even if they are separated by billions of continents. The stall owner exuded a deity-like aura and had an unusual air about him. He looked at Xiaqingyuan, who was standing beside Futian, and said, "If my friend here and your missus lack these, they will be very useful to you." Futian's expression shifted slightly. He did not know that such treasures existed. After all, he had never heard about them in the original realm. In the Divine Prefecture, blacksmith grandmasters cannot be matched by anyone in the original realm. In fact, they might not even be found in the original realm, and so many forging techniques have ceased to be passed on. If they had this item, it would make things very convenient for them. However, what caught Xiaqing Yuan's attention was how the stall owner addressed her. She turned her beautiful eyes to the Futian beside her and noticed that he actually did not deny it. "What is the price?" Yi Futian asked. "A ninth-grade Renhuang implement," the stall owner stated his price. Practitioners in the Divine Prefecture aligned the grades of implements to cultivation levels, so there were 9 grades of implements. Thus, any ninth-grade Renhuang implement was a top-tier implement. "It's just a communication device. Surely it's not worth that much?" Yi Futian said. "Although this pair of mother-son Yuanyang mirrors is just a communication device, it is very difficult to forge them, and only blacksmith super grandmasters are able to do so. Even then, they need to be well-versed in various elements of great paths and have to use very rare materials in order to forge them. Thus, the item is extremely valuable, and only powerful figures in top-tier factions could afford to use this, making it a symbol of status. My friend, with just a look, I can tell that you are standing on the pinnacle of authority and that you have an extraordinary aura. Your missus here is also no commoner. She looks absolutely stunning. Only people like yourselves are compatible with the item. Furthermore, it would be difficult to avoid being apart from your missus in the future. Should you encounter any trouble, this item would make it very easy for you to communicate with each other." The old stall owner had a very glib tongue. Yi Futian just felt that it was a pity. If he had obtained an item like this earlier, he could have left one for Jieyu. Indeed, as he said, while the item isn't particularly useful, it is very difficult to forge. Treasures like this are quite rare. Since it isn't very useful, there aren't that many that are made, and only the core disciples and top-tier factions will need to use them, Emperor Helion telepathically spoke to Yi Futian. Yi Futian also understood the logic. "Nonetheless, you can try bargaining," Emperor Helion said. Yi Futian looked at Xiaqing Yuan. He saw that she, too, was staring at him, and it looked like she wanted the item. "We've been together all along, so we don't actually need this," Yi Futian said aloud. Upon hearing this, Emperor Helion, Beigong Ao, and the rest thought hard about his words. While the two of them had been together all along, Yi Futian had never explicitly explained their relationship. This was the first time he had done so. In that case, were they really cultivation partners? A slightly surprised look flashed across Xiaqing Yuan's eyes. She lowered her head, slightly nodded, and let out a very delicate and soft sound. "Let's go." Yi Futian walked off. The old stall owner casually smiled and said, "Please do as you like. But there are a lot of people who came to Penglai Deity Lake this time, and they are all figures with very high status. There is only one pair of mother-son Yuanyang mirrors. If other people bought it, there would not be a second set left." Trading, fundamentally, was a psychological game. While Yi Futian expressed that he did not need it, he was really doing it to lower the price. Having been in the cultivation world for so many years, how could the stall owner not see through Yi Futian's mind tricks? While the lady had some intent to buy, she was a lot more concerned with what the man said. With one word from Yi Futian, she gave up on the thought. It was then up to her position in Yi Futian's heart. What a sly fox, Yi Futian thought to himself after hearing the old man speak. Indeed, the people here were all very shrewd. "How about I trade cultivation techniques for this?" Yi Futian asked. The old man shook his head. With his cultivation level, he could easily access places like the Dongyuan Pavilion, so he did not need cultivation techniques. As for the really powerful and secret techniques, the mother-son Yuanyang mirrors were not valuable enough, and he knew that. "What about an 8th-grade implement?" Yi Futian asked again. The old man still shook his head, shut his eyes, and said, "Since my friend here is insincere about buying, please leave." "Old man, you win." Yi Futian turned around and walked to the old man. The old man revealed a smile and said, "This old man can still read people very accurately. My young friend here looks like a very extraordinary person. I was certain that you could afford to trade in a 9th-grade implement. Furthermore, it's for the sake of your lady." Without saying anything, Yi Futian tossed him a storage ring. The old man used his divine consciousness to appraise the stored item, smiled, and said, "No problem. It's a deal." Yi Futian received the mother-son Yuanyang mirrors and gave one of them to Xiaqing Yuan. Apart from Little Condor, only he and Xiaqing Yuan came to the Divine Prefecture. After obtaining the Zimu Yuanyang mirror, Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan used their divine consciousness to refine them on the spot. For an item that was so valuable, they naturally had to check it out on the spot. As expected, there was nothing wrong with it. After that, they put them away. Emperor Helion and the others looked at the two of them with a long and meaningful look. That definitely confirmed the relationship between the two. Apart from that, in their eyes, Futian had become an unpredictable presence. A ninth order Runhuang ritual implement, something that would typically be regarded as their family treasures, was actually used by Futian to exchange for the Zimu Yuanyang mirror. With that, could they make the deduction that, to Futian, the ninth order Runhuang ritual implement was worth less than the Zimu Yuanyang mirror? Then, he was definitely carrying other ritual implements of the same level as him. Futian had become even more mysterious in their eyes. Yang Dongqing glanced thoughtfully at Futian. He was surprised that Futian was actually that rich. Many around them also looked at Futian. They had seen the trade that had just taken place earlier. Many people wondered about Futian's identity. After all, a person who could so easily bring out a ninth order ritual implement could not be a simple person. Young one, do you want to come over here and take a look? Before Futian left the stall to continue his journey, someone called to him. No need, Futian replied with a gentle smile. Then, he continued moving toward Deity Lake. Beams of light exuded from multiple locations in front of them. These were the divine light of the great path that came from treasures themselves, and they made the pavilion even more magnificent. It was like a dreamland. Futian scanned the area and could see that the place was filled with dazzling treasures, and it was impossible to take in everything all at once. Then, at that moment, Futian saw a familiar face. An old man sat there, drinking alcohol from a gourd. A surprised and somewhat curious expression appeared on Futian's face. The old man he encountered when entering the Penglai continent earlier had actually arrived faster than him. Moreover, he had already set up a stall within this Penglai deity lake. However, what was made Futian speechless was one of the items set up for trade in front of his stall. It was the Eastern deity token. Young friend, we meet again, said the old man with a chuckle as he looked at Futian. How do you do, dear elder? Futian replied with a gentle smile. I heard that you came here without an invite. If you want to head to the Eastern Deity Island, you will definitely need an Eastern Deity token. Do you want one, my dear young friend? I can definitely lower the price for you since we are acquaintances after all. The old man's smile was so wide that his eyes turned into a slit. It gave a sense that he was a very shrewd character. There is no need. While this young one is interested, I am unable to provide you with an item that is of an equivalent value. Futian declined his offer with a smile. The two of them went back and forth courteously, but without sincerity. All who saw their exchange on the side could easily tell that it was very fake. That is all right. The old man did not mind. Then, he said, you are also an interesting and powerful character. We might have an opportunity to meet again in the future. I look forward to it, replied Futian. After that, he walked away from the old man. Shortly after Futian walked away, a group of people stopped in front of the old man's stall. The one who led the group was a handsome young man with an exceptional aura. He directly purchased the Eastern Deity token from the old man. As the young man prepared to leave, the old man laughed and said, It is easy to tell that you are a rich person. You have an exceptional aura. I am sure you also have a not-so-normal family background. Am I right? I am but a practitioner. What is the point of talking about one's family background? The young man replied with a gentle smile. True. The old man nodded. But I have another Eastern deity token with me. Do you want to buy it as well? The young man who was just about to leave suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around to look at the old man, sizing him up seriously. The old man only smiled, squinting his eyes in the process. It made it feel like he was very cunning. This old man looked harmless. However, he was actually a hunter. A hunter hunts. Clearly, the old man definitely had more than 2 Eastern deity tokens with him. The implications of this, who would not understand? Even Futian, who had already left the stall, stopped his footsteps and turned around. He looked at the old man and suddenly remembered that the old man asked if he had the Eastern deity token when he was entering the Penglai continent back then. It seemed like his objectives were not that simple. This old man was definitely a ruthless character. Elder Thousand Phantasms? The young man shouted with a laugh after staring at the old man for some time. In that instant, everyone around the area seemed to have been stunned for a bit. Their gazes shifted towards them. So, it was him. Old Man Thousand Phantasms, also known as Holy Hand Thousand Phantasms. This man could change in tens of thousands of ways, and was thus nicknamed Thousand Phantasms. It was not his real name. As for Holy Hands, it was also a title given by the people in the cultivation world. Since this old man was an infamous thief, he was coined the title Holy Hands. As for his methods of stealing, they were considered perfect or, better yet, miraculous. However, his reputation was not as bad as one would imagine. The reason was that even though Holy Hand Thousand Phantasms was a thief, he never hurt anyone. He thieved, but with principles that he adhered to strictly. He was an oddball who mingled in the cultivation world for many years, to the point where many top figures in many continents had experienced his specialty before. As such, his reputation was not minor. In fact, one could even say he was extremely well known. Young Master June most certainly has a good eye, said the old man with a laugh. His words directly exposed the identity of the young man. In that instant, many of the people around the area were momentarily stunned again. Most of the practitioners who entered the Penglai deity region came from different continents and thus were not only not well acquainted with each other, so they could be said to not know each other at all. However, with regard to the top factions on Penglai Deity Island, they knew it well. Since they came to the island, they naturally came prepared. There was a particular clan that one needed to know if one were to arrive at Penglai Deity Island, and it was June. It was a very powerful clan name. The cultivators of the June clan had long established themselves as one of the top factions of this continent. They completely dominated the Penglai continent and were capable of influencing the other top clans within the Penglai continent. The young man's family name was June. Looking at his followers, it was not that hard to guess his identity. After all, among the top factions on the Penglai continent, there was only one that had the family name June. It was easy to associate them together. So, looking at the young man's identity and age, it was highly likely that he was the young master of the June clan, June Shoyan. Many people looked over at them with excitement. The June clan was extremely influential in this Penglai Deity Lake area as well. They were one of the factions that controlled the area behind the scenes. June Kian and Holy Hand Thousand Phantasms appearing in this location at the same time. The Penglai Deity Lake definitely lived up to its name of being a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. How many Eastern deity tokens do Mr. Thousand Phantasms have? Why don't you just bring them all out and give me a price? I have some resources with me, and I'd like to help Mr. Thousand Phantasms get rid of a few of them. June Shoyan understood clearly that there was no way that his counterpart would only have one Eastern deity tokens on him after learning of his identity. Who was Holy Hand Thousand Phantasms? He'd be ruining his reputation if he did not have at least 10 Eastern deity tokens on him. The old man smiled after hearing June Shoyan's offer. He put his hands into his pocket and brought out a bunch of Eastern deity tokens. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a few either, just 10 tokens. The cultivators in the surrounding area stared with their eyes wide open. This old bastard was certainly very ruthless. Since young Master June said so, I will be straight and give you my price, Holy Hand Thousand Phantasms said to June Shoyan. Then, he mentioned the offer to June Shoyan through voice transmission. After hearing his price, June Shoyan's expression changed. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the conditions of the opposing side. Dear Elder, it is not easy to purchase so many Eastern deity tokens in bulk. Elder, your conditions have actually become more demanding when you are selling them in a bulk of 10. This is rather confusing for this young one, Jun Chuan said. That is fine. A trade requires consent from both sides, after all. If the young master is not okay with it, it is natural that someone else will take it. This old man can wait a while. I heard that recently, the other top factions on the Penglai continent are also looking for the Eastern deity token. I will ask them later. The old man's eyes squinted into a slit. His words made Jun Shoyan's pupils dilate. His gaze fixed on the old man. This old man, did he hear something? He thought. Naturally, what Jun Shoyan said earlier was not true. The reason he was collecting those Eastern deity tokens was not to help the old man get rid of them. He had his personal uses for them. If the old man actually sold them to the other factions on the Penglai continent, it would be quite troublesome. Fine, I will take them all. Jun Shuyan nodded and decisively agreed to the old man's demands. After that, he actually made that ridiculously huge payment. That scene made many around the area think, what did it mean for the future? Futian watched for a while before returning to search for the item he needed. He still had not found an item that he wanted. However, he saw a flower. It was a flower that was sealed in darkness. The flower kept opening and closing its petals, and the petals looked as if it was a face, and when it opened, it seemed as if it was going to devour people. What is this? Futian asked. Hell's Lotus, the owner of the stall replied. It has a powerful death aura and is extremely dangerous. It is a high-class Hell's Lotus. Even high-order Renhuang can use it to help their cultivation. Price? Futian asked. 1/8 order ritual implement. The owner replied as he looked at Futian. He was very direct. Futian looked at Xiaqing Yuan and said, You cultivate the way of life and death. This can be used to help your cultivation. Refine it. Okay, Xiaqing Yuan nodded. She did not decline. She felt a warmth in her heart. The two items that Futian traded were for her. Then, at that time, a voice appeared. Jun Shuyan looked at the stall owner with a gentle smile and asked, Could you leave this treasure to me? Futian squinted slightly after hearing his question. He turned around to look at Jun Shuyan. However, Jun Shuyan did not look at him. Instead, he was still looking at the stall owner with a smile on his face. Since young Master Jun asked, there is naturally no problem. The stall owner was also a practitioner from the Penglai continent. All right, Jun Shuyan paid with a ritual implement directly and went to get his item. Futian said indifferently, Could I ask what your intention is? Jun Shuyan received the treasure and turned around. He faced Futian and took his question with a smile. Then, he passed the treasure to Futian and said, Consider this my gift to you. Let's be friends. Friends? Futian was slightly stunned. He was surprised. However, the guy bought an item and gifted it to him. Unfortunately, this likely meant that his true objective was not simple. Yes. Jun Shuyan nodded. There are only a few days left before the Eastern Deity Island opens. By then, who knows how many genius and monsters will step onto the island. I saw that you have an exceptional aura, and I believe that you are not some common folk. So, I would like to ask if you would accompany me after we get onto the Eastern Deity Island? Futian finally understood after hearing Jun Shuyan's proposal. So, he bought and gifted this treasure to him to buy him out, so that he, after entering the Eastern Deity Island, would follow him. This also meant that, after they got on the Eastern Deity Island, he would have to follow Jun Shuyan. A member of the Jun clan, Emperor Helian, who was beside Futian, transmitted his voice to him. Before they arrived at the Penglai deity region, they had briefly talked about the top factions on the Penglai continent, and among them was the Jun clan. This Jun Shuyan was, naturally, one of the young masters of the Jun clan. Futian sized him up using his eyes. This Jun Shuyan looked to be about his age, so their cultivation level should be quite similar. Naturally, his presence and aura were outstanding. Otherwise, he would not have purchased so many Eastern deity tokens over here and tried to buy Futian out and have him become his follower. It was not difficult to guess his intentions. Jun Shuyan wanted to use the Eastern deity tokens to gather a group of people to enter the Eastern Deity Island with him. One Eastern deity token would allow him to bring 10 people. If he gathered a huge number of Eastern deity tokens, it was natural that he would be able to bring a lot of cultivators with him. By buying off some other followers, he would become one of the most powerful groups that entered the Eastern Deity Island. It seemed like these top Penglai continent factions were already preparing for their entry on the Eastern Deity Island. No need. I saw this Hell's Lotus first. Could you leave it for me? Futian smiled and answered Jun Shuyan. He did not get angry, but asked politely. Not even considering it? Jun Shuyan asked. He looked towards some of the other cultivators beside him and said, Over these past few days, people from many continents have come to gather here in Penglai. I am sure you are the same. Some of these people with me are practitioners from all continents. We can help take care of each other if we stay together." "Thank you," replied Futian. Then he followed up and said, "But I am used to working alongside my friends. However, your kindness is very much appreciated." Jun Shuyan looked thoughtfully at Futian. His body stopped moving for a brief moment, and the atmosphere seemed a little tense. However, it did not last long, as in the next moment Jun Shuyan smiled and returned this Hell's Lotus to the stall owner and said, "I will leave it to him." However, the stall owner did not dare to offend Jun Shuyan. After the stall owner exchanged the item with Jun Shuyan, Futian looked at the owner. However, the stall owner smiled and said, "I apologize, but the Hell's Lotus is no longer for sale." A sharp light flashed across Futian's eyes. He glanced at the stall owner. After the stall owner finished speaking, a raging aura emanated from Little Condor's body. Its eyes were filled with an intense and sharp aura. Even he could see why the owner refused to sell. His master was actually humiliated in this Penglai deity lake. "I don't want it anymore," Xiaqing Yuan said to Futian. Naturally, she knew that the Hell's Lotus was to help her cultivate. However, who'd have expected a problem to arise from this? They came to an agreement to purchase it first before Jun Shuyan cut in line to snatch it away. The stall owner did not hesitate at all in the process and handed the item to Jun Shuyan. Now, Jun Shuyan gave up, but the stall owner was still worried about offending him. As such, he did not dare to trade with them. She naturally knew that Futian was a proud person, and the stall owner's action was most definitely trampling on Futian's dignity and reputation. As such, she was infuriated. Even if the stall owner were willing to trade, she would no longer want it. Futian looked at the stall owner and smiled. Then, he said, "You sure have no principles when it comes to business." After that, he turned around and left the place. He did not waste time chit-chatting there. This was the Penglai deity lake, which the major factions of the Penglai continent controlled. If they did not want to trade, there was nothing he could do. Everyone glanced coldly at the stall owner before leaving. Only Black Wind Condor continued to glare fiercely at him. The stall owner did not mind and looked calmly at Little Condor. There were only a few days left before they could enter the Eastern Deity Island. Who knew what would happen on the Eastern Deity Island if he were to offend Jun Shuyan here? He understood this quite clearly. While Jun Shuyan did not say it clearly, for something like that, he just needed to realize it himself. Futian circled the Penglai deity lake one more time and did not find the item that he wanted. After that, he left the place. "It looks like not many treasures can catch the pavilion head's eyes," said Emperor Helion to Futian with a laugh. Futian did not deny it. It was true, not many treasures caught his eye. However, once they get out of Eastern Deity Island, more good things will probably be available. Emperor Helion then continued and said, "Of course, most people will not be willing to put them up for sale, but there are bound to be exceptions." Futian's group left the Penglai deity lake and met up with the others outside. They prepared to leave the place when suddenly, several ladies covered in white robes appeared. The ladies were elegant and looked otherworldly, and they attracted a lot of people's attention. "Deities of the Eastern Deity Island," someone mumbled quietly. Futian also recognized them. These girls were also among the deities of the Eastern Deity Island who went to issue their invite at the Dongyuan Pavilion. They seemed to be headed straight towards Futian. They stopped in front of Futian and clasped their hands together to greet him, greeting the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion. "Is there something the matter, dear deities?" Futian asked. "Deity Bai invites you for a gathering," one of the girls said. Futian changed his expression. This meant that they were there for him. As to how they were able to find him, it was not that surprising. The Eastern Deity tokens emitted an aura wave, and the people from Eastern Deity Island could use these waves to locate the Eastern Deity tokens. When they enter the Eastern Deity Island, they had to return these Eastern Deity tokens. "Where?" Futian asked. "The Rain Deity Terrace. However, we might have to trouble you to head there by yourself as we need to find and invite the others," replied the deity. Futian looked at Emperor Helion and the others. Emperor Helion nodded and said, "The base of the Eastern Deity Island within the Penglai deity region." "That is fine." Futian nodded. The deity by that the girl mentioned was most probably the woman who led the group that visited the Donyuan pavilion. Thank you, pavilion head. Then, I shall take my leave first. After that, the deities walked past Futian and headed toward the Penglai deity lake. It looked like one of those they were inviting was at the Penglai deity lake. Let's head over there, said Futian. Emperor Helion nodded and led the way. The rain deity terrace was a famous location, so it was natural that they knew where it was. They leaped into the air, and within the void inside the Penglai deity region, cultivators continuously came in and out. Looking down from above, bustling with activities, people moved all around, and the place looked incredibly prosperous. They headed toward another location. After an hour, a celestial pavilion appeared in front of them, and the words Rain Deity Terrace were carved on it. In the lower portion of the Rain Deity Terrace, many people have gathered. They raised their heads to look up. Some of the people walked upward along the stairs. They were all invited guests. Futian and his group looked toward the upper part of the terrace. A decent amount of people had gathered there. As a sign of respect, Futian's group landed on the ground first before moving upward along the stairs. Someone came to greet them and brought them up to the top of the Rain Deity Terrace. By then, many cultivators had gathered around the Rain Deity Terrace. They sat in an arc at different locations. There were a lot of seats, and it was very spacious. The number of practitioners and cultivators in each direction was not too high, and the woman who helped to guide them brought them to a location to be seated. Futian raised his head to look forward. As he had expected, the woman who went to Donyuan Pavilion to invite them in the past was leading the event. She looked as stunning and extraordinary as a deity. This woman was called by Mu, a practitioner of the Eastern Deity Island. The Eastern Deity Island would send envoy deities once every decade to all the continents to invite practitioners to enter their island. The people who arrived today were all invited by Mu. She knew the locations of all the Eastern deity tokens that she handed out. As Futian headed for his seat, many gazes were cast in his direction. The leaders of most of the attendees were on the older side. People as young as Futian were incredibly rare. Many assumed that he was the heir of some top faction. Eastern Deity Island, by Mu. I have not yet asked for your name, Pavilion Head, by Mu said as she looked at Futian. Yi Lionian, replied Futian. A middle-aged person on the side asked, which pavilion's head? Donyuan Pavilion, answered Futian. Donyuan Pavilion. Many in the surroundings showed a surprised expression. While they came from continents from all over, some of the continents knew that the Donyuan Pavilion was similar to them. One of the holy lands that were built after the great emperor instructed that they needed to spread their ideals. However, why was the pavilion head of the Donyuan Pavilion so young? The Eastern Deity Island will be open soon. As such, I went to the holy lands of every continent to invite you over to gather here. It is my honor to meet each of you. Pavilion Head Yi is the youngest pavilion head among all the heads over here. I can imagine that you are outstanding, Bai Mu said gently. Miss Deity, you are flattering me. I am very lucky, Yilionian replied. The other people were sizing up Emperor Helion and the others standing beside Futian. They were wondering if Futian was just a puppet used by these people. After all, when the factions of a continent fail to reach some agreement, they would usually elect a puppet to manage the Holy Land. However, in truth, the factions of the continent would control things behind the scenes. The previous Donyuan Pavilion head should be Lu Han. Isn't that right? How is he? Asked a middle-aged person. Emperor Helion had seen him before. He was the master of a neighboring continent. Lu Han went against the will of the great emperor and treated the Holy Land as part of his faction. He has been killed, Emperor Helion answered. So, that's what happened. The middle-aged man smiled and did not speak. It was as if he had just realized something. He thought, it was an internal conflict after all. It caused the Donyuan Pavilion's head to fall, and thus, they are now supporting a puppet. The people around them also had an expression of realization on their faces, thinking that they had understood the situation. So, does that mean that the continent where the Donyuan Pavilion is situated did not have any suitable person to become the new head? A voice emerged from afar. Everyone shifted their gaze to look back. Then, a figure appeared from the sky. The person did not arrive on the ground. Instead, He simply landed atop the rain deity terrace. Many got off their seats and clasped their hands together before shouting, "Young Master Jun has arrived." The person who came was the person whom Yi Futian had met not that long ago, Jun Shuyan. Jun Shuyan was actually also invited here. When he spoke, he did not look in the direction of Yi Futian's group. Instead, he looked at Bai Mu. He landed on the ground directly opposite Bai Mu at the banquet. Then, he clasped his hands together and said, "Jun Shuyan is meeting deity Bai. Young Master Jun, you don't have to be so courteous." Bai Mu continued to speak in a relaxed manner. "Please take a seat." "Thank you." Jun Shuyan sat down. He scanned the crowd. After that, his gaze stopped when he saw Yi Futian. He smiled and said, "Who would have thought that we'd see each other again so soon?" Yi Futian looked at him before saying, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence." "Have the two of you already met?" Bai Mu asked. "We met each other not that long ago at Penglai Deity Lake. I admired Pavilion Headyi a lot. However, I was not enough for Pavilion Headyi," Jun Shuyan laughed and said. Then suddenly, everyone's expression changed. A pavilion master who was foreign to the continent was looking down on Jun Shuyan. Many people revealed suspicious looks. They did not believe it. There were a few people who controlled the holy lands of the continents next to Jun Shuyan. Before this, they were trying to speculate Yi Futian's identity. They never imagined that he was just a pavilion master. His cultivation was also not very high. "Insolent!" a voice cried out. The crowd shifted their gazes towards the direction of the speaker. They saw a very beautiful woman. It was Beigong Shuang, who was standing next to Yi Futian. "You call that admiration?" Beigong Shuang said as she looked at Jun Shuyan. Why was it that she felt uncomfortable just looking at this person? Although Jun Shuyan was handsome, he was a hypocrite. It was as though everyone had to obey his orders. He took offense at those who did not obey him, claiming that they were looking down on him. "Shuanger," Beigong Ao said softly. He wanted to keep her in check. They were outsiders. The Jun clan was not just powerful. They were the hosts of the Penglai continent. Stirring up conflict with the other party here was definitely not wise. Beigong Shuang looked at him coldly and did not say any more. Yet, at that moment, Jun Shuyan looked towards her. He was not angered and still casually asked, "Could it be that it isn't so?" Beigong Shuang wanted to respond, but Beigong Ao kept her in check with a glance. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Right then, Bai Mu said, "Everyone is here for Eastern Deity Island. Since we are all friends of Eastern Deity Island, let us put these unhappy thoughts behind us." She was trying to lighten up the atmosphere. With a smile, Jun Shuyan said, "Goddess, you worry too much. There are no hard feelings here. I was only asking, out of curiosity, why she said this was not admiration." Yi Futian frowned. Bai Mu had already tried to mediate so intentionally, yet Jun Shuyan still was not willing to let it go. Although his tone was calm, and he seemed indifferent, his status was still up there. Such a line of questioning was him wanting them to yield and actively explain themselves. How should Beigong Shuang respond now? The crowd could also tell that Beigong Ao was keeping Beigong Shuang in check. At that moment, many people were looking towards Beigong Shuang. They seemed to be waiting for this proud and beautiful woman to actively back down. Jun Shuyan wanted to make her yield. "A few days later, we will be heading over to Eastern Deity Island to train. When the time comes, why don't you join me and train on the island?" Yi Futian suggested as he looked at Jun Shuyan. Once he said this, the space immediately fell into an eerie silence. Yi Futian wanted Jun Shuyan to accompany him to the island to train. Who was Jun Shuyan? Yi Futian, the pavilion master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, who was most likely a puppet pavilion master, was inviting Jun Shuyan to accompany him. At that moment, many people had a bizarre look in their eyes. They seemed to be unable to comprehend what was going on. Once one cultivated to the level of Runhuang, no one was a fool. To train in the divine prefecture, one needed to have the wisdom to survive. Yi Futian's words would undoubtedly offend Jun Shuyan deeply. Was he giving Jun Shuyan a slap to the face in public? Even Jun Shuyan was stunned. He seemed very surprised that these were the words he ended up hearing. He looked at Yi Futian and felt somewhat strange. He never imagined that someone would say such things to him. "All right. When the time comes, I will accompany Pavilion Master Yi to Eastern Deity Island, Jun Shuyan replied, not getting angry. In fact, he still revealed a plain smile as he answered Yi Futian. It was as though he was conversing with an old friend. It seems that my admiration has been reciprocated. From the looks of it, I was indeed discourteous before this. You are so open-minded. I truly cannot match you in manners, Yi Futian said with a smile. He was similarly indifferent, as though he had no ego. Even after hearing his words, the crowd still did not understand what was going on. Jun Shuyan probably invited Yi Futian to accompany him to Eastern Deity Island before this and was rejected, causing Jun Shuyan to be somewhat displeased. Hence, such a scene had occurred. Of course, the crowd would not find fault in what Jun Shuyan did. With his status on the Penglai continent, he was naturally qualified to invite the Dongyuan Pavilion Master to join him. Conversely, was Yi Futian worthy of inviting the young master of Jun clan to accompany him to the Eastern Deity Island? Their statuses were originally unequal. Without any verbal conflict, this secret rivalry seemed to have been resolved by the facade put up by these two individuals. However, the crowd understood that from the moment Jun Shuyan followed up on what Yi Futian said, Yi Futian had already offended Jun Shuyan. There would most likely be a follow-up to this matter. Beigong Ao looked at Yi Futian, seemingly wanting to say something to him, but ultimately hesitated from doing so. Beigong Shuang did not seem to mind. Although this woman had cultivated up to the Renhuang plane, she gave Yi Futian the feeling as though she had never experienced the brutality of the cultivation world. Pavilion Master, Jun Shuyan, did not want to let things go before. It is apparent that this person is extremely proud and wants us to lower our heads to him. Pavilion Master's words are undoubtedly a public retaliation. Although he did not flip out on the spot, he most likely will remember this, Emperor Helion warned. After entering Eastern Deity Island, please be careful of this person. Emperor Helion was clearly also somewhat concerned and was intentionally reminding Yi Futian. Yi Futian replied by transmitting his thoughts. Prior to this, he did not want to make a fuss and had endured it. He had no need to come into conflict with the other party. Yet, he had not imagined that Beigong Shuang would speak up. Since Beigong Shuang had stood out, he could only stand out in front of her. He could not just leave Beigong Shuang to bear the consequences. Beigong Ao seemed to be somewhat worried. Even though he was a clan leader, there were too many powerful forces in the Divine Prefecture. Most of the time, they had to endure hardships. On the other hand, cultivators like Yi Futian, who had no family nor affiliation, could act freely and were unrestricted. In the top seat, Bai Mu looked at Yi Futian with a profound look. She felt that it was strange for Yi Futian to have countered Jun Shuyan so directly. By doing so, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Futian on his journey to Eastern Deity Island. However, she had no relations with the two parties. Their Eastern Deity Island would not participate in such matters. There will be a few fateful encounters of the Great Path on this journey to Eastern Deity Island. You are all powerful cultivators from various continents. After you enter Eastern Deity Island, I hope you all can reap benefits while you are there. If there are cultivators from any force who wish to train on the island afterward, you can come find me, Bai Mu said as she shifted the topic of the conversation to prevent them from continuing to dwell on the dispute before. I have always yearned to visit Eastern Deity Island. I have heard about it for many years, Jun Shuyan said. 10 years ago, I wanted to go there. It was just that, at that time, my cultivation was limited and my father did not allow me to do so. This time, I will be sure to take a good look around the island. I might truly be able to train with Goddess in the future. As he said this, he looked at Bai Mu with a gentle smile. It was as though he had already forgotten what had happened just now. If Sir Jun says so, I will await your arrival, Bai Mu replied. This time, Bai Mu had invited the crowd over with no real agenda in mind. It was just a simple banquet to familiarize the cultivators with each other. They might come in contact in the future. However, because of the incident between Jun Shuyan and Yi Futian's group, the atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat awkward. Even though no one mentioned the incident afterward, it still affected the mood. Yi Futian and his group were naturally ostracized. Friction had occurred between a group of cultivators from the Dongyuan Pavilion and Jun clan, both of which were the local top forces of the Penglai continent. How would the other forces take it? Without a doubt, From their point of view, the actions of Yi Futian's group were impulsive and foolish. Yi Futian's group would very likely pay a high price for this impulse. The cultivation world had always been cruel and merciless. After staying for a while, Yi Futian took the initiative to bid farewell and left. He was somewhat bored from staying here. He would rather stroll around the Penglai deity region. Bai Mu also did not keep him here, allowing Yi Futian's group to leave. After they left the rain deity terrace, Yi Futian asked Beigong Shuang, "Why did you speak up?" "I could not stand him, so I said something. Do I need any other reason?" Beigong Shuang answered as she looked at Yi Futian. "That is true," Yi Futian replied as he had no counter to her reasoning. "Before this, when I was training with you in the Dongyuan Pavilion, were you also thinking of a reason? Why do you make it so complicated when you consider things? Don't we do what we want to when cultivating?" Beigong Shuang continued as she looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. "Back then, I just wanted to watch you train, so I followed you." Yi Futian looked deeply at Beigong Shuang. Was he overthinking things then? Beigong Shuang always had the heart of a child and was not tainted by the outside world. He looked somewhat bizarrely at Beigong Ao. He naturally could tell that this family head of Beigong family was a sly old fox. How was it that he protected his daughter so strictly? Beigong Ao, who was standing behind, was smiling bitterly now. He had indeed been tainted by the ways of the world and was no longer pure of heart. It would be very difficult for him to redeem himself. After his little daughter, Beigong Shuang, was born with outstanding talent, he had made sure that she would not be sullied by the ways of the world. Hence, Beigong Shuang's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Her talent was exceptional. When Yi Futian appeared, Beigong Ao deduced that Yi Futian was certainly an extraordinary person. Hence, he had sent Beigong Shuang to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. In reality, he had done this out of self-interest. However, Jun Shuyan might have Beigong Shuang on his radar now. This made Beigong Ao somewhat worried. This family head of Beigong family, who usually showed no emotion, now had a faint look of worry and concern on his face. "Pavilion Master, I wish to send Shuanger back, so she won't be entering Eastern Deity Island," Beigong Ao requested. "Of course, I will accompany Pavilion Master into Eastern Deity Island." When Yi Futian heard Beigong Ao's words, he understood the other party's concern. He felt somewhat strange. Prior to this, he actually looked down on Beigong Ao, this sly old fox who shifted course with the wind. However, unbeknownst why, although Beigong Ao still remained the same, Yi Futian had some admiration for him now. In the cultivation world, everyone had their own methods for survival, regardless of whether they had strong or weak cultivation. No, Yi Futian had yet to respond when Beigong Shuang immediately rejected this suggestion. She continued, "I will not go back." "Shuanger," Beigong Ao said as he looked at her. He had a stern look on his face. Beigong Shuang, on the other hand, had an exceptionally stubborn look on her face. She shook her head, not heeding her father's suggestion at all. "Senior, why don't you go back with her?" Yi Futian suggested. The opening of Eastern Deity Island is considered a fateful encounter. Besides, would Pavilion Master also head back? Beigong Ao asked Yi Futian. "I wouldn't," Yi Futian replied as he shook his head. He looked at Beigong Ao and said, "However, Miss Shuang has already proven her way. Senior should let her make her own decisions." Beigong Ao was stunned as he looked at Yi Futian. Aside from his daughter's cultivation, he had indeed placed more restrictions on her regarding other matters. What Yi Futian said was not without reason. However, this time, he still hoped that Beigong Shuang would leave. He could foresee hidden dangers ahead. As the family head of Beigong family, Beigong Ao felt that he was a very accurate judge of character. Jun Shuyan was not a good man, and he was extremely proud of himself. Prior to this, due to the fact that Jun Shuyan had been rejected by Yi Futian, he had tried to make Yi Futian and Beigong Shuang yield to him. Moreover, he had been contradicted, and Yi Futian had even asked Jun Shuyan to accompany him to train on Eastern Deity Island. With Jun Shuyan's prideful nature, how would he take all this? Yet, Jun Shuyan only smiled and let it go. Nothing had happened. Beigong Ao did not believe that this matter would end just like that. The more the matter appeared to be over, the more likely Jun Shuyan would take action against them later on. Although Yi Futian's group were top figures of their own continent, the young master of Jun clan, the top clan of the Penglai continent, would not necessarily see them as equals. When we enter Eastern Deity Island, try to stay close to me, Yi Futian said to Beigong Shuang. Beigong Ao was stunned. He gave Yi Futian a strange look. Beigong Shuang also looked at him. She gently nodded her head and answered, Since Yi Futian said so, Beigong Ao did not say any more. From Yi Futian's words, Beigong Ao faintly felt the powerful self-confidence that Yi Futian had. Let's go, Yi Futian said as they left the area and found a place to stay. There were more and more members of the Penglai deity region around them. The place was lively. Countless cultivators had come to prepare to enter Eastern Deity Island. Be it in the air above or on the streets below, their surroundings were filled with people. It was a grand scene. In the blink of an eye, there was only a day left to the opening of Eastern Deity Island. The cultivators from various continents had already made preparations. There were more and more business zones in the Penglai deity region. Many cultivators were completing transactions for treasures all the time. Right now, at an open-air wine bar on the rooftop of a pavilion, Yi Futian, Emperor Helion, and the others were quietly drinking there. They looked down at the crowd below, as well as the cultivators traversing the sky above their heads. Yi Futian was also slightly moved by this scene. After cultivating for many years, even though Yi Futian had already encountered many top figures, even having encountered Princess Donghuang as well as the divine generals beside her, he still had yet to see an occasion where there were so many powerful cultivators. Even during the war between a few god-level forces back then, their numbers paled into insignificance when compared to the number of Renhuangs in the Penglai deity region. After all, this was a gathering of cultivators from thousands of continents. One could imagine how many cultivators were here. Even Emperor Helion was moved when he saw this scene. He said, having cultivated until now, we always have a misconception. Sometimes, we believe that we have cultivated to the peak. After all, we are already upper-level Renhuangs. Yet, after we see such a grand scene, we will feel that we still have a long way to go. There is no end to cultivation. Even the great emperor does not dare to claim that he has cultivated to the peak, Beigong Ao said in a low voice. He knew his place. On their own continent, they could act more presumptuously as they indeed stood at the top. However, when they came out, they needed to be more reserved and keep a low profile. There were too many powerful figures in the cultivation world. Setting aside other people, even the previous Dongguan Pavilion Master, Lu Han, had been killed. Even Yi Futian with a third-tier divine wheel could kill off Lu Han. Although he had not directly taken action to kill Lu Han, everything was indeed set in motion due to Yi Futian, and this resulted in the fall of Lu Han. If Yi Futian's ability was only that of an ordinary lower-level Renhuang, who would bother with him? He would not have been able to touch Lu Han at all. Up until now, Yi Futian's identity was still unknown. He gave off a mysterious vibe. In the Donghua domain, who is the strongest? Yi Futian suddenly asked. He seemed to jump topics in conversation, causing Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao to both be stunned. They were still on Penglai Deity Island. Why had Yi Futian jumped to talking about the Donghua domain? The Donghua domain is too large, Emperor Helion lamented as he looked into the distance. The 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture were all domains with more than 10,000 continents. There were countless cultivators on these continents. There were also innumerable top figures. That's true. In the Donghua domain, beside us, even the clans of Penglai Deity Island cannot be considered among those at the top, Beigong Ao added. There are too many powerful cultivators in the world. Each of them are astonishing figures. As for who is the strongest, how would we know? It might be the domain chief. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly as he vaguely understood. Although Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao were upper-level Renhuangs, the circles that they came in contact with were still limited. They were not that familiar with the figures at the top. Yi Futian did not know how powerful the domain chiefs of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture were. They might be on par with Spear Emperor Duyu, who appeared in the original realm. The Divine Prefecture was so big. It must be the same for the worlds ruled by the Dark Court, the Devil World, and other forces. From the looks of it, Yi Futian still had to increase his cultivation as fast as possible. With a third-tier divine wheel, he could still survive in these ordinary continents. However, in the core domains of the divine prefecture, his cultivation would be insufficient. While they were talking, in a nearby pavilion, Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang were strolling leisurely. They wanted to check out to see whether there was anything they needed. There was a very large trading house with many counters. Many people were carrying out transactions here. Their cultivations were all very powerful. Beigong Shuang stopped by a counter and looked at a thunder spirit orb. It emanated terrifying lightning to its surroundings. It seemed suppressed, and if it could explode at any moment. You can refine this item into your spiritual soul. It can increase your control over the way of thunder. Would you like to consider it? The owner of the orb recommended as he looked at Beigong Shuang with a smile. How much does it cost? Beigong Shuang asked. This thunder spirit orb is equivalent to a 5th-tier treasure. I will need to trade it for a ritual implement of the same level with spatial attributes, the other party replied. A transaction at this level usually involved the exchange of treasures. Each person would have their own requirements. Can I test it out? Beigong Shuang asked. Sure. The other party nodded his head. Beigong Shuang extended her palm and grabbed hold of the orb. Immediately, the terrifying power of lightning coursed up her arm. She instantly retracted her arm, trembling slightly. This orb should be fine, said Helian Yu, who was beside Beigong Shuang. Helian Yu was a middle-level Renhuang, and she had also sensed the power of the orb. Beigong Shuang nodded in agreement. She then took out a storage ring and placed a treasure within it. She then handed it over to the seller. After the seller took it, his will reached into it. Beigong Shuang's gaze was still fixed on the thunder spirit orb. Miss, why did you hand me an empty storage ring? At that moment, the other party asked this question. Beigong Shuang was stunned. She took the storage ring from the other person, and her will entered into the ring. As expected, there was nothing within it. Her expression changed slightly, turning somewhat cold as she stared at the seller. The moment the seller placed the storage ring into his sleeve, he must have used some trick to extract her item. The item was already removed from the ring. Helian Yu looked at her, and Beigong Shuang said, I gave him the item. Helian Yu's expression also turned cold. She immediately waved her sleeve and took the thunder spirit orb. She coldly stated, I will pretend that you were just joking. Presumptuous. The other party immediately cried out when he saw what Helian Yu did. A rampaging aura swept out. The long robe on his body expanded outwards. The storm of the great path bashed against Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang. They were both knocked back from the shockwave. What's the matter? At that moment, cultivators happened to descend from mid-air. Their auras were terrifying. Their pressure immediately enveloped the space. The leading dignified middle-aged cultivator had an especially frightening aura. He was actually an upper-level Renhuang. When Helian Yu raised her head and saw this scene, her expression changed. She knew that they had fallen for a trap. The other party had set this up and had been waiting for them. Otherwise, things would not be so coincidental. Without any hesitation, Helian Yu unleashed her will. They were not far from where Yi Futian and the others were. Her will could reach them. After all, they had offended other parties a few days ago, so they were not so careless and would look out for one another. Unfortunately, at that moment, a ritual implement appeared in midair and immediately sealed off the vast space, cutting off her will. Someone tried to take a ritual implement by force and broke the rules of the trade. I will temporarily seal off the space. Everyone, please excuse this inconvenience, the majestic middle-aged cultivator said loudly in midair. His tone was cold and indifferent. He shot a glance towards Helian Yu. His cold pupils contained a murderous intent. This woman had an extraordinary temperament and was beautiful. However, she still needed to die. This wasn't good. Helian Yu looked at the other party. She could sense the murderous intent in the other party's eyes. She dragged Beigong Shuang and immediately retreated, wanting to leave this space. However, cultivators with frightening aura descended all around them, not allowing them to escape at all. In midair, the eyes of the majestic middle-aged cultivator revealed a murderous intent. He then coldly said, for coming to the Penglai deity region and stealing, you shall be killed without mercy. He had barely said this when murderous intent enveloped the space. Murderous auras instantly burst forth from the surrounding cultivators in midair at the same time. In an instant, Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang were in grave danger. Streak after streak of attacks continuously erupted. They had no hesitation, and each strike was executed with a full intent to kill. Furthermore, among these people, there were quite a number of middle-level Runhuang. Their simultaneous attacks had enough destructive power to annihilate everything in that space and slay Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang. Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang let out a panicked expression. They emanated will of the great path to the maximum and used that will to shield themselves from the relentless attacks. At that moment, the thought of counterattacking did not even occur to them. Even if it did, there was no way they could pull it off anyway. The practitioners traveling in the space up above the skies stopped and looked downward, while the people in the surrounding area on the ground tilted their heads and looked upward. Under their observant gazes, the devastating attacks rained upon the two beautiful Runhuang women. The two of them were likely to be slain right there and then. Nobody knew one could be so ruthless as to be willing to unleash such violence on these two beautiful women. Furthermore, everything happened way too quickly. It was so fast that many people did not know how to react. They could not even process what had happened. Just as the ruinous attacks were about to hit the two, a terrifying sword will befell the entire area in an instant. A few rays of light broke through the sealed space. A soft splush echoed out, and the rays of light pierced through the heads of some of the attackers, leaving behind a trail of blood. Then, 3 swords flew in, their trajectory drawing out gorgeous arcs, eventually coming to a stop beside Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang. Zoom, zoom. The 3 swords orbited around the two people at incredible speeds, forming a scary screen of swords. The ones who attempted to get close to the two women to harm them were instantly pulverized into nothingness. All ranged attacks that were infused with spiritual power were instantly shattered by the swords, and no attack was even able to make a dent in the sword screen. This left the two women standing there unharmed. This scene that unfolded before the onlookers shocked them so much that even the virtuosos let their surprise show on their faces. It was indeed a terrifying sword will. In the skies above, many virtuosos who had surrounded Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang and intended to attack them tumbled down, their fresh blood spraying about in the skies after being slain by the sword will. This plot twist that occurred in an instant left many people in shock. It was way too fast. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In fact, even Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang could not process what had just happened, let alone the onlookers. Staring at the 3 swords surrounding and protecting them, Helian Yu could not help but feel that a few moments ago, she was just a hair's breadth away from death and heaved a sigh of relief. Apart from feeling that she had gotten extremely lucky, she also felt a chill run down her spine. The other party actually just attempted to murder them. From the start of the trade, they were already after their lives. Of course, a typical trade would never be as violent as this. Of course, she could guess who was behind this. Ever since they arrived at the Penglai deity region, they had offended only one person. Floating in the skies above, the dignified middle-aged leader saw the bodies falling through the air, and his eyes turned cold. Turning his gaze around, he saw a column of figures approaching him from afar in the skies. In an instant, they passed the crowd of onlookers and stopped in front of Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang. After offending someone, there was no way Futian and the rest would leave Beigong Shuang behind. Although he was away for a while, they were still within the effective area of the divine consciousness shroud. They could see each other, and with just a thought, they could instantly come to each other's aid. At the moment the conflict broke out, to guard against any possible mishaps, Futian's sword will was already unleashed, and that was how he was able to block all of the attacks at the last second. Futian walked to Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang's sides and looked at them as he asked, "You aren't hurt, are you?" "I'm fine." Helian Yu shook her head. However, her eyes let out a slightly cold expression. Beigong Shuang also shook her head. She was, in fact, a little more composed than Helian Yu. However, she raised her head and looked at the people who were hunting her and softly spoke. "We gave them the implement." "I know." Futian nodded his head. He turned around and looked toward the dignified middle-aged man. Emanating a powerful and intimidating aura, he spoke, "Are you going to defend them?" Futian coldly regarded him and kept silent. With a sweep of his palm, the 3 streaks of sword will instantly emerged and flew towards a certain location at a terrifying speed. In the direction of the flight of the swords, the practitioner who was trading with Beigong Shuang retreated hastily. However, the streaks of sword will traveled far more quickly and arrived in an instant. The spatial powers of the practitioner formed multiple doors of space, sealing his body in an isolated space. Zoom! The streaks of sword will pierced straight through, and the destructive storm of sword aura tore the doors of space apart. The space will of the way surrounding the practitioner was instantly destroyed. Sensing this, he could not help but panic. The 3 swords sliced across. 2 of the swords pierced through each of his arms, while the last sword floated right in front of his head. He let out a cry of pain as fresh blood flowed down his arms. Feeling that both his arms had become crippled, he turned his infuriated gaze toward Futian, but the sword levitating in front of his eyes continuously emanated a frightening intent to kill, and he could not help but fear death at that point. "You only have 3 breaths' time. Return the implement that she gave you, and I can spare your life. Or else, I'll kill you," Futian spoke. As he finished, his sword will let out a frightening intent to kill. At the same time, Futian shouted, "One." That Renhuang's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet. His heart froze in fear. The virtuosos around them were still in a state of confusion. This had all happened too quickly. First, there were some issues with the trade, and the other party decided to aggressively kill the 2 women. Yet, at that point, the tables turned instantly. Futian acted, utterly dominating the traitor, and took him down in a breath. He was going to kill the traitor in 3 breaths' time. 2. Futian continued. As he spoke, the Renhuang traitor could not help but lightly tremble. He could clearly sense the intent to kill and the sword will increase. At this point, the dignified Renhuang leader turned his gaze to the Renhuang traitor. A powerful aura seemed to press on that person. He still had 1 breath's time, no matter what he might have to face afterward, and if he did not make a decision within this breath, he could die. 3. The moment Futian said the word 3, a treasure floated out from the traitor. It was a Qingkuan bag from which an implement levitated outward. It was indeed the implement that Beigong Shuang gave him. "This is the implement that she traded," he spoke. His features were twisted in pain. If he had known earlier that this was going to happen, he would not have gotten himself involved in this messy business. This caused an uproar among the crowd of onlookers who whispered among themselves. It was actually the stall owner who hid the implement, and yet he slandered the other party. If this were only his plan, it would be very difficult to explain the strange behavior of the people who intended to kill the 2 women. Why would they decide to murder Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang straight away without even investigating? The truth behind all these seemed to be quite intriguing. Splush! The sword sliced across, and a blood-curdling shriek echoed out. Wisps of sword were running amok in the body of the traitor. A short while later, the man lifelessly flopped down to the ground, his hair turning white in an instant and his features aging decades in a matter of seconds. He had become a cripple after his cultivation has utterly been destroyed. Seeing this scene unfold before their very eyes, several people felt a jolt in their hearts. Such decisiveness, such callousness. He did not kill the traitor, but ruined his cultivation. Just now, Futian's sword had swiftly descended on the traitor, giving him only 3 breaths' time to consider his choices. Under those circumstances, there was no time for the traitor to consider any other choices, and thus his fate was already determined then. However, from this, anyone could tell Futian's intense anger. While this white-haired youth might appear to be very calm, his methods were ruthless, and he could kill without hesitation. That traitor was also quite unlucky. He tried to set up a trap to frame the 2 women, yet in the end, he got his cultivation completely ruined. Futian did not ask the traitor who had given him instructions. After all, he knew the answer even without asking, and so it was pointless to pose the question. The person in question was already present. What need was there to ask? His eyes swept across the scene. looking at the Runhuang practitioners who had attempted to take the lives of the two women. His sword will shrouded the boundless space. At the same time, a violent, murderous aura emanated from Beigong Ao. If it weren't for Yi Futian's timely response, his daughter might have already been killed. The opponent was too fast and too cruel. In a split second, the atmosphere in the area became extremely heavy. It seems like it is a misunderstanding, the dignified Renhuang said as he looked at Yi Futian. He turned his sight to the crippled traitor below him and, with an icy gaze, continued, "How dare you act like that in the Penglai divine region? You deserve death." As he finished speaking, a devastating strike descended upon the traitor. He was already a crippled Renhuang. How could he even defend himself? He could only look at the attack as it descended on him. Just as he was about to make a sound, he was swallowed up by the destructive attack. Not even his corpse was left behind. Seeing this, everyone shuddered internally. This was way too cruel and callous. A middle-level Renhuang first got his cultivation fully ruined and was then killed. It was too tragic. This person is already killed and punished for his crimes. It seems like it was just a misunderstanding, the other party said as he looked at Yi Futian again. He spoke calmly, as though he intended to resolve the entire conflict with a sentence. These people were the law enforcers on the Penglai Divine region. This law enforcement group was formed by the virtuosos from the select few top-tier factions in the Penglai Divine continent, and they were in charge of the order of the Penglai Divine region. Just this? Yi Futian asked. Upon hearing Yi Futian's words, the other party creased his eyebrows, frowned, and asked, "Then what else do you expect? If I came just a step later, would the two of them have been slain by you instead?" Yi Futian asked as he pointed at Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang. The other party gazed at him coldly and said, "You have also killed some of my men. Since it was my misunderstanding at first, I will not hold you accountable for this. This matter ends here." "This matter ends here?" Yi Futian spoke coldly. As he finished, a particularly strong sword will shrouded the boundless space above. It was as though the vast space above had evolved into a sword realm. An incomparably frightening sword will shrouded the three swords, and this caused the swords to become increasingly strong and emanate an unimaginably terrifying destructive aura. "What are you doing?" the dignified middle-aged man called out coldly. Yi Futian swung his arms forward and icily said, "Go, kill them." Just as he finished speaking, the swords flew out. "Back off," the middle-aged man said loudly. A sword pierced through a Renhuang's body, and the Renhuang was sent flying backward while still stuck to the sword. After a short while, his body was pulverized to nothingness by the sword will. However, the sword did not stop but continued forward. The sound of sword-piercing bodies did not cease. In this destructive sword realm, Renhuangs were slaughtered one after another. No matter what they did to try to retaliate, their endings were all the same: instant death. The dignified Renhuang let out a rather frightening aura. However, in front of him, a thunderous storm gathered. The space in front of him has evolved into a cataclysmic thunder realm. Beigong Ao's eyes shot out frightening powers of thunder. These powers swept toward the dignified Renhuang, forcing him to defend himself and thus rendering him unable to do anything to Yi Futian. After the swords had swept through the group, there were only a few opponents left standing in the space. The others had already disappeared. This scene caused turbulence in many people, passers-by, and onlooking virtuosos alike. What a domineering practitioner! Yi Futian actually killed the law enforcers of the Penglai Divine region without hesitation. Furthermore, he had almost killed them all. Silhouettes dropped from the skies above. The number of onlooking practitioners also kept increasing. They were all curious about what was happening. Was this done in a moment of fury? However, the people in the surrounding area were thinking to themselves that they would also be extremely infuriated if such a thing happened to them, but they won't act the same as Yi Futian and recklessly kill so many people. Most of them would endure this injustice without doing anything. Well, there was nothing they could do. They were not as strong as the law enforcers. After all, the true power behind the enforcers were the few top-tier factions in the Penglai continent. These factions were not something practitioners from other continents could fight against. If these enforcers really intended to kill Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang, then surely that must also be the intention of the powers backing the enforcers. Without a doubt, Yi Futian had offended someone. Under these circumstances, the wisest and safest thing to do would be for them to swallow their anger and leave the Penglai continent. If anyone acted as recklessly as Yi Futian, there was an extremely high chance that they would not be able to leave the Penglai continent alive. "How dare you be impudent!" shouted the dignified middle-aged man as he glared at the Beigong Ao in front of him. His voice was very cold, and it seemed to contain an extreme intent to kill. They actually dared to kill the enforcers in front of his very eyes. How insolent could they be? Today, we are going to be rather audacious. Beigong Ao seemed to morph into a terrifying thunder god. His eyes turned violet, and the lightning and thunder that shot out from his eyes flew towards his opponent's body. In the vast, clear skies above, a violent storm suddenly appeared from nowhere. It seemed like the cataclysmic end of the world had arrived. Witnessing how his daughter was almost killed, Beigong Ao was obviously infuriated. What made him even more afraid was that the other party did not even hesitate a second and set out to kill the moment they arrived. The excuse they made was also extremely flimsy. It was an excuse made for the sake of finding an excuse. It was easily understood that they wanted her dead. If Yi Futian had been slower by just a fraction of a second, Beigong Shuang would likely have been killed by now. "Do you know that the people you have killed are the enforcers of the Penglai Divine Region?" The dignified middle-aged man exuded a terrifying aura. He was like a monstrous beast, whose aura pressurized the vast space, intimidating everyone in the surrounding area. Yi Futian took a sweeping glance at him and said, "The Penglai Divine Region enforcers colluded with others to slay practitioners who have come to this Penglai Divine Region to cultivate in the Eastern Deity Island. There certainly is no wrong in anyone killing such law enforcers. Today, we will help the Penglai Divine Region and the Eastern Deity Island execute you. Senior Beigong, please." "I'm on it," said Beigong Ao as he nodded. Thick chains of thunder and lightning appeared in the skies above, whipping towards their opponent. Above their opponent, however, an extremely fierce monster appeared. It was a flame dragon with a fearsome, crimson body. Its dragon scales were as red as fresh blood. It looked like it had just walked out of magma. With the emergence of the dragon, the skies instantly became extremely hot. Boom! Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning flashed about them, sealing the entire area. The streaks of lightning morphed into rings of lightning and flew towards the opponent. The flame dragon roared once, summoning shadow clones of itself that tried to attack Beigong Ao. However, the space was perfectly sealed by the way of thunder, and the might of the thunder locked the entire area. At the same time, Emperor Helian also acted. Beigong Shuang was not the only one who nearly met her demise. His daughter, too, nearly lost his life. The eldest princess of the Helian royal family. He levitated to the front of his opponent and faced it. He looked at the dragon and saw that it seemed to be trapped, and it was very confused. It was as though it were about to enter a dream world. With the two extremely powerful practitioners joining hands, the dignified middle-aged man instantly felt immense pressure. His eyes turned a crimson red, forcing himself to be immune to the disruptive effects of the great path of dreams. Yet, he saw an extremely fearsome palm traveling towards him at high speed, aiming to do nothing less than kill him. That was Beigong Ao's thunder palm. His palm was covered in the way of thunder, and it exuded a petrifying, destructive aura. Sensing the destructive power in the palm halo, the dignified middle-aged man reached his arms out, and in the air in front of him, he materialized a giant dragon talon. With the same level of aggression and speed, he sent it flying towards Beigong Ao. The two men collided with each other in close quarters. In that instant, the devastating forces from both attacks morphed into a terrifying great path storm that emerged from the collision, blowing many people away. The storm also completely flattened all the structures on the ground, reducing them to nothing more than dust particles. Even practitioners of the Renhuang stage had to bear immense pressure. At that moment, the opponent saw another pair of eyes. Those eerie orbs attempted to forcefully bring him into a dream world. In that psychic space, a powerful strike attacked him directly, causing the middle-aged man to feel severely uncomfortable. He roared loudly and launched himself towards the sky. The flame dragon swirled around his body, burning up the heavens. The entire space turned into a world filled with hellfire. Along with the apocalyptic dragons flying about, it was a scene that could strike fear even in the bravest of hearts. Despite the fear-inducing scene ahead, Bagong Ao continued to make his way to the middle-aged man. With each step he took, a devastating storm of lightning and thunder swirled around him. The two virtuosos, Bagong Ao and Emperor Helion, once again launched their attacks simultaneously, with the middle-aged man trapped between them. This time, 3 streaks of sword were orbiting about in the heavens above, each exuding an incomparably terrifying killing aura of the way of the sword. Streams of swords appeared in the skies, merging into the sword will. The 3 streaks of sword will are so powerful. Many people paid attention to the two parties, and thus completely overlooked the presence of the 3 streaks of sword will floating about in the skies. The 3 swords have begun to accumulate an increasingly terrifying aura. When the two parties collided again, the sword will simultaneously exploded. It morphed into a stream of the path of the sword, piercing downwards into the space from above the heavens. Boom! The intense storm that emerged from the collision permeated the vast space. The Penglai divine region even seemed to tremble for a moment. At that moment, many people in the Penglai divine region raised their heads to look at the skies in the distance. In the heavens, 3 terrifying swords descended from the heavens. They could vaguely see 3 sword streams, each stream containing an incomparable sword might. Some distance away, Jun Xiaoyan was drinking and laughing with his friend in a tavern when he saw the sword streams. It appeared spectacular and gorgeous. Despite being far from them, he could still sense the elegance from the swords. However, Jun Xiaoyan creased his eyebrows, got up, and swiftly flew towards a certain location. How could that be? How could even this fail? Killing a few small fries from other continents was no big deal to him. All he needed to do was find an excuse, then everything would be resolved. Many strong practitioners followed behind Jun Xiaoyan. They moved extremely quickly, cutting through the empty space above. Numerous people pointed their sights at the battleground. The terrifying storm of the Great Path gradually dissipated. Everyone was staring at the dignified middle-aged man. He was an enforcer that had already reached the 7th level of the Divine Wheel. Sword will surrounded his body. After being pierced by sword will, his body was slowly dematerializing. His eyes let out expressions of fear, resistance, as well as anger and despondence. He did not expect to die there. He was about to lose his life just for the sake of executing a plan. Zoom. Sword will bloomed. The man's body faded away and disappeared into the heavens and earth. He had fallen. As he died, the surrounding space became silent. Even the virtuosos felt a tremble in their hearts. He really killed him. Even the leader of the enforcers was also slain. This was a high-level Renhuang virtuoso. A few strong auras approached from a distance, and there were even more people coming over just to watch the excitement. The people of the Penglai divine region sensed that a fight broke out and scurried over, and so there were more people gathered. Jun Xiaoyan also arrived along with his friend and followers. Upon seeing the silhouettes fading away, his face turned rather gloomy. His friend was also the same, their cold gazes sweeping towards Futian and his party. "You did this?" said a youth. Renhuang, standing beside Jun Xiaoyan, spoke aloud, his tone icy cold. "Yes, we did this," Futian replied as he looked at the youth. "Take them down." Seeing that Futian still showed that cold and arrogant attitude towards him like that time on the Rain Deity Terrace, Jun Xiaoyan instantly felt a strong intent to kill him. Bagong Ao and Emperor Helion let out a fearsome aura. Looking at the strong practitioners gathered around them, they stepped out at the same time, letting out an extremely cold air. Even though they had already guessed that Jun Xiaoyan was the mastermind behind this, but they did not expect Jun Xiaoyan to completely reveal his true intentions and order his men to take them down. Perhaps his arrogance has caused him to not care one bit. He was too arrogant, too full of himself. "Aren't you going to investigate what happened first?" Bagong Ao asked as he looked at Jun Xiaoyan. "They killed law enforcers, so take them down and bring them back for investigation. If anyone resists, Kill them without exception. The reply that Bagong Ao received was an icy voice filled with murderous intent. If they resisted, they would be killed without exception. There was no need for Jun Shuyan to question what happened. He knew clearer than anyone the exact details of what had happened. He only wanted the results. It was just that things progressed a little differently from what he had planned out. No matter, the result would not change. Zoom. Just as he had finished speaking, 3 streaks of sword will arced across the space and flew towards him in an instant. Careful. Someone acted to block the strike. His palm halo stopped right in front of the sword will. With a loud explosion, the attack meant to parry the sword strike was easily shattered by the sword will. The breath-stopping pressure caused Jun Shuyan's face to turn ashen. He retreated in a flicker, moving at an incredible speed. At the same time, a few silhouettes stood in front of him. Naturally, they could not allow anything to happen to Jun Shuyan. However, the sword will did not continue traveling forward. Instead, it traced an elegant arc, turned around, and straight away returned to above Yi Futian's head. Seeing this, Jun Shuyan's face turned especially gloomy. He walked in front of the people who were in front of him, his eyes glaring daggers at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was making a fool out of him. However, he certainly felt the threat of death from the sword will. You want me to follow you onto the Eastern Deity Island? What makes you think you are worth that much? Yi Futian sarcastically said. The people who heard him let out a perplexed expression. It seemed that these two knew each other. Then, based on the implicit message behind Yi Futian's words, the cause of whatever that happened before was this. Jun Shuyan wanted Yi Futian to be his subordinate and follow him onto the Eastern Deity Island. It was only at this moment that everyone noticed Yi Futian's strength. He was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Wheel, yet he could continuously slay Renhuang practitioners. He had even killed a high-level Renhuang. Although that was only possible because there were 2 people keeping the high-level Renhuang, the target was ultimately still at the 7th level of the Divine Wheel. It was still very obvious that Yi Futian's sword was extremely powerful. Furthermore, the sword that Yi Futian unleashed just now was strong enough to shock his opponent, and Jun Shuyan panicked so much that he retreated in a hurry. This was solid proof that Yi Futian's cultivation level was only a small part of his true strength. It could perhaps even be said that his strength far surpassed his cultivation level. Otherwise, there was no way he could have managed to do all of this. This man is so domineering, many people thought silently to themselves. Yi Futian was way too headstrong. Although many people had already guessed the reason for his behavior, they still thought Yi Futian went a little overboard. After all, Jun Shuyan was a man of high status. He was the young master of the Jun family, one of the most powerful factions on the entire Penglai continent. Jun Shuyan may have used some underhand methods to deal with Yi Futian, but given how strongly Yi Futian retaliated, there was a high chance he might end up hurting himself. That sword strike that Yi Futian unleashed just now humiliated Jun Shuyan. Indeed, Jun Shuyan's face had turned very somber. His deep-set eyes exuded malicious and murderous intent. He only had one thought now, and that was for Yi Futian to die. In fact, he displayed no trace of the indifference he showed just moments ago. On the Rain Deity Terrace, he was extremely polite and diplomatic. No matter what Yi Futian and his group said, he still only had a smile on his face. All he did was bear the grudges in his heart. It could be seen that he was very shrewd and did not easily reveal his emotions. Now, however, his strong intent to slay Yi Futian was barely contained within his cold eyes. He was not worthy enough to have Yi Futian follow him? Since Yi Futian didn't think he was worthy enough, then he might as well have Yi Futian killed. No matter how talented or strong Yi Futian or his group was, he would have them all killed. Jun Shuyan was determined to let Yi Futian know just how unworthy he was. You killed numerous law enforcers and engaged in mindless slaughter in the Penglai deity region. How dare you be audacious and arrogant? No matter which continent you have come from, don't even think about leaving here. Jun Shuyan spoke in an icy tone, each of his words steeped in murderous intent. Take all of them down. You may kill them on the spot, Jun Shuyan ordered coldly. At that point, he did not try to conceal his intentions anymore. He did not even bother finding an excuse. Yi Futian's words had already hinted strongly at the cause of the entire fiasco. Under such circumstances, he did not want to explain anything either. He just wanted all of them dead. The moment he gave his orders, Silhouette sped forward, and even the people from other continents also shot forwards and surrounded Futian and his group. In a moment, the atmosphere in the area became extremely heavy. Emperor Helion and Bagong Ao had an extremely gloomy look about them. In the end, they were still met with trouble. Before this happened, Bagong Ao had originally wanted to let his daughter leave. Back then, he already had a vague premonition. Yang Dongxing, on the other hand, just stood at the side without acting at all, as though he were an outsider and had nothing to do with Futian and his group. He stayed silently on the sideline and completely did not partake in this mess. If Futian was seeking death, he was not going to accompany him. Yang Dongxing was not foolish enough to offend the people from top-tier factions in the Penglai continent. In the end, Futian had to pay for his own actions. Seeing the scene unfold in front of them, the onlookers also felt that Futian was going to suffer. In a moment of rage, he acted too impulsively. Without sufficient strength, only death awaited him. 3 swords levitated just above Futian's head. His vision focused on Jun Shoyan's silhouette that was right in front of him. He was certain that before the fight broke out, he could slay Jun Shoyan. However, if he did that, he would not enter the Eastern Deity Island and would be forced to leave. Furthermore, doing so may endanger Dongyuan Pavilion. Hypothetically, he could leave just like that, but Emperor Helion, the Bagong family, and the rest might be implicated. Thus, until necessary, Futian would not take the risk to kill Jun Shoyan publicly. I promise you that before they can even act, you will die first, Futian stated as he looked at Jun Shoyan. His tone made Jun Shoyan feel an intense level of confidence. It was as though Futian was certain he could make good on his word. Such an arrogant tone caused Jun Shoyan to frown even deeper. That one sword strike earlier had already caused him to lose face, yet Futian had once again publicly humiliated him. Jun Shoyan was also an exceptionally powerful Renhuang. Nonetheless, he still received such humiliating treatment. With so many virtuosos around, Futian still boasted that as long as his people acted, the person who will die first will be him, Jun Shoyan. Futian obviously did not think highly of his abilities. It seemed that to Futian, Jun Shoyan was someone he could easily stamp out like an ant. In fact, it seemed like it was below him to get into a fight with Jun Shoyan. Such arrogance. At the sight of Jun Shoyan, 2 high-level Renhuang virtuosos locked their gaze on Futian and scowled coldly. How dare Futian ignore them? Did he treat them like they were just air? Futian could kill Jun Shoyan before they acted. Why don't you try? Jun Shoyan replied in a similarly sarcastic tone. He did not believe that was possible. Go, kill them, Jun Shoyan icily ordered. In an instant, a terrifying storm of the Great Path exploded out and swallowed the entire space. At the same time, the 3 streaks of sword while floating above Futian's head emanated a sword aurora that pierced the clouds. Everyone, please stop. At this moment, a voice echoed throughout the space. The voice had an ethereal character. It sounded out within the storm of the Great Path, and even so, everyone could hear it clearly. Many people were a little shocked that even at this point of the conflict, someone was trying to convince them to stop. Everyone shifted their gaze and saw a column of silhouettes cloaked in white approaching on air. Their white clothes fluttered in the wind. It was as though they were not of this world. They were all extraordinarily beautiful like deities. Indeed, they were the virtuosos of the Eastern Deity Island. The leader of the group of women was Bai Mu from the Eastern Deity Island. On the battlefield, the fearsome storm of the Great Path halted for a moment as Futian, and the rest turned to look at Bai Mu. Is anything the matter, goddess? Asked Jun Shoyan as he lifted his head to look at Bai Mu. Could both of you, Master Jun and Master Yi, perhaps on account of the authority of the Eastern Deity Island, end things right here? Let us stop pursuing who is in the right or wrong, or this matter anymore. Bai Mu said as she looked at Jun Shoyan and Futian. Both of you are guests invited by the Eastern Deity Island. Furthermore, I was the one who personally delivered the invitation to both of you. Thus, Bai Mu does not wish to see both of you like this. The Eastern Deity Island has already opened. If any of you incur any losses, I will be at fault. Jun Shuyan looked at Bai Mu. He thought that there was no need for Futian to agree. From his point of view, Futian was already a dead person. He believed that what Bai Mu wanted was for him to end things as they were and spare Futian his life. The Jun family has been maintaining law and order in the Penglai deity region for many years. I am sure you do not want to create so much unhappiness in this place. Tomorrow will be the opening of the Eastern Deity Island. Bai Mu wishes to see all her invitees enter the island. Bai Mu continued when she saw Jun Shoyan hesitating. Naturally, she could tell the difference in abilities between the two parties. However, Futian displayed a shocking amount of potential in this fight. She also did not wish for Futian to die before even stepping into the Eastern Deity Island, and so she came. She hoped that Futian could have a chance to enter the Eastern Deity Island. Seeing the determination in Bai Mu's eyes, Jun Shoyan let his gaze sweep towards Futian and coldly said, "Whatever happened today, I will definitely settle with you later. I'll let you live a few more days." Jun Shoyan and the rest turned around and left. As he walked past Bai Mu, he stopped for a short while. "Since Goddess Bai has requested, I am certainly willing to give the Eastern Deity Island some face. However, I cannot guarantee that he can leave the Penglai continent alive, and I hope you can understand." As he finished, he continued walking off. The friend beside Jun Shoyan also paused when he passed Bai Mu, smiled at her, and said, "What's the point in pleading mercy for him? It's not really worth it, is it?" Bai Mu remained silent. In the past, she also thought that Futian was merely a puppet pavilion master. After all, as a low-level Renhuang, his cultivation level was quite low. Yet around him, several practitioners had a higher cultivation level than him, and some were even high-level Renhuangs. Under such circumstances, anyone would naturally think that Futian had any real authority in Dongyuan Pavilion. However, what happened previously had changed her mind. She felt an aura emanating from him that was akin to hers. That was the perfect gray divine wheel. Furthermore, he was immensely powerful in an actual fight too. Disregarding the status differences, she believed that Futian was significantly stronger than Jun Shoyan. Futian might be able to gain a lot if he entered the Eastern Deity Island. If possible, the Eastern Deity Island could also accept him into their ranks. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Mu glanced at Futian and telepathically spoke to him. "Master Yi, the Jun family is one of the top-tier factions on this Penglai continent and commands an immense amount of power. As you can see, he already intends to kill you. It's not safe for you here. However, tomorrow is the opening of the Eastern Deity Island. If Master Yi manages to reap some benefits on the Eastern Deity Island, I'll see if I can speak on your behalf on the Eastern Deity Island and have them ensure your safety." Her tone was very calm, and she didn't speak as though she wanted Futian's gratitude. It seemed like she really wanted to help Futian. Everyone witnessed Jun Shoyan's murderous intent, and the Penglai continent was his territory too. Under such circumstances, Futian needed help from others to protect his life. If the Eastern Deity Island were willing to help him, it would undoubtedly increase his chance of survival. "Thank you, Goddess. I will consider it," Futian replied. He had many methods of ensuring his own survival. What he was worried about was the Helian family and Beigong family. After all, they had also gotten themselves involved this time. He was completely indifferent to Jun Shoyan's threats. Like what he proclaimed, he was certain that he could kill Jun Shoyan before Jun Shoyan even attempted to kill him. He at least had this much confidence. "All right," Bai Mu replied. After hearing Futian's reply, she did not have much to say either. She, too, felt that Futian was an extremely cocky person and confident that he could still resolve the issue on his own. Perhaps Futian would bring some surprises to the Eastern Deity Island. She could only wait and see for herself. "Goodbye." Bai Mu nodded slightly to Futian, turned around, and floated into the sky. Looking at all the people gathered around, she announced, "Tomorrow is the opening day of Eastern Deity Island. Everyone, please do not forget that." As she finished, the column of goddesses flew away into the empty space. After they left, the pandemonium finally died down with the deaths of some Renhuangs. Many people sighed. All of this seemed rather surreal to them. Those attackers wanted to kill Futian and his group, yet they were killed in the counterattack, and now, Futian and his group were still unharmed. However, they could also understand. Once Bai Mu spoke, Even if Junqian didn't want to let Yi Futian off, he still had to give her some face. After all, he was also going to enter the Eastern Deity Island tomorrow. The Eastern Deity Island was the territory of Bai Mu and the goddesses. Thus, even if Jun Shoyan weren't too happy about the outcome, he would temporarily let it go. Once he left the Eastern Deity Island, he would continue to try to kill Yi Futian. All the virtuosos who had gathered did not leave. Instead, they looked at Yi Futian and his group. With practitioners from over 1,000 continents gathered at the Penglai deity region, it was expected that many things could happen. However, it was still rare for a practitioner to be so headstrong that he dared to kill members of one of the elite factions on the Penglai continent like Yi Futian did. Many people were quite curious about how Yi Futian would end up. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. Yi Futian and his group left from the crowd of people. It was only after they left that the virtuosos gradually dissipated. Quite a few people had an excited expression on their faces. It seemed like this trip to the Eastern Deity Island was going to be interesting. When Yi Futian and his group left the crowd behind them, Beigong Shuang lowered her head slightly, looked at Yi Futian, and whispered softly, "I'm sorry." Yi Futian was a little taken aback. He looked at her and asked, "Why are you apologizing?" "I implicated you," Beigong Shuang replied quietly. She didn't believe that she committed any mistake. Back on the Rain Deity Terrace, it was Jun Shoyan who was brash. She only rebutted once and didn't expect that her one rebuttal became a fuse for all the things that happened later, causing such a conflict to occur. "Everything's fine. You didn't do anything wrong," Yi Futian replied softly. Seeing the two of them in front of him, Beigong Ao sighed silently in his mind. No one understood his daughter more than he. Beigong Shuang put her heart and soul into cultivating and had little experience with things outside the cultivation world. Even though her cultivation level may have reached the Renhuang stage, she was still too innocent. This conflict that happened would probably teach her a lesson that she won't forget and let her truly comprehend the rules of survival in the world of cultivation. However, whether they could all harmlessly get out of this conflict was still difficult to tell. Hearing Yi Futian's reply, Beigong Shuang remained silent. While she didn't do anything wrong, it was still true that they had been endangered. She wasn't that concerned about herself, but just now, even Helian Yu was about to be killed. There was also Yi Futian and the rest. They were all embroiled in this conflict, and Jun Shoyan didn't even bother trying to conceal his intention to have them all killed. "Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen," Yi Futian spoke. His tone still reflected utter confidence. Even if Jun Shoyan really decided to use his family's influence and power, he would at most have to capture Jun Shoyan as a hostage. However, if things were to proceed to that stage, he would cause a great inconvenience to both the Helian family and Beigong family because they would have no choice but to move their families to a different location. Yi Futian looked ahead as he spoke. Beigong Shuang looked at the side of his face, and she sensed an extraordinary power from his calm voice. This type of power was not born of strength, but she wasn't sure what its source was either. No wonder her father told her that Yi Futian was the most outstanding individual he had seen in his life, and that she should learn as much as she could from him. Similarly, Beigong Ao sensed an impressive confidence from Yi Futian's tone. Perhaps Yi Futian could really create miracles. After all, he was the prodigy Renhuang who could cause the statue to reveal its divine presence. On this trip to the Eastern Deity Island, he might be able to do things that others couldn't. Furthermore, Bai Mu from the Eastern Deity Island had held out an olive branch to him. "Someone is watching us," Emperor Helion spoke. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he had a slightly worried look. Their stalker wasn't even trying to hide that he was observing them. Furthermore, his cultivation level was very high. His divine consciousness was constantly sweeping over them as he began monitoring their every move. A flicker of understanding flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. Jun Shoyan did not want them to leave the Penglai continent alive, so of course, he would dispatch someone to monitor them. There was no way he would give them a chance to escape. He closed his eyes, and wisps of terrifyingly strong sword chi trailed around his body. Up in the skies, the will of the great path became unimaginably fearsome, and in an instant, morphed into a streak of sword will. This streak of sword will sounded out like a bell and emanated a deity-like halo. The surrounding people let out a shocked expression and looked in his direction. In the next instant, they saw the streak of sword will fly out at an incredible speed across space. With slaying as its only objective, it flew towards the source of the unwelcome divine consciousness, disregarding the distance to its target. Initially, that strand of divine consciousness was fearlessly sweeping across Futian and his group. In the next instant, however, it sensed the terrifyingly sharp sword will. The wisp of divine consciousness morphed into a roaring beast and pounced on the sword will but shattered with a splash under the might of the sword will. A great distance away, an elderly man furrowed his eyebrows, his face ashen. Wisps of divine consciousness emanated from him, yet that streak of sword will just pierced through all of them like it was merely passing through empty space, utterly shattering all of them in the process. It was as though the sword will was the bane of the divine consciousness. Boom! An extremely strong will of the great path erupted from his body, morphed into a terrifying great path aura, and unfurled outwards. Only then was that streak of sword will stopped. In his mind's eye, it was as though he could see the sword, shrouded in an intense, threatening aura, pointing at him from afar. Then, the sword will flew back to where it came from. The old man opened his eyes, his face somber. He was actually threatened by a low-level Renhuang Jr. That low-level Renhuang erased his divine consciousness, forbidding his divine consciousness from peeping at them. Futian did not care about what the old man thought. After unleashing that streak of sword will, the wisps of divine consciousness became a lot more well-behaved and were far less fearless. They would only occasionally peek at their location to make sure that they didn't escape. A night passed by peacefully. The next morning was clear. The eastern deity gate of the Penglai deity region was the entrance to the eastern deity island. At this place, the aura of deities swirled around. Above the eastern deity gate, an abundant amount of deity mist shrouded a large space. Many goddesses from the eastern deity island were standing in front. The entire scene was like a beautiful painting. It was a lot more bustling in front of the eastern deity gate. Numerous virtuosos were gathered there. With a glance, one could see practitioners everywhere, from the heavens to the ground and the vast, endless land. The virtuosos from over 1,000 continents were gathered, and most were practitioners at the Renhuang stage. One could imagine how grand the scene was. Futian and the rest also arrived at the crowd. They completely did not stand out in the sea of humans and were, in fact, swallowed up. Even Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao's hearts fluttered when they saw the impressive scene in front of them. It was still as spectacular as it was 10 years ago. There were way too many practitioners in the world, and the divine prefecture was way too vast. It was so big that even high-level Renhuangs like them were like a grain of millet in an endless ocean. Every 10 years when the Eastern Deity Island opens, exceptionally outstanding people will always emerge. This time, Pavilion Master might be one of them, Beigong Ao spoke. Among the practitioners from the various continents, many prodigies were filled with confidence. However, on the Eastern Deity Island, there were only a few who managed to emerge victorious and rise above the rest. At this moment, a row of silhouettes walked out from the ethereal aura within the Eastern Deity Gate. It was as though they appeared out of thin air. The leader of the group was a middle-aged beauty. She had an elegant air about her, a graceful figure, and carried with her the charisma of maturity. She gave off a chilly, arrogant vibe, as though it would be nearly impossible to become friendly with her. Her features set her apart from the crowd. She was at least on par with Bai Mu. Evidently, she was extremely beautiful. She looked at the crowd around her and announced, "It has been 10 years already. The Eastern Deity Island welcomes everyone on the island. On the island, there are many great opportunities to further the cultivation of your great paths. If you manage to capitalize on such opportunities, you can keep what you have gained when you leave the island. Those with the Eastern Deity token may now enter the island." As she finished speaking, strong spatial ripples appeared in the Eastern Deity Gate. Many virtuosos stepped forward one after another. The goddesses of the Eastern Deity Island were stationed at various positions around the gate and waited for them. So long as they could produce the Eastern Deity token, they could bring their people onto the island. "Let's go." In an instant, practitioners moved mightily forward, passed to their eastern deity tokens to the goddesses standing guard, and then stepped right through into the eastern deity gate and disappeared. Everyone moved very quickly due to the immense size of the eastern deity gate and the presence of numerous goddesses who were standing guard. Thus, at any point in time, a large number of people could enter the gate at the same time. The mighty stream of practitioners decreased drastically in a short span of time as it flowed incessantly into the gate. "Let's go," Futian said. Hearing his words, Futian and his party left their spot and traveled forward. They walked to where Bai Mu was, took out the eastern deity token, and handed it to her. Bai Mu looked at Futian and his group. "Be careful." "Thank you, goddess," Futian replied. He brought the 10 people into the eastern deity island. After they went in, they spotted Jun Shoyan and several people standing nearby. Jun Shoyan's camp seemed to be extremely strong, with the mighty group of virtuosos seeming like a small army. He swept his gaze to where Bai Mu was standing, and then also walked in that direction. He and the several people beside him simultaneously retrieved their Eastern Island token. Instantly, a strong group of over 100 people could cross into the territory of the Eastern Deity Island. "Goddess, we shall meet again on the Eastern Deity Island," Jun Shuyan said to Bai Mu in a low voice. Bai Mu looked at him and nodded lightly. "I am looking forward to meeting you again on the Eastern Deity Island." "We definitely will," Jun Shuyan stated. He then brought his entourage toward the Eastern Deity Gate and stepped in together. The sight of such a large group entering the gate was quite majestic. After he entered, Bai Mu glanced at the silhouette of his back. She understood that during that conflict between Jun Shoyan and Futian, she had already subtly offended Jun Shoyan. She requested Jun Shoyan to let Futian go, and Jun Shoyan did do that on account of her. However, he was extremely unwilling. Thus, he bore a grudge. Now, he was very displeased with her. However, she was not really that concerned about it. After all, she had the Eastern Deity Island backing her. Even though Jun Shoyan may be a disciple of one of the top-tier factions on the Palai continent, he could not do anything untoward to her. There were still a lot of virtuosos streaming into the island behind Jun Shoyan. The number of people outside was decreasing continuously. Before long, the people who should enter the island had already stepped into the gate, and the ones who were waiting outside were mostly those who did not possess the Eastern Deity Island and could only stand guard outside. The goddesses of the Eastern Deity Island also gradually relaxed. Someone softly spoke. "I wonder who will make the flowering tree bloom." Someone looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman and asked, "Master, can we do in to take a look?" The beautiful woman glanced at the situation outside, lightly nodded. "Everyone, leave a few people outside to wait." "Yes, madam." Everyone smiled and nodded, and then also stepped into the Eastern Deity Gate. After Futian and his group stepped into the Eastern Deity Gate, they immediately felt like they had arrived at a realm of deities in the land of mortals. The aura of deities swirled around. The sky was an azure blue, and the sea of the Great Path was clear and flawless. On the surface of the sea, one could see many islands. There was an island right in front of the crowd. However, there was no one on the island. Rather, there was only one tree. One island, one tree. The entirety of the island was this tree, a true towering ancient tree. Just one twig was as wide as a street. A couple of people could fit comfortably under one leaf. One could imagine just how humongous this tree was. On the towering ancient tree, numerous flowers were blooming. The sight was incomparably glamorous. The flowering tree was also called the flowers of the Great Path by the practitioners on the Eastern Deity Island. The flowers fought for nourishment from the Great Path, and they bloomed for the Great Path. At this moment, many people proceeded forward and stepped up to the tree. A few people were even emanating impressive auras of the Great Path in front of the flowering tree. The flowering tree lived for the Great Path and thus could sense auras of the Great Path from practitioners. "So this is the legendary flowering tree," Helian Yu muttered beside Futian. She did not come the last time, so this was her first time entering the Eastern Deity Island, and it was also her first time seeing the flowering tree. Emperor Helian nodded his head. In the legend, it is said that the flowering tree blooms for the Great Path. On this flowering tree, there are 8,000 flowers, and these flowers can accurately detect a practitioner's potential on the Great Path. Different people will receive different reactions from the flowers. Helian Yu muttered softly. She wanted to give it a try. It is that miraculous? Futian was quite curious. He looked ahead. There were already flowers blooming in the direction of the practitioners who were walking towards the flowering tree. While the number of flowers that bloomed was not large, the flowers nonetheless blossomed beautifully. Beigong Ao nodded and said, the flowering tree was planted 1,000 years ago by the former master of the island, the supreme deity Donglai. It started blooming only after a couple of centuries. It is nurtured by the Great Path and sits at the entrance to the eastern deity island. In the legends, the supreme deity Donglai used the flowering tree to seek disciples. It is said that there was once someone who was an unrivaled genius in terms of cultivating the Great Path. He made all the flowers bloom, and tens of thousands of flowers blossomed. His potential on the Great Path was terrifyingly high, and thereafter, he became an extraordinarily strong figure. Then, after the death of the supreme deity Donglai, this flowering tree still stood at the entrance to the eastern deity island. Anyone who entered the island could measure his potential on the Great Path using the flowering tree, Beigong Ao explained to Futian. Futian looked ahead. He did not expect the flowering tree to have such a history. It was no wonder that those practitioners were fighting to get to the front of the flowering tree. They were hoping to make the flowers bloom. However, most of the people failed. The flowering tree seemed to be listless and bored. It was casually swaying its branches and had not truly blossomed. If anyone wanted to cause some reaction in the flowering tree and make the flowers of the Great Path blossom, he had to be an extraordinary person. Some people, on the other hand, was uninterested in all of these. Rather, they would stay focused on cultivating and would not think that they needed the recognition of a tree. Do you want to give it a try? Helian Yu spoke to the Futian beside her. He was the person who could cause the statue in front of the Dongyuan pavilion to reveal its divinity. She wondered how many flowers would bloom for him if he went up to the flowering tree. However, Futian's expression seemed to be very calm. He seemed to have little interest in this. At this time, there were exclamations among the crowd. Many looked at the flowering tree in front of them, and their eyes betrayed the slight perturbation they felt. Above the flowering tree, there was a figure standing on top of the ancient tree. Suddenly, the flowering tree bloomed with countless flowers, as the currents of the Great Path flowed madly above the sky, and fell upon that man there, rendering the man with extreme brilliance, as if he was a descendant of the gods. The flowering tree is still in full bloom. Who is this? Someone exclaimed because it was just too spectacular. All the many branches and leaves on the towering ancient tree stretched toward the man, as thousands of flowers blooming. It was as if the whole world had turned into a world of flowers. Countless many looked up at the man, and many exclaimed and inquired as to whom he might be. However, no one seemed to know of him. Who are these people? Jun Shuyan looked at the man and the group of people that were following behind him. He didn't know any of them. Everyone around him shook their heads and said, Supreme Deity Donglai was someone who enjoyed great fame in Donghua domain back in the days. Every time Eastern Deity Island opened up, some cultivators from far away would come. Some kept quite a low profile, and this man might be of the same likeness. Jun Shuyan nodded slightly. He had heard about that before. Judging from the blooming of this flowering tree, it might yield thousands of flowers, which would be quite a sight. The goddesses of Eastern Deity Island who came in through Eastern Deity Gate were asking each other about the identity of the man, but still, no one knew. The flowering tree blossomed with thousands of flowers. Its luscious beauty had stained the sky with color. The man who was standing on top of the flowering tree was unparalleled. It was as if he was surveying all the mountains, standing there on the ancient tree. The young man turned his back to the others. He deeply felt the aura of the flowering tree. It was as if it was in tune with the way of the world, befitting its reputation as a miraculous ancient tree. He lifted his feet and walked forward as those who followed behind him left with him in the direction of Eastern Deity Island. After he left, some other people flickered toward the flowering tree. However, no one could achieve such a grand gesture again as he did, as if he had been the most successful of those who tried. The cultivators from Futian Pavilion are going that way. At this moment, someone looked yonder and saw a group of cultivators, clad in luxurious clothing, walking toward the flowering tree. Many had recognized them as those from Futian Pavilion, the preaching holy land that belonged to Panglai Deity Island. Futian Pavilion. Futian heard the murmuring amongst the people around him. Futian Pavilion, like Dongyuan Pavilion, was the holy land left by the great emperor in the divine prefecture. However, Futian Pavilion was the holy land left in the Panglai continent, controlled and managed by all the main principalities there, of which the Futian dynasty was the greatest and most powerful. This force overpowered the entire Panglai continent, so that even the Jun family where Jun Shuyan came from was lesser by comparison. Futian dynasty took charge of Futian Pavilion and selected a group of top competitors to cultivate there, and they were known as Futian Pavilion cultivators. Those who set foot onto the ancient flowering tree at this moment were these cultivators. The prince of Futian dynasty, Renhuang's sixth realm, Beigong Ao whispered as Futian nodded. It seemed that Beigong Ao had some understanding of the forces inside Panglai continent. The figure that was standing at the highest point of the flowering tree was the prince of Futian dynasty. He was dressed in a gorgeous robe, majestic and noble, at the peak of middle Renhuang. The release of his aura of the great path had made the flowering tree bloomed brilliantly in divine glory, but still, they were not as gorgeous as they had been before. The lore spoke of 108,000 flowers in bloom, but that previous cultivator had only yielded more than 10,000 flowers, and at the moment, the prince of Futian dynasty had only achieved a bloom of a few thousand flowers. As for the other cultivators from Futian Pavilion, there were even fewer, as not many flowers were flocking toward them. On and off, there were people who stepped forward to try, but no one could surpass the young man before. "I'll give it a try." Beside Futian and the others, someone now walked forward. It was Beigong Shuang. She was curious about her own potential of the great path. Futian was about to leave, but when he saw Beigong Shuang went over there, he stopped again and looked over yonder. "Come on," said Futian as he trailed behind Beigong Shuang. "It's them." Many people recognized him because of the previous conflict between Futian and Jun Shoyan. Beigong Shuang seemed to be the woman who was almost killed on the spot by Jun Shoyan's people. "Let's go." Jun Shoyan had an indifferent expression on his face when he saw Futian and the others. Many expressed a look of interest when they saw Jun Shoyan and his people. Could it be that they would continue also? "Let's join in the fun together." Many people from Panglai continent moved forward with them to the towering ancient tree with high spirits. Beigong Shuang was the first to step into the area where the ancient tree was located. She released the aura of the great path, and suddenly, the ancient tree swayed as many flowers bloomed toward her, covering her like a nymph. The blooming flowers of the great path she evoked were not much less than the likes, such as the prince of the Futian dynasty. This meant that she had great potential of the great path, and that her perception and comprehension of the great path were far beyond ordinary Renhuang. Futian was also a little surprised by it. It seemed that Beigong Shuang's talent in the great path was relatively stronger among all the Renhuang. Beigong Ao favored this daughter of his very much and had always allowed her to concentrate on cultivation, and this was probably the reason why. Jun Shoyan frowned and huffed silently. They walked straight forward and came to the flowering tree. Futian had been on guard for their presence, and seeing Jun Shoyan moving forward, they also followed him, as wisps of aura of the great path permeated the atmosphere. Jun Shoyan stepped onto the flowering tree, releasing the aura of the great path from his body, perceiving the rich great path between the heaven and earth that existed here. In this instance, a clattering sound was heard, as an extremely brilliant radiance also bloomed at the same time and flooded the sky with it. Countless flowers blossomed at the same time, enveloping this space as if to swallow everyone within it. What's going on? Jun Shoyan was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He felt the flowers that were blooming madly, and at first, he was surprised. Then a strong sense of expectation and excitement loomed in his heart. This strange occurrence happened when he stepped onto the tree. What did it all mean? Boom, boom, boom at this moment. The crowd was shocked to find that the entire flowering tree was shaking, and even the great island itself was trembling as the sea was roaring also. The atmosphere of the great path above the firmament rushed toward the flowering tree madly, so that even the towering ancient tree seemed to be greatly excited, wanting to lift up from the ground. Even the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island were stunned by this sudden sight. They had never beheld anything remotely like it ever, not even in the history of the past 1,000 years. They only knew that the flowering tree was supernatural, but at the moment, just what had happened to make the flowering tree so jubilant? Is it all because of Jun Xiuyan? They looked at each other, and then at Jun Xiuyan, who had just walked up onto the flowering tree. If so, Eastern Deity Island must carefully consider its relationship with the Jun family, and it would be in their interest to allow Jun Xiuyan to cultivate at Eastern Deity Island. Everyone was completely shaken by the magnificent sight in front of them. The whole Deity Island was moving, and the flowering tree of the Great Path seemed to have sensed something and wanted to break out from the sea, as countless branches and leaves now reached upward to the sky, overshadowing all those figures within its boundary. Everyone who stepped onto the ancient tree was shrouded in branches and leaves, and so was Jun Xiuyan. There was a clattering sound as countless branches and leaves rushed toward him, and many flowers opened up at him as if they had blossomed for him. At this moment, Jun Xiuyan could feel his heart bursting. Even though he was a cultivator in the realm of Renhuang, he could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. As a member of the Jun family, one of the top principalities of Penglai Deity Island, he was quite familiar with the lore of the flowering tree. The flowering tree was an ancient tree of the Great Path, and as such, its perception of the Great Path was quite sensitive. Generally speaking, the stronger the comprehension and affinity of the Great Path exhibited by a cultivator, the more welcoming the flowering trees would be, so that it would also imply the achievement of the cultivator in the Great Path was higher. Now, when the flowering tree reacted so strangely when he got here, how could he not take it as a sign and be excited? As the young master of the Jun family from Penglai Deity Island, he had his ambition. Divine Prefecture was too vast, and Penglai Deity Island was only one of the continents in the Donghua domain and not even a top-level continent at that. If he could be recognized by the flowering tree and have the flowers blossoming for him, then the forces of Eastern Deity Island might be helpful to him, and with his talent in the Great Path, he may yet go further in the future, such as to the main city of Donghua domain, and then on to the vast world beyond after that. Jun Xiuyan's heart was throbbing as he faced the blossoming flowers, expecting them to come toward him. But at this moment, as the clattering sounds were heard, the branches and leaves of the flowering tree passed beside him, just as those blossoming flowers also sailed past by him, bypassing him without welcoming him, nor did they bloom upon him. It seemed that the movement of the flower tree was not because of him. This sight caused Jun Xiuyan's fiery heart to cool down instantly as if he had overjoyed over nothing. Extreme disappointment was akin to falling from cloud 9 in an instant. However, he was still holding on to a glimmer of hope. But as more and more branches and flowers bypassing him, he became hopeless and gradually regained his senses as he realized that the flowers were not blooming because of him. When the flowers were in full bloom, someone as proud as Jun Xiuyan would naturally consider himself as the cause of it because of his innate pride and desire. However, he did not completely lack self-awareness. He knew that even with his outstanding talent, he was not unparalleled, far from unprecedented in all of Penglai continent. When he cooled down, many things became clear to him. However, if it was not because of him, then for whom was the flowering tree moving? Quite a few cultivators were traveling with him, including some powerful cultivators from Penglai continent. But as far as he knew, none of them possessed such talent. So, who could it be? He turned his head, but he was inside the space of the ancient tree, and his vision was blocked. He was already wrapped within and couldn't see anybody else. Even his divine consciousness could not break through the covering of the ancient tree. It couldn't be him, could it? A thought flashed through Jun Xiuyan's mind, but this thought was like a thorn that made him feel extremely uncomfortable, so he instantly cast it aside. How could it be possible? If he was so outstanding, he wouldn't be here on an unnamed land. He didn't want to think about the possibility of it. Jun Xiuyan didn't want to speculate, but Beigong Ao immediately thought of Yi Futian. Emperor Helion had always thought of him as an old fox, and indeed, he was good at assessing any situation. and he was extremely accurate in his calculations. For example, he was certain that Emperor Helion and his cohort could not get a hold of Lu Han, so he decided to stay neutral. That way, he could reap all the benefits from Lu Han without having to get involved. In the end, when Emperor Helion would not succeed in his scheme, and Lu Han remained as the pavilion master, there would only be gains and no loss for him. But when Yi Futian appeared, he made a swift decision and repositioned himself. Later, there were those who wanted to alienate his relationship with Yi Futian. Not only did he not hold a grudge against Yi Futian, on the contrary, but he also sent his favorite daughter Beigong Shuang to get close to Yi Futian. He had already reached a conclusion as Emperor Helion, but he did even more than Emperor Helion by sending his people to Sinluo Manor. Therefore, at this moment, when there was a terrific change in the flowering tree, he thought of Yi Futian immediately. It was precisely when Yi Futian set foot here that the flowering tree began to move. Moreover, those endless branches and leaves and the blooming flowers swept in their direction and submerged them all in an instant. Of course, they were not blooming for him. Then, he believed that all these happenings were because of Yi Futian. The reason why he was so certain was that Yi Futian had also achieved something that was unprecedented, which was the holy manifestation of spirit on the statue in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. Before Yi Futian, no one had done anything like it, so the master of the statue had appointed Yi Futian to be in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. Beigong Ao speculated that Yi Futian was probably able to do it because he had resonated with the statue, which urged its hidden will. Manifestation of the Holy Spirit on the statue, the flowering tree bloomed for him. Beigong Ao thought, just what level is Yi Futian's talent? Why would someone like this appear in Dongyuan Pavilion? Could it be that he was a disciple of some supreme principality coming to the lower worlds for trials? Of course, Yi Futian himself was also aware of it. At the moment when he released the breath of the Great Path, he clearly felt the towering sacred tree on Eastern Deity Island seemed to be summoned, rushing toward him, and Yi Futian faintly felt the extreme excitement of the flowering tree. In a blink, the flowers bloomed in front of him, rushing toward him, seemed to be fighting for his favor. Not only that, but he felt that this gigantic flowering tree wanting to rush out and become one with his body. Could it be that the ancient tree of the world was a deity of trees? The flowering tree had sensed it, and thus its reaction. When the branches, the leaves, and the flowers interacted with him, his perception became extremely clear, and his divine consciousness was unhindered. He was able to perceive everything in this space through the flowering tree. He saw the location of Helion Yu and Beigong Shuang, and he also saw Emperor Helion and the others. No, this flowering tree is the sacred tree of Eastern Deity Island. If I take it away as soon as I come here, not to mention the reaction of people on the Eastern Deity Island, I will make myself a target for all these cultivators who had come here, Yi Futian thought. The last thing he wanted was to attract everyone's attention as soon as he entered Eastern Deity Island. These 1,000 or so cultivators and the presence of so many mighty Renhuang would be troublesome for him. The aura of the Great Path surged in front of him, and at this moment, Yi Futian felt that the power of the Great Path was moving extremely smoothly as if he could borrow from it. In an instant, the magnificent power of the spatial Great Path enveloped his body, and then the light of space went toward Emperor Helion and the others. Outside, everyone was still immersed in this shocking occurrence, watching the flowering tree trembling madly. But just then, the crowd saw that the flowering tree suddenly fell silent again, no longer excited. Then, the branches and leaves rolled back as the blooming flowers seemed to wither and closed up, and everything returned to its original state. In a few short moments, the flowering tree remained the same, without anything being unusual. Yi Futian and the others stood together. There was no aura released from Yi Futian's body, and the aura of the Great Path inside his body was imprisoned by him, preventing the flowering tree from perceiving it. The flowering tree was activated by the way, and if it could not feel the aura of the Great Path, it would naturally quiet down. What's going on? Many people questioned. Exact what had happened? Could it be that everything that had happened before was just an illusion? Impossible, Bai Mu and the other cultivators of Eastern Deity Island were shocked by what they saw. Although the flowering tree had become still, its leaves and branches still swayed, giving off a rustling sound. It seemed sad, as though it had been abandoned. Even though those cultivators were still there, the flowering tree seemed to ignore them. This situation was unheard of. Even those who had cultivated at Eastern Deity Island had never heard of such a thing happening. "Someone is deliberately hiding," came a voice. One of the goddesses was speaking. A strange look came over everyone's faces. They had guessed this as well. They looked up at the figures above the flowering tree. However, they were all covered in the radiance of the great path, including Futian. A halo revolved around him, flashing brilliantly. He stood upon the black wind condor's back, looking left and right. With a single thought, the black wind condor flapped its wings and flew forward, taking Bagong Shuang and the others away from the flowering tree. Everyone else looked all around them, but they could not find the reason why. They did not know who it was. But among them was hidden an immensely powerful figure. Each of the cultivators strode away from that place. It seemed that they would not be able to find who it was. Jun Xiuyan watched Futian and the others as they disappeared off into the distance. A cold light flashed in his eyes, full of murderous intent. He did not want to guess whether or not it had been Futian. But Futian had left Eastern Deity Island alive. "Let's go." He walked away as well. Behind, some people were walking onto the impossibly massive flowering tree. But no brilliance appeared like it had before. The tree had become still again, as if it was too lazy to move. It was as if no one could get the flowering tree to bloom for them. This made looks of fury come over the faces of the cultivators who had been behind. They were extremely unhappy with this turn of events. They felt like they were being looked down upon by a tree. But there was nothing they could do. It was not like they could attack a tree. They could do nothing but leave in a huff. This made it so that the people who were even further behind were not even willing to go up to the tree. They just walked on by, not willing to let the tree despise them. Soon, the vast group of cultivators had all left. The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island watched everything in a daze. They felt like they were in a dream. This was completely different than the way it had always happened before. They were all wondering who the person hidden in the crowd who had made the tree act strangely had been, and why had he hidden? Moreover, there had been someone else there before that person, someone enchanting and mysterious who had made the flowers bloom. He must also have been an extraordinary person. No matter what the people who had come behind them were like, there were those among the cultivators who had come to Eastern Deity Island who were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Could it be him? A thoughtful look came over Bai Mu's face. She looked off into the distance, thinking of one person only, Futian. That man was incredibly talented. When he had clashed with Jun Xiuyan previously, she had discovered that his divine wheel was perfect, and he was extremely cruel and decisive, showing no mercy to his enemies. He had even slain Jun Xiuyan's people. Futian's talent was beyond any doubt. So, could he have been the one who was hiding himself? Futian had been there in front of the flowering tree, alone with Jun Xiuyan and the others. Moreover, judging from Futian and Jun Xiuyan's power, Futian was a little bit more outstanding. So, it was more likely to be Futian. Thinking of this, another thought came into her head. It seemed like when she had asked Jun Xiuyan to let Futian go and have a chance to come to Eastern Deity Island, she had done the right thing. Now, Futian was here, and he was possibly the one who had been hiding. If it really was him, she would implore the people of the island to protect him. In fact, she might not need to say anything. The island would not let him come to harm. "Let's go." Her figure flashed as she left, moving forward. The others followed her. Futian did not think too much about it. He had just not wanted to become the target of public criticism, so he didn't bother to expose himself. As for whether or not Eastern Deity Island thought highly of him, he basically didn't care. Now, he just wanted to see if he would have a chance to increase his power on Eastern Deity Island. There was not just a single island in the area of Eastern Deity Island. Rather, it was an archipelago. The ocean here in this wonderland was vast, and mist filled the air. It was like a magical sea. Upon this mystical sea stood mystical isles. Each one was different, and they each gave off powerful auras. In the past, the supreme deity Donglai had been the greatest figure and was skilled at alchemy. He had created a world here that was considered by many to be a true holy land for cultivation. There were many methods used in Eastern Deity Island and powerful alchemy. When the supreme deity Donglai was at the height of his power, many people had come here to study medicine. Many of them wanted to study under supreme deity Donglai. At that time, Eastern Deity Island was the absolute king of the mainland. There were not other top powers, like Palai Deity Island was today. What is that? At that moment, Futian looked off into the distance. He saw that one of the islands was covered by terrible lightning and suffused with lightning will. Even from a distance, he would still clearly feel the power hidden there. At that moment, many cultivators were already heading towards the island and standing outside it. "It looks like a person," said Futian, shuddering as he looked at the island. The endless lightning will flowed, forming what looked like a human figure. It looked like a god of lightning, standing there above the island with waves of lightning, while sweeping out from it off into the distance. All the people standing near could clearly feel the hidden killing power in that lightning will. It seemed like they would be directly wiped out by the wave of lightning will. The whole island seemed to be covered by the god of lightning. The figure thrust its arms forward and slammed them down into the island, forming a destructive curtain of lightning that covered the island. "There is a tablet there," said Helianyu. She looked at the lightning-covered island. One side of the island was a 1,000-foot-tall cliff, smooth as if it had been cut off by lightning. It had formed a huge tablet into which characters had been carved. Those were left by a powerful figure. In the past, many people came here to learn about medicine from Supreme Deity Donglai, but he would not give them the knowledge for free. Thus, those who came had to pay a price. Thus, many ruins of holy lands appeared upon Eastern Deity Island, left behind by those top figures who had come here to learn about medicine, said Emperor Helian. Futian and the others continued forward. They saw that there were many people standing before the cliffside tablet, floating in the air and looking at the characters. A history was carved there, recording the story of a powerful figure who had come to learn about medicine and had left behind the will of a lightning god. "Now wonder Eastern Deity Island is so enticing," said Futian. "When Supreme Deity Donglai was here, the island must have been even more magnificent." Said Emperor Helian, nodding. "It was a true holy land. Countless cultivators strove to be the first to come here, but it was very difficult to get in. There was a very high bar to entry. Those who were not geniuses could not enter. Unfortunately, Eastern Deity Island has declined since the fall of Supreme Deity Donglai. It has been hidden on this island for many years, and only opens once every 10 years. "Who is the master of Eastern Deity Island now?" asked Futian. Emperor Helian and Bagong Ao both shook their heads. "We do not know, but Eastern Deity Island has been gathering its strength for many years. Now we don't even know how powerful they are." "What is that?" At that moment, someone was looking towards the center of the island. There was a straight and tall tree within the endless lightning right beneath the lightning god, flashing with purple thunder light. When the lightning will fell upon it, it was completely engulfed. "That is a thunder cloud tree," someone whispered, his eyes fixed sharply upon the tree. "It is indeed, but it has changed. It is transformed into cloudwood." Cloudwood? Futian heard the discussion going on beside him and looked towards Emperor Helian and Bagong Ao questioningly. "A thunder elemental divine item," said Bagong Ao. 10 years ago, the thunder cloud tree had not completely matured into cloudwood, but now that 10 years have passed, it has. Now that there is cloudwood there, I wonder who will be able to get it. There was a look of excitement in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to be the one to get it. A thundercloud tree was a divine tree of lightning, and they were extremely difficult to grow. They could only grow under the power of the great path of thunder, and it took hundreds of years to become cloudwood. They had to be tempered in the natural power of the great path of thunder for centuries in order to produce this thunder elemental divine item. Once the cloudwood was produced, it was extremely valuable, especially to cultivators who cultivated thunder elemental power. It was a divine item to help them understand the power of the great path of thunder more deeply. It was even comparable to top-level ritual implements when used in combat. It gave you the power to control thunder and increase the power of the great path of thunder. So much cloud wood could only have been formed by an entire thunder cloud tree that had been growing for many years. It was probably more than 100,000 years old. Supreme Deity Donglai had fallen many years ago, but there were traces of him left in many places here. This meant that this tree may have been formed of the thunder will of someone who had come here to learn about medicine while Supreme Deity Donglai was still here so that he could produce a powerful thunder artifact. But he himself had not made it to this day. However, as the cultivators all stared at the cloud wood, their eyes burned with desire. They couldn't wait to get their hands on it right away. Its value in their eyes was greater than ninth-tier ritual implements. At that moment, many of them had already stepped forward towards the area filled with lightning. But the lightning, well, there was terrifying, and some of them were knocked back as soon as they stepped within with lightning swirling around their bodies. Some of them were even burned black by the lightning. Boom! Beside Futian and the others, a cultivator was sent flying backward, spitting up blood. His body seemed to have cracked, revealing lines of blood. There was a miserable look on his face. Many powerful cultivators had appeared before the island, and many of them cultivated the power of the Great Path of Thunder. That was why they had rushed over here. Many of those who did not cultivate the Great Path of Thunder had directly left. They did not want to waste any more time here. They would rather go elsewhere to find better opportunities. Amid Futian's group, Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang both cultivated the power of the Great Path of Thunder. Thus, they were not willing to leave. They stared at the cloud wood, but there were so many cultivators here. If they wanted it, it would not be easy to get. Although some people had been knocked back, those who had already cultivated to high levels could enter. They were trying to get through the field of lightning to reach the center and obtain the cloud wood. These people did not come here 10 years ago, said Beigong Ao, looking at them. Why do you say this? Asked Futian. No one can go right inside, said Beigong Ao. The whole island is covered by the Great Path of Thunder. It contains the powerful will of the powerful person who came here to learn medicine from Supreme Deity Donglai. Who of the cultivators here could withstand the mighty will of someone of that level? Futian naturally understood this. He looked forward. This mystical place within Eastern Deity Island was extremely suitable for cultivating. Forcing one's way in would be meaningless. Those cultivators probably saw the cloud wood, and their hearts were filled with greed, so they wanted to go right in and take it. But it would probably require one to resonate with the will of the great path that had been left behind by the great figure to get the cloud wood. Beigong Ao looked at Futian, his eyes burning. Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Futian. He didn't mind Beigong Ao looking at him. He was used to people looking at him, but the way he was looking at him made him feel a little strange. Why don't you try? Said Beigong Ao. Futian was the one who had made the statue display its holiness. And not long ago, he had thought that the flowering trees movements were because of Futian as well. Given that, the will of the great path of thunder down below them should be nothing. All right, said Futian with a nod. He had thought this as well. Since the cloud wood was that precious, he would do all he could to help Beigong Ao get it. It would help Beigong Ao's cultivation. Perhaps he would have the chance to advance to the next level. Not far away from them, other cultivators were starting to try as well. Among them, many were just like Futian and the others. They had come from teaching forces on the mainland. Futian looked forward, his eyes becoming extremely bright. It was as if they could see the flowing traces of the great path. Everything became very clear and natural. At that moment, that which Futian sensed and that which he saw seemed to become two different worlds. He felt the might of an extremely powerful thunder god's punishment, mighty as a stormy sea. He groaned and could not help but take a step back. The power of thunder swirled around him, and his face had gone pale. So strong, Futian said to himself. The will of the great path that the great figure had left behind was terrifying. When he could fully perceive it, he would have to withstand the full brunt of it when it fell upon his senses. My lord! Beside him, Beigong Ao was shocked and stepped forward in a panic. He was worried that Futian had come to some trouble. This seemed like something that had never happened before. I'm all right, said Futian, motioning for Beigong Ao to step back. This was completely normal. The reason he had not experienced this before was that the flowering tree had not attacked him. He had just perceived the great path and absorbed its power. He continued forward, coming to the stone wall once again. Everyone beside him was looking at him, their eyes full of scorn. He had not even been able to withstand a single instant. A pavilion lord, someone whispered. Such a young pavilion lord was a rare sight. The person who had spoken said to Futian, "You will not be able to pry out the ancestors will so easily. If you are not high enough level, you shouldn't even try. Be careful, or you will get hurt." Futian swept his gaze over him, then turned and smiled, saying, "Don't trouble yourself on my account." On saying this, he once again entered his previous state. In a flash, he could see the picture before him had changed in his perception. He could see the image of an incomparably terrifying thunder god standing in the air, reaching out its hand and drawing in all the true thunder power in the area and sending it downward. In an instant, terrible thunder waves swept out, shattering everything. The thunder waves followed the rhythm of the great path. They overlapped in an extremely profound and complicated manner. Futian suddenly realized that what had been left behind here was a kind of thunder law power. Perhaps this was part of the trade. The person had come here to learn from Supreme Deity Donglai, and thus had needed to leave something behind. Once Futian realized this, his divine consciousness shot out, trying to mold itself to the will. This produced a certain resonance. Gradually, he began to be able to feel the thunder attack more clearly. "Elder," said Futian to Beigong Ao. Lines of the light of his divine consciousness shout out from his mind, resonated with Beigong Ao's. Beigong Ao knew Futian was helping him. Although he knew this, when Futian transmitted his understanding to him, he felt greatly shaken. He groaned, and blood flowed from his mouth. But he did not give up. He took a step forward. He seemed to have fallen into a trance-like state. He was a cultivator of the great path of thunder and had a deep understanding of thunder methods. When Futian did this, it was as if he had suddenly seen the sun in the sky. Everything became very clear to him. Beigong Ao continued forward, entering right into that area of thunder. This scene made Beigong Shuang rather nervous and worried that an accident would happen. Everyone looked surprised. Beigong Ao had actually managed to make it in, making them all feel a little bit threatened. After all, Beigong Ao's level was much higher than Futian's. He was an upper-level Renhuang with a 7th-tier divine wheel. Emperor Helian watched this scene unfold, then looked at Futian beside him. He sensed that Futian was doing something that allowed Beigong Ao to move forward, step by step. Would he really be able to get the cloud with this time? Thinking of this, Emperor Helian was rather moved. When he had asked Futian to take the position of Pavilion Lord of Dongyuan Pavilion, he had never thought that anything like this would happen. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.